I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts. to the fuse. Sinking my teeth in, and I won't let you go when I'm having fun till set fire to the fuse. try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on. My nights are empty, missing you every day. I wish that you'd come back to me. It was every weekend, bringing me nothing but joy. I need to get my life on track. I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. Recharged, all in for spring split. Euphoria, I can start to feel it. It's time, LEC's gonna give me what I wanna watch PGL and Ready Check 2. I wanna vote on Twitter and talk about who threw. I wanna flame on Reddit and tweet how I always knew. I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. Now here comes the new year, new teams and players too. Now here comes the new year, lost some but that's alright. Now here comes the new year, we're getting ready for a long fight. I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back in my life. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back tonight.
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking over lit, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, that crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes are meant to break, but the crowd is full. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Shaking on relay, walking down this road. I relate, yeah, the same, ain't no debate. Cause shoes are meant to break, but the crowd is full.
From beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find we'll meet again. Can't you hear them? Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Ha. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't wanna see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take us serious, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on,
dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need a little something from me. You got spirit, baby, you got heart. Hands are bad, but we can fix that part. Time for you to know what you could be. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Push through the pain, you can go all night. Breaking limits, set the world alight. On the verge of greatness, it's time to lead. They'll feel your name when it's up in lights. You'll know your worth when you win the fight. Tell the world you won't go quietly. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Ignite the competition. Rise above the pain. Rock solid your conviction. We're here to win.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires,
I'm pretty confident coming to this week. All of them are really strong opponents. I think Giants maybe now is looking a bit more shaky. But anyways, the road trip itself is the top 4 of the last split. So I'm also really willing to play into the best teams in the league.
We also know our schedule is like we are playing the weaker teams early, and our last week is G2, Koi, and KC. And I know the playoff spot is the 6th team, so at the same time we need to be locked in and make sure going in there we are not in a tough spot, right?
This is the top side, motherfuckers! 4 versus 5, the health bar, bad and Super jumps in the back line with the kill or anything. Trimby next to go, Super unstoppable.
I believe we'll do good against MKOI and their home crowd. Similar to G2, we also know how they want to play. MKOI is quite one-dimensional, but they are good at their style.
KC, they didn't lose a single game still, they are 6-0, so there still has to be someone that has to beat them.
We've played against them so many times over the last year, but definitely this team, it looks like they're focusing a lot on mid and setting up Jojo for success. Sadly for them, I'm going to give them a hard time with doing that.
Ground Starfall onto the backline, great charm onto Leader who tries to get away with between World Paranoia onto the backline of Skeens, falls low, a triple for Caps, looking to make it 4. He'll take down Mickey for the quadra. Caps on the chase, Yuppa tries for a second, but Caps burns the penta.
I don't think this is like the final form of KC in Spring. I think this is only the beginning, at least for us. The upcoming games till playoff.
The park is dead. It's not enough. But Kalist survives. They will stay undefeated in the LEC.
Last time we actually faced MKOI, we 2-0 them in the final, but I do believe that they will do their best to take us down.
Well, why did it? Oh my God! Oh, just catch things, baby.
We'll definitely go for the 3-0. I mean, obviously our opponents are tough, but we also want to be the best team in Europe. And to do that, we need to showcase that we can take down anyone.
Bloody, he's in danger. As you said, the between worlds need to be used, but Jojo hits in mid-air.
Every day is going to be really fun to play, and the big crowd and everyone cheering, so I'm just looking forward to all the games.
Hola a todos y bienvenido a Madrid. Welcome everyone to Madrid for the MKOI road trip. We're back in Spain. I'm super happy. It's gonna be an amazing set of games throughout all weekend. You guys look holiday. I love the vibe.
We match.
You're matching. Yeah, I'm just looking. Yeah, how are you guys doing?
Feeling pretty good. Very excited for this weekend's of games. Even though there are no playoff stakes on the line, there is a big fight for the top 4 that we are eagerly anticipating to see our top teams contend for.
Yeah, and also just the fact it's a bit of a playoffs preview. Like, all these teams are locked, so it should be an absolute banger to see how that all pays off. And we got a little bit of a grudge match tomorrow to kick things off as well, so I'm looking forward to
that. A lot of grudge matches, a lot of rematches as well. The top of the table here for the weekend, and a special event, as you said it, Dagda. Ibai versus Kameto's team on a show match tomorrow. But for now, Vedi, you said it, battle for top 4 is what we're going to be looking at here, because we have all the teams locked for playoffs already. Standings to be decided and seeding to be decided. Reminder that the top 4 will be slotted on the upper part of the bracket for playoffs. The race is on.
Absolutely, and having that extra loss is a very valuable thing, because elimination available to those in the top 4, not available to those in the bottom. But we wanted to transition and showcase how chaotic this weekend can ultimately be, because with KC, G2, Koi, and GX still having 4 games left to play, the blue indicates where they're currently placed, but the green indicates where they could finish at the end of this weekend. So KC can range anywhere from 1st to 5th.
Wow.
G2, Koi, and GX can all contest that 2nd place spot. So it just goes to show that every single team this weekend has so much to play for in terms of placements coming into playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely insane. And the fact that you can swap up into that top 4 is incredibly important. But I think for teams like Vitality, it's got to be so nice sitting there going, no, we're top 2. Don't care. We've done it. We got there.
They're sitting in top 2 position. It's been ages since we've seen Vitality there, but we're not going to see them this weekend. So let's focus on the teams we're going to have. And to do this, we prepared some hot takes that we're going to follow up on throughout the entire weekend. I'm going to start with mine. Yeah, caliente, let's go. I love the effects here. GX is going to go 0-3. I'm sorry, I love you guys and I love the fans and everything that they made happen. You know what? Last year, the 6th man was the crowd. Can they make it happen again? I don't know.
I don't think it's that hot of a take. It's not that hot of a take.
It's a little lukewarm,
Yeah,
you know?
it's a little bit lukewarm.
Yeah, it's a tough weekend for them, and I haven't seen the growth I need to see from Giant X for them to be like, oh yeah, this is it. We're gonna like smash this weekend.
Like, I think they are just the gatekeepers. I think they beat the teams below them, but the teams above them, not that convinced.
But they want to go outside of this, and for me, they were all about the bot lane previously, and I'm thinking about Isma and Jackie stepping up a bit. Maybe they could do it. The competition is going to be fierce, though.
Listen. That's a lukewarm take. Let me give you a hot take.
All right?
This I've already said on broadcast before, but I do think that JoJo is currently the best player in the league.
Wait,
and
what?
I think that there's evidence to support it. You know what? Like, let's bring up the lower third, okay? I'm not the only person that thinks this. A highly respected, well-regarded coach in the scene also agrees with me.
Oh, no, I'm not.
And he does think, I think JoJo might be the best player in the league right now.
Whoa, Melzet.
It's his coach, man. What?
I mean,
A well-respected,
to be fair,
very
yeah.
a successful coach in the scene, does very much agree with you. But I feel like he's gapping everyone. I feel like his impact, regardless of how far behind he is, how far ahead he is, every single game, JoJo is having a masterclass performance. And I do think that coming into this weekend, for me, he's the strongest player.
And Melzet has been very opinionated towards his players, so I will take that.
It's also like, I hate to say it, but I think Fetty's right. Like, I think JoJo's kind of been smurfing a little bit. And like, I'm hoping to see if he can continue it this weekend, because it does look like a very, very tough weekend. But I want to bring up my one, which is maybe a little spicy, which I think KC is a bit too one-dimensional.
Wait a minute.
If we heard earlier,
Busio was saying that MK is the one-dimensional team.
yeah,
now.
I'm feeling like KC a little bit one-dimensional, because what we've seen is every single time that their bot lane has been affected, things have started to fall apart for them. They haven't had Busio roaming around to get the vision. Yike doesn't have the information he needs to make the plays, and we saw it against Shifters where they took the game off them, Fnatic where they took the game off them, Fnatic where they nearly 2-0'd them doing the strategy. I think this is it.
I think this is a hot take because I don't agree. I don't think
No,
that one
you're saying it as well.
No,
You're saying it as well.
No, not me. I think that KC has more up their sleeve, and I think they're going to show it to us this weekend. I think they've learned a lot from their weekend in Every about the pacing. So I think that's a hot take.
I think it's bot lane and bust, man.
I mean,
I'm telling you.
We'll find out.
That's a hot take. It gets hotter than this because I want to check out what the rest of the cast had for us. Hysterics is cooking. He's burning the kitchen right now. Like, what is going on?
Cooking.
Yeah. I think Hysterics is one that stands out. Most of
Our
like,
best players
Finn
are
is
from
with you.
NA.
Finn is with you. Yeah.
That's actually fair.
Yeah, that might actually not be that hot of a take. Yeah. Hanslam is the most underrated player in the league.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is a pretty interesting take.
That's a good one. We'll
He
see
may
that
very well be.
in the first series, actually, how he does. We'll revisit those throughout the weekend, but for now, Shox caught up with Caps ahead of today's series, so let's check it out.
Hello, everybody. We're here at the MCOI road trip in Madrid with Caps. First off, Caps, are you excited to be in España?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, always some banger series, and now we have 3 matches as well, so it's gonna be nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Now there's a little bit of a debate online because LOL Esports tweeted like, who is currently the best player in the LEC? Now, of course, you can say yourself, but do you have some other names to offer up as well?
Yeah, I mean, I can go with myself, but I could definitely also go with like someone like, I would say, Skirmishes or Hansama or Broken Blades, and also Labro as well. I think he's also quite strong.
And so if I ask you about the coach?
Yeah, I mean, I would Don Falco, I think, and Rodrigo definitely stepping up.
Okay. Is there anyone else this weekend that you're like, okay, this guy's actually also good?
I mean, all the teams here, I think, are definitely strong, right? all the players, all the teams. No, I think both Corey and Casey are like the biggest challenges for us, I think, in LEC the last year, I guess. So I think playing against both of them will be fun.
And GX?
And GX will also be fun, but like less fun, I guess, than the other two teams.
Yeah. Hey, they just got like, there was something happening in the client, like people were already dunking on them. We love you, GX, so does Caps, it's fine. There was also a statement from Finn. He says that the best players in the LEC come from NA. What do you think about that?
Well, that's, I guess, fine opinion to have, but obviously we will get to see the truth this week.
Yes, I see it.
And even more truth, I guess, in play as well.
Yeah. You're so PR, Caps, but I get it. Tell me a little bit about the match versus KC.
No, I mean, it's going to be exciting. I think they have just been very consistently strong this whole year. And we have had some tough series against them, but we've also had some nice series. And I think this time around, we're definitely looking to go for the 2-0.
Okay, nice. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Nice.
A lot of excitement for the matchups coming this weekend, and it's gonna be a rematch of the LEC versus finals. 5 games, 5 bangers. It was amazing.
It was so close.
Yeah, I want to see how we feel this time around because I brought a board of heads to preface the matchup. How do we feel?
Copies, just to be clear, copies.
They're not the real ones. It's fine. No players were hurt in this. You guys are showing us where you stand. Can you explain how we feel? This is very one-sided.
It's quite simple, really. Mid lane matchup, we both agree Caps kind of has that edge over Yahoo. Top lane, I think we both agree.
Yeah,
the top
BB's
father,
kind of been a little bit, you know,
he's not,
he hasn't had the best at times, you know.
Yeah, he hasn't.
Oh no!
Strong.
Oh no!
Kana, I do want to talk a little bit more about Kana because I feel like on the carries, he has been absolutely popping off. Those range carries specifically, he's really been having a stellar performance. And in contrast to BB, we haven't seen that level of play yet from BB this split.
Yeah, I think BB has definitely been put more back onto the tanks. And as you can see, if Kana's going to play Vayne and these kind of things, he's going to have a great time. So I am curious what the game plan is for BB in the top lane. Like, I think he's been cool in bringing out the Shen and he's looked good on it, but this is a different matchup altogether.
But we got to get into these hot takes because earlier Rob did say that he thinks that the bot lane is where the discrepancy is going to be. I'm a big believer that the jungle matchup is really what's going to determine this series because when I think back to the Fnatic series, I felt like it was a Razork Camp's bot. And I felt like that was what was giving Fnatic the edge. But when I believe in the head-to-head, Kalis Busio, I feel like I have to have faith in this bot lane 2v2.
No, because it was shifters. They didn't even gank bot. With shifters, they were just like, oh, okay, we're going to play Exhaust Lucian and have your day absolutely miserable. And you can see in your screen for the junglers, like, I do think Skewmon and Yike have had spectacular times, but what I've seen from Yike is so much that he revolves around the vision that Busio's been able to get, and I don't know if he's going to be able to have that same impact here.
I love it. I love it. I mean, and you were saying that Casey's the... No. Let's not shake the players. You were saying that Casey's that one-dimensional team, maybe...
Yes.
Yeah?
So I think the reason that I say that is because when I look at them, they are so focused on we need pushing bot lanes, think of like the Ashe Seraphine, these kind of things, that they can then play through with Yike to establish vision, to have Yike understand what he's supposed to do, and then Busio starts to roam, he'll look for invades with Yike, he'll look for plays around mid, and that's how they start to snowball through these early skirmishes. But when we've seen them fall behind, Busio doesn't have that same impact, Yike can't have that same impact, and suddenly the game plan for KC starts to fall apart. So I'm looking to see if we get this hyper-aggressive bot lane from Hansam and Lebrov, where they can take over and see if they can force back KC's game plan.
Yeah, see, for me, I feel like that when it comes to this matchup specifically, the reason why I put so much focus on the junglers is because of how much impact they do have in the early game. And I do agree with Rob that KC's early game impact from Yike is not always the strongest, but from Skewmon in recent history, I don't know if I believe that he's going to be the difference maker, so I am putting my edge into KC this time
And that's what made the difference last time when they faced off in finals. But for now, we have Shock standing by with players. Yike actually downstairs, so let's send it over to her.
But now you're in the Lion's Den. So how do you feel about that?
I mean, I'm excited. I'm happy that we could attend both the road trips because I think road trips are so fun and playing as Vayne is always fun for me. So yeah, I enjoy it.
Okay, nice. You're going up against G2. You are still undefeated. Do you have a message for them?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a spicy game. I hope they're gonna come ready because I see them win a lot of games recently. So I think they're gonna be good, but we're gonna beat them.
Nice, thank you. There we go.
Pues ahí estaban, ¿no? Las palabras de Yike. Es un muy buen partido para empezar.
¿Se nos escucha?
Hola, hola, ¿qué tal?
Muy buenas tardes, Madrid, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estamos?
Bienvenidos a la última semana de la temporada regular de la LEC aquí en Madrid.
Esta semana tendremos, ojo, a los 4 mejores equipos de la LEC del año pasado, pero lo más importante, esta semana sabremos cómo quedarán los playoffs después de que finalice toda la fase regular. Así que, por favor, fuerte ruido para todo el fin de semana en el día de hoy. Mañana y pasado también estaremos aquí.
¡Vamos al lío! Música, maestro, por favor. Empezamos con la reedición de la final de invierno. La última vez que se vieron las caras, tuvimos que llegar a un quinto mapa de infarto para saber quién se proclamaba campeón.
Vienen desde Francia con sed de venganza. Llegan invictos. Nadie les ha podido vencer todavía. Fuerte aplauso para Carmine Corp.
¡En la doble!
¡Gana! ¡Como jungla!
¡Yike! ¡En la Mene!
¡Yahoo! ¡Como de carry!
¡Como support!
¡Bucio! Y como entrenador,
¡Rippery! Y enfrente estará el subcampeón del First Stand, el azote de la LCK, el rey de reyes. ¡Ruido para G2 Esports!
I got my brothers and my fam standing next to me.
¡En la doble!
¡Como jungla!
¡Estuvo! ¡En la midlane!
¡Como a de carry!
¡Con Soma! ¡Como support!
¡Labro! Y como entrenador,
¡Dylan Falco!
ahora sí, Mellado, todo listo, todo preparado para que arranque un final de semana espectacular. Tenemos partidazos y el primero, es una auténtica bomba.
Todo vuestro, chicos.
And here we are for what is likely to be an incredible weekend of League of Legends action from Madrid, as they say here in Spain. I'm sure they say it much better than I did. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Finn, and we're here to lead you through this Friday afternoon of League of Legends.
Absolutely. I feel like we're really going into the dessert of the LEC regular season right now, saving the best for last. We have some, as you say, Medic, fantastic games coming out this weekend. I think KC versus G2 is a big talking point, and we're very lucky to start with it today, because I think a lot of people have been doubting, is KC really the best team if they haven't beaten G2 and MCO yet? And I think going up against G2 first will be a real challenge to see if they can solidify themselves as the first seed going into playoffs.
Yeah, even though G2 sit at 4-2 in terms of total series record, they actually have the second best win rate in the LEC so far this split. 71% of games won, tied with Vitality, only beaten by Carmine Corp, of course, who are sitting at 80% of their total games won across the course of the split. And I think with the way that schedules have rounded out, it has been hard to judge. Carmine Corp obviously not losing any series, kind of always will put them higher in your estimations. But this weekend, and this game in particular, is really going to be the sounding board to see just how good the French flair is right now.
Absolutely, and I think they had a really great discussion point on the desk. I think a lot of it will be in the bot lane. I think Kalist and Bucio versus Hansama and Labrov is a very interesting matchup to track. And I really wonder if we're going to see a little bit more lane dominance going in there, because I do know Hansama likes to have those aggressive lane pushes, and I don't think KC's bot lane is just going to let them do that to them. So
yeah, Bucio especially.
Yeah.
I'm very much aligned with you that I think that the two best players currently in the LEC, currently on current form, are Bucio and Jojopum, both coming over from NA. I think it is hard to separate the two. Bucio obviously has a slightly more solid team around him right now, so he shines a little bit brighter, but Jojo is so consistently dominant in the mid lane. We're in a team that has been struggling in a few aspects. We'll see if MCOY can correct that this weekend, but let's get into draft for game one here between G2 and KC to kick things off.
Yeah, I really do wonder where they take us. I think we will still see, because it's game one, a big focus on the bot lane ranged supports. I still think that is the prime meta right now, and you kind of want to secure it because I actually think both Labrov and Busio are the two best enchanter players or range support players that we have in our league right now. So I really want to see how they go head-to-head. Already seeing the Nautilus ban here coming out from KC does signal that they want to go for something like the Ashe Seraphine, especially combined with a Jarvan ban. Really puts a high emphasis on the Ashe Seraphine, Ashe Karma, anything of the sorts.
KC actually going to get rid of the Seraphine themselves. With the Bard ban from G2, they didn't want to have to first pick Seraphine, and you can first pick the Ashe, but then you get a Seraphine Tristana or something that can just be a lot more aggressive down towards that bottom lane as the picks into it. So KC taking that off the board can, of course, and this is something we don't talk about too often, but saving a pick for yourself for later in the Fearless, right? It's like, oh, well, we don't really like it currently with these bans, but would like it for game 2. So let's use our last ban on that Seraphine and then try and keep it for later on. They still get their hands on a Enchanter support in the form of the Karma, so they'll be very happy with the push they have bot. Karma Kate, Karma Ez, both very strong duos.
Yeah, even Karma Ashe you can go,
True.
Karma Varus, Karma Jhin, like there's so many lanes with Karma, but that Karma is really the main power in those lanes just because how much wave control she has early. She has great wave clear, great poke, and great extended trades. Now what she is weak to is just targeted lockdowns, so that's why you see the Nautilus ban, even the Jarvan ban coming out just to allow Busio to really play the map freely. And already an Ezreal lock in here by Hansama did look great on that last time we played it, and I do think that is one of his best picks right now. Will be joined by the Nami, which is another fantastically strong bot lane. So really kind of what we expected. We expected to see range supports versus range supports in the bot lane and a lot of high emphasis on laning phase. So now I want to see how KC responds. If you want to pick a strong laning AD carrier, I think the Varus would be a good option. Does have the flexibility potential into Kana. Kana has shown very well that is very proficient on these ranged top laners.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that top lane pick either. It could come out now, but then you're still giving up counter pick for G2 or later on in the draft. And you just say, okay, we'll hold it, we'll wait, we'll see what BB's going to pick. BB at the moment is very much looking towards those tanks, much better on the tanks than on other picks currently in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, BB has really went back to his roots, not roots even, but like he has really gone back to what has been working, which is the tanks. But I actually love this Pantheon pick by Yike. I think when you have a team with laners as strong as Yike has, I think a champion like Pantheon, like Nocturne, who can join the laners and put pressure on the map while being a fog of war is such a boon for a team like KC. The fact that both Kana and Kalista and Busio can play aggressive, and the enemy has to kind of second guess if Pantheon is going to go and drop on their faces if they want to respond, I think is a very, very smart choice here by KC. As the Azir blind pick is being met by a LeBlanc, it seems like, insta-lock almost by Caps, and this is a Caps classic. He looked absolutely fantastic on it last time he played it, and I think he really wants to shut down the strong lanes of KC because this is a very good matchup in the mid lane for LeBlanc.
Yeah, it gives you maneuverability around the soldiers, but also around the Emperor's Divide, and the ability to lock down the Azir through him shifting sands away from you is so powerful. You usually want to see it teamed up with a jungler that has a bit of CC themselves. A Vi is really good. You get the lockdown with the chains into a Vi Vault Breaker, cease and desist follow-up. It's great there. Pantheon would be the one that immediately jumps in my mind, but obviously that's already taken away by KC.
Yeah, so already Caitlyn banned by G2. I do assume we're going to see a bit more AD carry bans. I do wonder if they're actually going to ban the Jace, because now you're going into 4-5 and Kana is blind picking. Now if you want to blind pick a strong champion, Jace is by far and away the most dominant top lane blind pick right now, and I think taking that away from Kana on the blue side would severely weaken his blind pick. But does seem like maybe they're thinking about letting it go through, and maybe they have something planned into it. I know the Jace has been doing, the Sion has been doing really well over in the LCK into the Jace. Does kind of add up with what BB has been playing so far, so will be the Sivir ban coming out instead.
Yeah, I like these bans from G2. They mitigate the pressure that Caitlyn Karma can put in lane initially, but then they also get rid of some of the scaling threat of something like a Sivir. Sivir, we've already seen how strong she is when she gets to 3-4 items. Now you can get to 6. Like, she is so powerful in that AD carry role when you have a front-to-back team comp, which KC could quite easily manufacture here with the picking of a top lane tank, right? If although Kana doesn't usually go towards the Scions, the Orns, if you picked a Scion or an Orn here and a Sivir, you're looking like a very strong team fighting composition.
I mean, he doesn't usually go to them, but with that Gwen ban, I'm starting to think maybe Kana is not going to blind pick a range up there. He's actually going to go for the tanks himself and kind of fight BB on his champions. I'm thinking probably going to be a K'Sante or Scion blind for him, but right now, I'm more looking towards the jungle department here for Scumo. Now, Shincho has been taken out. If you want to engage, Vi is a good option, but it will be the Skarner, who is one of the only good tank junglers on the patch. Now, if you pick a tank jungler and a tank top, and you have an Estral LeBlanc as your main carries, you are running a little bit low on damage. So I'm actually starting to believe that maybe we're seeing G2 kind of lean towards a carry top laner for Broken Blade with this Skarner pick on 4.
But where are you leaning? What are you looking at? Is it something just a carry top laner in inverted commas like a Gnar? Is that where you're going? Is it like we have a bit of damage but also some extra survivability? That's kind of Broken Blade's wheelhouse. Or is he going to do something really wacky? Is it going to be a Warwick top? Are we going to see Tahm Kench with Static Shiv Heartsteel? You know, is it going to be something truly left field?
I don't think we're seeing Tahm Kench with Static Shiv and Heartsteel. I think that's from your game's only medic, but I know Boosio likes to hover the Vayne. I don't think it's going to be a Vayne. I think it's going to be a tank here coming out. And this gives Broken Blade so much flexibility. If he wants to play Camille, go ahead. If he wants to play Renekton, go ahead. If he wants to play the Gnar, go ahead. He can pick whatever champion he wants here because laning phase will be good. And if he's hovering the Kled and locking it in, I am very excited. Kled into Scion is a fantastic pick. You get so many free plays in lane. You have so much movement on the map. And I am thrilled to be able to cast my first Kled game with Broken Blade piloting it.
For anyone that doesn't know, Finn's nickname used to be Blomster Finn, and at that time he was a Kled one-trick. So this is, you have the best person driving the analysis of top lane in this game that you could ever have, apart from perhaps Broken Blade and Kana themselves.
I will say Broken Blade on the LEC PGL 2 weeks ago, he did say I was still the best Kled in Europe, so I want to take that.
Okay.
I take that dub. I need all of them I can get right now, but this matchup is really fun. I would love if we can track how the top lane goes early, because the level 1 will be crucial how you maneuver this lane. And I do like BB just locking in the Kled, not trading the Scion into another tank, because I think he can have a lot of agency on this pick. Also, with Jhin being there, there's not a lot of consistent damage, assuming Azir is not hitting him. So I really want to see what he can do with this pick, because this is just great excitement coming out ahead here.
Yeah, I love both drafts. I look at KC and I'm like, this is quintessential team fight. This is quintessential front to back. The Jhin obviously not providing as much as something like a Sivir would do in this situation, but still gives you actually solid engage with the curtain call, and then you have the follow-up of the Azir DPS, the Karma buffing everyone up as they move in. On the other side, G2 have a little bit more pick, in my estimations. The Kled running in, you've got the LeBlanc and the Skarner who can try and isolate a couple of members.
I mean, you can say pick, but you can also say that G2 actually has drafted a very vintage 1-3-1 comp.
True.
You have a really strong 3-man core with a Skarner, an Enchanter, and an Estral. They are very safe. And you have a Kled who will get pushed on side lane versus Scion, and you have a LeBlanc. You know Caps on LeBlanc, he rarely leaves the side lane and he makes magic happen there. So I assume G2 is going to really try to play the side lanes coming into post 20 minutes moving forwards. Early game still, these lanes have to play out normally, and I expect the LeBlanc to have pushed into the Azir as we see it's Yike's 300th game here in the LEC.
Yeah, congratulations to Yike, he's been around for a long time. Originally joining with G2 and then going over to KC over the last couple of years. Here starting on the top side of his jungle on this Pantheon. I will say as well, the Karma pick here for Boosio, not the best in terms of LEC win rate, not his individual win rate, but 0-7 over its last 7 games played in the European League. But Yahoo on his Azir is 11-1 across his last 12 games on that pick. So
that's a little bit scary. Boosio did in fact just miss a Mantra Q in this matchup, which usually is not a good sign. So G2 seems to be having control of this lane right now. I think Hansama will be able to get level 2 here first if he Mystic Shots the wave and just keeps his passive up. But would love to see I would love to see what happens top right now, because I do think Kled is stacking up a big free wave push and will just try to get a Demolish proc every single time he crashes a big wave onto the Scion. What you do as Kled versus Scion is not really kill him. It's quite hard to kill a Scion, but what you can do is control the wave and then whack his tower down with those 4 empowered out attacks with attack speed with the Demolish proc, who actually scales up your bonus health, which Kled has, not your total health actually, and Kled has the highest base health total in the game on his mount. Falls off his bike a little bit, but I don't think he cares.
I don't blame some fans, though, if they're a little bit worried about Broken Blade playing a non-tank in the top lane. We talked about it a little bit in draft. On tanks, 6-1 this split. On other picks, 4-3. Has been struggling to have as much impact, and it's also intriguing because he dies less isolated on tanks, that's expected, right? Dies more when he's on a different type of pick. But he falls further behind in gold when he's not on a tank as well. When he's on a tank, he just seems much more survivable in the lane and much better at mitigating his early losses.
Yeah, I mean, it could be due to mindset as well. I think when you're playing a tank in a bad matchup, your mindset is just survive, go even, don't die, don't mess up. Whereas when you're playing the carry, it's a little bit more volatile, it's a little bit harder to say what's the correct play, so I think he hasn't really found the style he wants on these carries so far, but the Kled is a big comfort pick for him, and it's nice to see return to it, as we have a full clear from both junglers.
Yeah, Skewmond actually recalling on his Krugs. He's going to path up towards that top side crab. Yike has been spotted here, likely just putting a ward on the Razorbeaks, looking for that respawn. Skewmond is waiting in the wings just in case Yike goes for the full play.
Yeah, but Yike is one item down here. Yike goes in, actually gets hit by the wall here by Skewmond. He doesn't have the stats to take this fight.
Kindle Gem on Skewmond doing a lot of work. Yike trying to get away with that Aegis of Soul empowered E, but the chasing from Skewmond, flash away from Yike focus as well, won't be enough to get through the upheaval. And Skewmond on the board early here as Yike took a fight that he just couldn't win. Caps looking for more as Yehu will dash across the wall. Caps flashes with the roots and gets the Azir flash out as well.
And it's a nice trade flash there from Caps, but actually Yike thought that Skewmond was on the top crab.
Yeah.
They both did vertical full clears where Skewmond would end up top side and he actually would end up bot side, so he thought he had a free little timing there to go for the Raptors, but Skewmond says no, I will not go for the crab, I'm gonna recall, get my item and then contest you because I think you're not gonna let me take my Raptors for free. Great read by Skewmond and great punish by him, and a little bit greedy here from Yike.
Yeah, that vision,
behind a little bit.
The vision around the mid lane, spotting Yike looking for this gank was vital. This is good as well. Ishtal's impact already coming out from Skewmond means the shield vault from Yike doesn't get the stun.
Yeah, it's a little bit questionable for Yike to jump in there. I don't think he pressed tab and realized that Skewmond already had bought items, and he's just way stronger than him in terms of raw combat stats, so was not sure fight to take there. Probably just had to get out, but still. Big kill on the board here for G2, and now no flash on mid lane. I think Caps traded his flash there with Yehu to try to set up for another gank here by Skewmond, who will have a lot of free time. You see BB trading onto Kana. Kana is getting quite low, but you see this again. BB is gonna slow push waves and hit the tower. Slow push waves, hit the tower. He's not trying to kill Kana, but he will generate a nice little gold lead by default by following this play pattern.
At what point do you expect Broken Blade to use the fact that he can get that push to actually move around the map? Because you were talking about it, it's like get plates then move. When are we actually going to see the get plates and then move part of it?
I mean, there's a little window in this matchup where Sion just becomes unkillable, and that's when BB has his first item, which will be the Titanic Hydra, and then Sion has his first item, will be, looks like it's going to be a Sunfire Cape. And then because you don't have any, like, that much armor penetration in your kit here as the Kled, you can't really go through that shield that Sion has. So that's where you kind of just one-shot away with Titanic Hydra and then start moving. But before Kana has his first item, I still think BB will have enough pressure in the 1v1 to kind of just siphon as much gold as he can from those towers with those plates.
Well, keep an eye on him as he does jump in. Look at that bear trap on a rope. Pull back. We'll get it onto Kana. Has the Tiamat as well for the auto attack resets. And it's just going to force Kana out here. It's grasp into grasp, so both of them just trying to get as many stacks as they can. But with Kana having just teleported back, actually looks like, oh, Kana's just going for vision. I was wondering if he'd go for a recall there and then come back into the lane anyway, because he does have enough time with the wave being so far away to ult back into that wave.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would think that Conquer makes more sense against tanks as Kled, just because you can just take those extended fights. But the fact that Sion has such a high HP pool and will be buying a lot of armor makes Grasp do a lot of damage because it's percentage magic damage, and it really gives you that extra damage you need to kind of chip through him. So great awareness by Broken Blade, and I think his lane is in a fantastic spot right now. He's going to have full wave control with his Tiamat. As we pan down to bot lane, it's going to be Skewmond starting this dragon, and I don't think Casey can do anything about it. I think Yike is really on the back foot right now, and Caps is just denying this blue buff.
Exactly, like Yike comes across, Broken Blade already moves from top side. Caps should just be able to jump out of this, lands the chains, distorts over the wall. Blue buff's going to do a little bit of work, so he has to use the Mimic. He's fine, he'll be able to walk out, as Yike doesn't have his flash either. Broken Blade chips away at Kana, still mounted up. Bear trap on a rope, now dismounts, gets the pocket pistol out, and gives Kana both barrels. As he autos him a couple of times.
Actually give him 0 barrels.
Yeah, he pocket pistol backwards. Okay, I was hoping you wouldn't pick up on that one, okay. Also, pistol probably only has 1 barrel if we're going to be really pedantic about it, Finn. I messed up in many different ways.
We're pedantic, all right? We're pedantic, all right.
I messed up in many different ways.
This matchup is so liberating because you can play as aggressive as you want, because Sion can really never punish you if you're dismounted. So dismounting as Kled is very, very free and safe because you just need 5 auto attacks and 1 fully loaded barrel with the Q pocket pistol to get back on your bicycle. So you see BB here playing very comfortably, very aggressively here. Kana will most likely base here and then use that unstoppable onslaught to get back to lane. But there will still be a Kled plate going over to Broken Blade.
Crystalline Overgrowth helping Broken Blade chunk out that tower much quicker as well. Walks around, autos the tower a couple of times, uses that hyper. And with the Grand Starfall coming in towards the bottom side, Acrobat is going to land immediately. Focus Resolve out from Busios. He tries to heal up. True Shot Barrage as well, but Hansama dies underneath the tower. Yike has to flash away. Curtain's open, and they might close on LeBron pretty sharp. She gets out of the curtain call, but Callisto has the autos and will find himself a double in a well-executed dive from KC.
And we talked about it in the Champions League Medic. It's going to be about this bot lane, and I love this tiny little window that KC found to punish. They knew Skuman was in base, or out of the map at least, and they saw they didn't have that big of a wave, but they still could commit for this dive. They knew they had a damage, they knew they had what it takes, because this was the one window that Yike had where Skumon could not respond. You see he's basing topside right now on the Gromp, and it's a very well-executed dive by the KC bot lane.
Yeah, importantly, Busio taking aggro, but using the Mantrid Focus Resolve, because that heals him back up while he's using it, so could tank more auto attacks from more tower shots during that exchange, meaning that he was able to walk out. And then Yike only had to tank a single one to make sure that kill was solidified. Evens out the goal between the first two teams. And KC, who have often struggled in the early game, have managed to mitigate some of their losses here early on.
I just want to call out great laning phase so far by Yehu. I think it's really nullified this pressure that the Caps that Blanc could have. Going very even right now, and I haven't really seen Caps be that threatening. I mean, it did kind of stop that blue invade by Yike, but they ended up having the base because of it, so... solid laning phase so far by Yehu, and looking like a rock on this Azir, which has been such a powerful pick for him in the past.
Yeah, 11-1 on it this year. He's pretty confident. Has only lost to G2 in playoffs in LEC Versus. Skumon's still looking around the mid lane, but Yehu's flash is back up, so that potential of that fight is a lot harder for Skumon to actually actualize, right? Like, Caps can flash follow with a root, but then you still have to worry about the Emperor's Divide, you have to worry about a flash from the Azir. There's so many options for Yehu when he has that summoner up compared to when it's down.
Yeah, and I want to try to set the stage a little bit of what might happen now in the future, because if you look at the bot lane, Busio and Kali still both has their flashes. Meanwhile, Labrov has not a flash and no heal. So I imagine Yike, after his full now, is going to try to keep harnessing the pressure that Kalist and Busio has, because I think you need to. And they actually already went for the swap, because you saw how tough it was for Kana. Every single wave that Broken Blade had pushed in was just a plate, and that's just free gold standing there for him. So actually mismatching this, putting the Sion against the bot lane, will make it a little bit easier for Kana to scale up freely and not giving as much gold to Broken Blade, but also just using your proactivity in the bot lane.
It definitely would. The problem for KC is that Hansama has TP. So he pushed out the bot wave and then just TPs up towards top. He did lose a couple of minions, and Broken Blade will lose a couple of minions down towards the bottom lane as well.
Medic, okay?
No, but Broken Blade now has teleport. So if it swaps, you just TP Broken Blade
thought
out.
because they both were basing, I thought they would actually re-swap back here, but it looks like you're going to open back up top. Because I don't think they actually want to contest these grubs. I think still Skuman is so powerful right now with his item spike, so I would kind of give it to G2 in terms of a fight, especially in the river here with Caps moving.
Yeah, I'd say the only difference is that Yehu does have his rocket belt right now, and Caps doesn't have a completed item. So if you did want to fight, you have a little bit more mobility on the Azir, but rocket belt not the largest damage spike as a first item, rather much more used for getting out of impales, getting out of the chains, that sort of thing later on in the game. And there will be 3 grubs going over to G2 to meet up with the fact they already got the Dragon. Tidal Wave coming out, Impale as well. Onto the Grand Starfall out of Yike. Aegis Assault will keep him alive for now, but Skumon's still on the chase, and those vibrations! Enough from the passive for Skumon to get the kill. KC picked this fight and were immediately beat down.
A little bit trigger happy, I think, by KC, because they saw the grubs were taken. They kind of expected Skumon to then go into the bot side, but he actually stayed around to cover his bot lane, expecting his gang to come out. So really good reader by Skumon, being at the right place at the right time. As we said, sure, the bot lane by KC is stronger, but Skumon with the item spike is just so tanky and is a great bouncer in these fights to kind of deny any attempt of trying to go on Labrov that KC threw at him.
Yeah, KC has a bit of vision behind the river, right? And towards where the blue buff is, and perhaps they were saying, well, we don't see Skarner there, he's probably backed, as you say. Instead, he stayed around, the curtains come up. I mean, this is not going to do too much. This is just about stopping the bases more than anything, I feel. You can see BB now with the grubs down. He's TPing up towards the top side. Kana doesn't have teleport to match, so he's already had to recall, and the recalls will come out from both the bot sides, and they'll work their way down towards that bottom lane. Unstoppable Onslaught used. it's a little bit like the old school Rek'Sai farm alarm, where it's like, yeah, I'm charging into the wave, I'll clear it out, that's all well and good. But Broken Blade was still able to get those minions underneath the tower in time.
Still, 3 grubs and a Kledding and Scion is heaven. Now he's gonna get those plates so much faster. You're gonna see this gold lead. Right now the gold lead is around 300. A timid, small gold lead, but it's gonna become loud and boisterous in a bit because he's just gonna start pushing and getting more and more gold from these plates. Kinda will be farming and he will be safe, but still, if BB can use this gold lead to kind of snowball the map, then now we're talking about having some serious impact on the Kled. But I want to give a little bit of criticism towards Casey because I thought they could just keep those lanes bots and kind of keep putting pressure on every single wave because Labrov had no flash. And Skewman kind of needs to be there every single wave or Yike just kills him. So they kind of went top, allowed their bot lane to go top as well, where the objective is, and kind of allowed Skewman to just take those grubs without the risk of a cross map. So
yeah, and the net gain for them is pretty minimal, right? We've just seen both the bot laners hit their role quest, and there's only about a 300-400 gold difference. Like, Kalist has 2 more kills. That should be bigger than that right now. Like, Hans Sommer's been able to eke back some of his gold, now has the Trinity Force finished on the Ezreal as well, which is such a large spike in terms of effective power. Yike was looking for something here, maybe making sure that, again, Skewman wasn't waiting around after taking that dragon, but not going to be able to find anything. And, ooh, good stop.
But you see, it's a little bit too late by Yike. You kind of had to make this play 3 minutes ago because that's when you had your window. That's when Labrov didn't have flash. And now you see he's really trying to look for it because he realizes he can't really attack the Kled because they don't have damage. He can just charge out of there. They can't really gank the LeBlanc because she just has too much mobility. The only real play for Yike is that bot lane. And you kind of gave that window away by rotating your entire team up to top lane before. So we're going to have to see how he navigates it now.
Okay, hit me with your knowledge bat here, Finn. We're now moving Kled towards bottom lane, LeBlanc towards top lane, and the Ezreal and the Nami into mid. G2 have initiated this new laning setup. Why and how do you feel about it?
I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about before. I think this G2's comp is inherently a great 1-3-1 comp. And I want to talk about it if the bot lane don't fight. They're fine, they're not fighting. So they just want to have Hansama on mid wave so he can just push it easily. Because Jhin kind of needs Karma next to him to push. Meanwhile, Hansama can play with just the threat of Labrov and Skewmon in the Fog of War. And he can just get pushed by himself. So you're going to see now, Skewmon is taking a topside vision with this mid push that G2 is securing. And when they have a lot of vision for Hansama, you're kind of going to see Labrov move away from the mid lane and just let him play there by himself because he is so self-sufficient. Because the real plays are happening on side lanes.
Okay, Yike's looking for Caps here. That's the Mimic Distortion out from Caps. Skewmon is here though, and Yike won't be able to find anything. Uses the Aegis Assault just to dodge the damage. Caps jumps back in. Yahoo has been doing a really good job of chipping away at Caps. You said it in the laning phase, it's continued into the top laning phase, I guess, for both these mid laners. Yahoo is scaling up well, has gone Rocket Belt first item, which does reduce your 2-item spike on the Azir, but still very solid. Has done a good job of quelling any threat that Caps could have presented in the early game.
Speaking of good job, Skewman has acquired almost a 1k gold lead so far on Yike, and it all kind of came down from that first play where Yike was going for the Raptors, but it just allows right now G2 to, wherever Skewman is, they are willing to take any fight just because how much stronger the Skarner is compared to Pantheon in a team fight, because Pantheon doesn't have an ult.
Has to flash away from the tidal wave. Skewman on the chase. Ishtar's impact doesn't find his connection, but Caps jumps forward. The Emperor's Divide gets the knockback, but Caps dashes it with a distortion. Yike's going to burn Caps. Busio here to try and catch out Skewman's. As we look for the card and call as well, Impale wide from Skew, but Cat splashes in and Skew secures the kill. Hansama here to join the Barney. Busio slowed up, and Hansama with a mystic shot, and Lebrov's damage will be enough. G2 clap KC on the top side.
And KC, you're paying the price of your prior mistakes right now. You are not in a position to take even numbered fights. You need to fight with your Pantheon ult. That is where your strengths lie. You have that semi-global, but you cannot take fights straight into the Skarner. He's way too strong for you to deal with right now. Still, as we look at his fight, I thought the Skarner missed a lot of his things.
He did.
He saved his ult, he missed his little dashy thing, and he couldn't really find any real player onto Yike. You saw he was kind of scared of Yike sidestepping it, juking into the bush. But it does not matter in the end. He just has too many stats, and now Caps is completely
Chains
unleashed.
go down. LeBron flashes great shield from Busio just in time to save his AD carry, but it's a flash burn from Busio. It's the barrier burn from Kalist. And you can see, even though Caps hasn't had a whale of a time in the mid 1v1, he now almost has 1,000 gold lead off that topside play.
And that's all Caps needs on LeBlanc. Caps just need that one first kill. He has 4 Dark Steel stacks. And you see now the BB silent pressure is starting to amount as well. He already got this tower in a 1v1 straight. You see Caps being unleashed on this map, and suddenly KC has a few too many fires to put out, and they only have 1 Pantheon ult.
And that's the thing, KC have been often bleeding in the early game. They have often fallen behind, and they've got back into the game through good map movements, through Busio being in the right position at the right time a lot of times. But this feels much grander than we're a little bit behind in the early game. This is 2 Drakes, 3 Grubs, no towers to 2, 4,000 gold lead, an unkillable Skarner as well. Like, who is going to kill him? It's not a Leandri's Nash's Tooth Azir. You have a Pantheon with a spear and a pickaxe, and you can't mine those rocks. You've got a Jhin who's got Hex Optics. There's just not enough damage from KC to get through this Protoplasm Harness.
Absolutely. I think for KC right now, you really want to get your 2nd to 3rd item spike on your carries, and then Kana will have scaled up to become kind of a similar frontline to Skarner. Sure. But now for the next 5 to 10 minutes, G2 can do whatever they want, and they already are securing themselves soul points. So KC, your clock is ticking down rapidly, and you need to make a play soon, because if you just let G2 set up this dragon one more time, you will give over soul.
And you said 5 to 10 minutes. In 5 minutes is that soul.
Yeah.
Right? At some point you got to take the fight. Infinity Edge for Kalist, almost there. For Yehu, he is getting up towards the Nash's Tooth, but the damage is lacking to say the least. And against an Ocean Soul, it's not going to be a pretty picture. It's going to be one of those ones like I drew with crayons as a child. It's just like, hey guys, look, I can draw around my hand. It's like your mother and father, yeah, great job.
Very impressive.
That goes up on the fridge.
That's fantastic. So BB actually opted in now for the Black Cleaver instead of the Hullbreaker that I thought he might buy. So he actually wants to put a little bit more pressure on this Sign on the side lane, and with this Black Cleaver, suddenly the Sign is not that tanky anymore. Yep. If given enough time, the Kled will win that all 1 versus 1. So we'll keep seeing BB use his silent pressure. You see, it's 0-0-0, but it's still up 1k gold. 1.1k gold straight from solo laning, and that is just those tower plays that are so powerful and so valuable that he's been chipping down on.
Sundisk down here from Yehu as Broken Blade goes in with the charge. Should be able to walk away if he wants to, and he's going to do exactly that. Decimating Smash from Kana doesn't find his mark. The Sundisk now falls, and Skumon's on the flank. Onslaught going out from the Scion as he just tries to retreat. Caps jumps in. A Mantrid Inspire, but Yehu falls lower, and a Great Impale will find its mark. G2. They just chase you down.
And look, BB's going top. He says, oh, you have no TP on Sign. Azir is dead. I'm gonna get myself a free little tower as we put down the Herald bot lane right now. You see how fast they're playing the map? They get 1 pick and instantly translate that into 2 side lane tier 2s.
Yeah. It's setting up the side lanes as well. Caps was up there, getting that wave stacked up, then moves down, walks all the way across to join his team, and BB just has the time to TP up towards the top side. And I think we've proven it's not a single-pronged spear anymore for G2. Broken Blade and Skumon can be on that front line, and KC just don't have the damage to break them in twain.
Yeah, I mean, Bruce Lee said be like water, and I feel like G2 right now are playing the map so fluidly. Sure. I feel like they are just the map. They know exactly where to be, exactly where to push their buttons, and they know they are stronger, and they're using that so well. A lot of the times we see teams be 2, 3, 4k gold ahead, but they're so scared. They don't know how to then progress the map. But I think G2 has had an exceptional snowball with the side lane pressures that they've been using immaculately.
I very much agree with you. DJ Khaled said another one, and in 2 minutes 20 there's an Ocean Drake available for G2. Would be their 2nd of the game and soul for them.
The 2 greatest philosophers,
yeah,
Bruce
exactly.
Lee and DJ Khaled right now being referenced on the LEC stream here in Madrid, as G2 have their eyes on this Baron, but I don't think they want to start it because they know in 2 minutes that juicy little Dragon Soul is spawning, and I don't think KC right now, if you look at their items, I don't think they have the stats to stop them.
Yeah, you've got a 2-item Jhin, but Jhin is not known for his tank killing capabilities in the slightest. Azir still not at 2 items, and after an even laning phase is now 1.4k gold in the hole. It's going to be paying off that interest for a while, to say the least. For G2, they run the Rift. There is not a single iota of red vision past their base. Like they have one ward next to the red buff.
They have some Jin traps in there. Okay,
sorry, there's 2 Jin traps in the lane. Now they put the fast out alteration down in the pit, but it's immediately caught out by the oracles.
You see, they have 3 blue orbs right now. I think they realize this is the only way they're gonna get vision, so they need to use those blue trinkets to the best of their ability. And it's gonna be dire as now the clock is ticking down, as we said. 1 minute on the Ocean Drake. It is spawning, and I don't think you can contest this, KC. But is there a side angle? Do you have any other option than to pray you win a random 5v5? I don't think so, Medic.
I mean, you said it in draft, right? Like, G2's composition plays so well through the 1-3-1, not only because they can apply pressure, but also because they have escape tools, right? If you're looking at KC, it's like, okay, well, we can jump on someone with Grand Starfall, we can overnumber a lane, right? If you go on the LeBlanc, she dashes out. If you go on the Ezreal, he dashes out. If you go on the Skirmishes, he tanks you for 1.5 years. And if you go on Broken Blade, he can tank you for a while, but he can also just joust and then charge away.
Absolutely.
Like, there's so many escape tools for G2, and for KC, so little way to catch purchase actually onto the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, usually I would say there's always a chance of AD carry dying on a mid-wave, but I think even Hansama won't find a way to die on his mid-wave as right now KC has kind of secured themselves a little bit of posture here. They are first in the river, and I think they have done a good job to set themselves up for a position where they actually could contest this dragon. You see Cap steeping in now, and they're gonna have to play this slow. You see BB is on the flank in the bot side, and I think a fight could break out any minute right now.
Lucio the target here for Broken Blade, cleanse away from it. Kalist on the backline, just deleted! He lost that joust in a heartbeat, and it's a Knight's Tale for Broken Blade. Yahoo gonna fall as well, and G2 are just ripping them to shreds. 3 for naught in a heartbeat as Kana tries to get away, but there's no escaping the claws of Skumond. G2 are teaching KC a lesson.
They're teaching them how to play the map, they're teaching them how to play macro and 1-3-1 all at the same time. You see, that's why we pick Kled. If you want to force a fight, you just can. You just press the R button and you go in. You saw that KC had a good position, but due to the combat stats, Broken Blade knew if a fight breaks out, we are just way stronger. So he doesn't need a fantastic engage, he just needs an engage. And he found it for G2, and that will be the Ocean Soul picked up as well by Skumon and Caps.
A 9,000 gold lead, a Soul, 3 grubs, 5 turrets to 2 at the 22-minute mark. Here, BB is just like, I'm just going to assassinate someone, jumps on Kalist.
I mean, it's a 1-3-1 combo, but still, BB and Caps just completely played that like they were Kiana and Talon. They just got onto Kalist and just one-shot him. That auto-attack reset with the Titanic Hydra does so much damage by Kled as it scales up his HP total. And with Caps finding that initial chunk was an easy pickup for him. And then it's just a clean fight, clean up. You saw that Kana was really tanky, but it doesn't really matter when your carries are dead, sadly.
Kill the Scion last is an apt phrase for how you deal with comps like this, and G2 just enacted it to perfection. Double blue orbs blown in the Baron pit there by KC as they look to try and get a small sliver of vision, but they just don't manage to find it. Another one goes down. Hansama's going to turn his attentions over towards this fight with a tidal wave coming out. The clones gonna block him with Kled on the back like Kalist. Just can't win that battle. The arena is Broken Blades today. Yahoo dashes away. The True Shot Barrage almost takes him out, but it's a defensive Emperor's Divide once again from the KC mid.
I mean, it's such a clean play. G2 start Baron, and the moment KC show an interest in contesting it, Broken Mid goes ta-ta-ta-ta and just goes onto Kalist, who is completely isolated in the back down as Roll, trying to find any semblance of vision in the Baron pit. It's an easy pickup now, and this Baron will also be an easy pickup unless Yike can find another miracle steal.
Camps goes in, can't quite catch onto Yike, but Skumon and Hansama turn their attentions towards the KC jungler instead of the Baron. Now, with the True Shot Barrage going down, Yike falls to a 3rd HP. No way in for him, really. It's got to be a Grand Starfall. An Aqua Prism down onto Kano as well. Yike, like he's ulting in here.
They're so
nothing.
cautious, see, they're stopping the damage. They don't want to give it a 50-50 chance. They're turning on Kana.
Starfall comes in, they dive onto Kano, and the Baron begins to regenerate, and Yike's in the pit, but that Baron is too healthy for him to deal with it. And now Caps can just chase his old teammate down. It's a double for Caps as G2 play the dance around the Baron perfectly.
I mean, the respect by G2 to stop hitting the Baron for 10 seconds just because they know how good Yike are in the smite steals is so beautiful to see. They did what Fnatic could not, and they did not allow a single chance for a comeback play by KC here. As we see this again, you see Kalista standing here completely isolated. He's just ulting in the face of a vicious Kledmeister that is Broken Blade, and he doesn't have any peel, he doesn't have any backup. Kana and Yehu has already left him, and this is just why G2 started the Baron. It was not to get the Baron, it was to bait the play.
It's also where G2 leave their vision before they look towards the fight. They have a control ward in the middle of mid lane and one around the side towards KC's blue buff. And it's like, that's the ideal path for a Kled to take to get onto an ulting Jhin, to get onto the back line. It is really heads-up play from G2 so far, and it feels a little bit like we are just singing G2's praises, but I must remind you all, we are, 100%. I must remind you all, like, KC is 6-0.
Yeah.
KC have been dominating this season. They've beaten Vitality, they've taken clean sweeps against a lot of teams, and for G2, who were struggling at the start of the season, to come in and show this performance in Game 1, it is not being close. From minute 2, minute 3, when that fight started at the Razorbeaks, it has been entirely in G2's control, and you have to give a huge amount of credit to Skewmont in particular for that. He has run the map. As KC are forced back into their base, and with the TPs coming out, I just don't think they can defend.
No, I mean, Skewmont really has been the bouncer this game. He's let nothing go past him. He's been so strong, as you said. I think that play on the top side was really the main one that solidified the game. As he now goes in, will flash out, but this just will be an easy game finish for G2. They're trying to chase a little bit of extra kills, a little bit of extra KDA for their fantasy stats, but it will be the Nexus falling in the favor of G2 as they draw first blood in the series.
Just an absolute whitewash. An absolute, like, you could have rained off this game and said G2 won it like this and it would have been exactly the same. G2 in a game that really cements their place near the top of the table, absolutely dismantle KC. And for KC, you're looking at it, it's like, well, was it draft? Was the Jhin not good enough? Did we need more damage? The early game, of course, was skewed heavily by the fact that you had that shield vault into an Ishtal's impact and the Skarner just gets a free kill. What do you need to change?
I mean, I think you gotta start in the top side. Like, I don't like this blind pick Sion for Kana going into Broken Blade. I think it gave too much of a pick for him.
It did. We're gonna hand it over to Aether, who's standing by with Skewmont.
Que jugador! Wow, what a first game! What a game! How hard was it out of 10 to beat KC in Game 1?
I mean, honestly, it was like pretty easy. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm happy with how we played. But I mean, I think they will probably come back stronger for the next one, so I'll do my best to stay focused.
Yeah. But tell me, what made it so comfortable, Game 1?
I mean, I just think everybody was like really on the same page during the game, and we were just able to actually like play together and be on the same page, as I said. So it felt like pretty smooth to play.
Okay, nice. I'll let you go back. Thank you so much, Skewmont.
Are coming because G2 is looking hot right now in Madrid and very convincing, honestly. So I do want to revisit what we have been talking about before the series with the board here, because you guys were torn between the two junglers.
Right there.
Yeah, Dagda, you want to get there as well?
I think if I can actually just go all the way over here, that would be great.
Yeah, there you
we
go.
can be best buds. Look at us, best buds.
Best buds with him.
I mean, we came into the series talking about how the jungle matchup was going to determine a lot, right?
Yeah.
We talked about how we thought that the jungle matchup was going to determine like where the focus was going to be, and the differences between Rob and I largely came from, well, I think Yike's ability to find advantages through solo lanes, largely trying to play through top, kind of get Kana in that position to 1v9 the game, would be their biggest edge. And Rob talked a lot about the bot side, but it ended up just being a very much jungle matchup in itself.
And I think it's actually G2 doing a good job of exploiting some of these tendencies that we see from KC, right? Like, KC traditionally at about 315 to 330 go for this ward in the Raptors, and then they look to solidify like re-invades or look to find skirmishes in River. And I think that Skewmont was on point this game. Constantly finding Yike on the map, constantly there to cover these plays. And I think it really, as you say, Vedi, came down to Skewmont just understanding how to put Yike in his place.
The only kills that KC could get was in that bot lane dive.
Yeah.
Aside from that, it was sheer domination from G2. And I had some concerns early game for G2 because seeing the LeBlanc actually kind of falling a little bit behind Yahoo in the Azir matchup when you've deliberately picked it as a counter pick. The fact that the Kled isn't really putting that much pressure onto the Sion. One of the things that I believe in with it comes to KC is the consistency that they showcase in their laning phase. That's why I believe so much that the junglers would make the difference. But Skewmont, like, as a player, after first stand, I've been saying, okay, he's been performing below expectations only because we put him at such a high standard now, right? After first stand, it was very much like,
Top
bro,
jungler.
You're in the conversation for one of the best junglers in the world. But it seems that when it comes to international, when it comes to domestic, you just need to leave the studio and he becomes the best jungler in the world.
Yeah. I wanted to highlight this play in the bottom lane, though, at the 8-minute mark, which was the dive that came through from KC. Because I was talking about, exploiting some of those tendencies from KC that G2 were doing. This was a good example of KC actually adapting on the fly, going, hey, look, usually when we have a Sion, we will rotate our bot lane up to that top side around the 8-minute mark, start to look for plays up there, and start to look for some of the objectives. But instead, they were like, no, we're actually going to look for a dive. And you can see G2 were actually ready for that potential rotation because they had vision and they were spotting to see when that play was coming through. And I think that was why it was a good adaptation from it. But I think this is where the problems in the draft started to come through, where I think if this had been, something like the Caitlyn that was alongside it, suddenly you could try and play through this strong bot lane and look for a much bigger advantage. But as we look at the draft on your screen, they ended up banning away the Caitlyn because KC left this AD carry so late in the draft. You end up having the Pantheon and the Azir priority, which I didn't really like. I think Pantheon, in a lot of situations, I slot him into, hey, he can help cover for these carries in the top lane when you have a Vayne and you have a Varus, and you can try and play through this style. And you even heard Finn say, hey, this is what I wanted from Kana, this kind of carry top side of the map. But you don't get the opportunity in this situation because you don't have the counter pick. And now this Pantheon didn't really have the support it needed. The bot lane didn't really have the push it needed. And it ended up being in this weird, wonky position where you're losing out on both halves of the map at the same time.
On paper, didn't really have an issue with KC's draft. I'm very much on the side of, I think, especially over in the LCK, they love Pantheon. They think that generically it's very strong. For me, though, I think that when you're drafting Pantheon, you kind of want to do one of two things. Number one, you want to try and play through sides.
Yes.
Or number two, you need a dive buddy, effectively. And for me, I think that those are some of the things that he was lacking in this setup. He's very limited in his actual options, because we did see in every gank that he tried to make, even though Skumond was ready, I think that Yike was ahead enough of the play that they could have made those plays work, but Karma Jhin, I felt like wasn't really providing the damage that they needed in the skirmishes. I felt like Sion is not a lane that he could really play through. And to me, G2 just did a really good job of reacting to a lot of what KC did. Because on paper, in isolation, this KC comp, I can definitely see how the whole thing functions. But the LeBlanc, the mobility, how do you attack this thing on a side? Skarner in the early skirmishes, it just had way more HP. And diving in Ezreal is a really hard thing to do. So it really felt like G2 came in super well prepared. Rob highlighted how they did it in-game. I feel like we're highlighting here how they're doing it in draft. And it just feels like G2 is mega locked in here in day one of this series.
You were coming with the premise that KC is this one-dimensional team. Do you feel like we've seen the same weaknesses that we've seen 2 weeks ago in Evry, for instance, and the same difficulties from them?
Yeah, I do think a little bit. Okay. I think it's a similar story of, hey, well, two parts. I do think G2 are doing a good job of exploiting tendencies in the jungle to try and shut down Yike, because I think this Lucio-Yike combo is that kind of one dimension that you look at in the early game for KC. But at least KC did a good job of trying to adapt by playing into this bottom side, having an option to open up Lucio to then work with Yike. But unfortunately, the damage was already done. Like, they'd already taken over too much control in the early stages. And I think for G2 specifically, they are a much better team than what we saw in Evry. And the competition that KC had in Evry, they are not going to have moments to get back into the game in the same way that they did against the likes of Shifters and Fnatic. And I think that's where the big problem is for KC. They're not growing their leads in the early game properly to face off against top teams.
My take is because it's only been one game, so I'm not going to jump to that. For me, I very much felt like that this was just a really bad game from Yike. I think that Yike super underperformed compared to my expectations of him as a player. Coming into this weekend, I was going to argue that he is the best performing jungler of the regular season. And when I have that expectation of you, to play the way that he did was very under the level that I normally expect from Yike. So I'm still going to hold judgment. I think that KC is a stronger team than what they've showcased in this game one. And I'm hoping very much so that they bounce back. But for me, in order for them to do that, it's Yike that I'm looking at. He has to have a stronger performance in this series if KC is going to stand a chance against G2.
I'm looking at Yike and I'm looking at Kana, not on tanks, because this was so one-sided.
Yes,
but
true.
That's not the matchups we want to see here. Props to Broken Blade. He's been playing much better. We also saw that last week in the LEC and in the studio. But Come on, man.
Yeah.
Especially the use of red side. I want to use something else.
I do think that they tunneled a little too much on this Azir. It seemed that mid matchup seemed to be what Casey was the most afraid of, to be completely honest with you. Yahoo is 11-1 in the LEC on Azir.
Yeah.
His only loss is to G2. In the LEC versus,
now
right?
he's twice on it.
And now he's lost to them twice. So it seems to me that their goal was to try and set Yahoo up for success in the mid lane matchup.
Oh, Kana died.
And they weren't able to do that. So I think they need to move away. I think they need to try and get a stronger top side. I need to see Yike step up because I feel like the bot lane was very much of a nothing burger. And also Karma. 7-game loss streak now in the LEC.
8 now.
8 games.
Yeah, absolutely insane. This Karma has not gone well at all. Apparently, it's the new Lucian.
Just drop
you know,
it.
you pass it on. It's like they played in lane against each other, and the curse passed from one to the other.
No, from the ADC to the support, actually. Well, the good news is we're not going to see that champion again. But for now, G2 opens up the score convincingly against KC. Let's see what happens in game 2.
I'm front of us. I'm on Gina. I mean to chase. I mean to. I hit. Run, come on the flash. Okay, go ahead.
Flames away from it. Kalist on the backline. Just deleted. He lost that joust in a heartbeat, and it's a Knight's Tale for Broken Blade. Yahoo gonna fall as well, and G2 are just ripping them to shreds.
He's not here. Take the kill. It's one shot. I will ult soon. I beam. Okay, no, it's fine. He's already flash shot. Okay, just end the game. We can end.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call it.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run, met the bitter truth and I choked it down. now. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
Amazing to see Game Changers Rising coming back. Always one of my favorite parts of the year, getting to watch that tournament. It's just, it's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, generally, there's a lot of cool storylines as well. Like Countess roll swapping to mid.
True.
We're going to see how that turns out.
See how a Korean boot camp went as well.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of cool stuff going on there, so make sure you do catch it if you can, as we are here at the road trip for the LEC in Madrid, where G2, playing in an arena, seem to think it's playoffs again as they absolutely decimate KC in game one.
I mean, that was one-sided.
Yeah.
I thought that this series would be competitive, but what I saw in game one, that was not very competitive. So I want to see now KC go back to what has been working for them, because when I saw the draft in game one, I thought, not very KC-like. I did not really like this Sion pick for Kana. I think they had a little bit of mind games going on, that maybe if Broken Blade would answer the Sion with a Kusante, then that would mean that both champions are out in Fearless, and that would kind of mean top lane wide open for Kana to blind pick whatever he wants. But didn't really work out in game one. But Sion is now taken out, so KC has chosen first pick, as G2 has chosen blue side.
Yeah, both teams, of course, locked in our top 6 into playoffs, but double elimination still on the line for both of them. Actually, it would be very unlikely that KC from 6-0 go down to 6-3 and then don't make it into our top 4. So there's a lot of different permutations that would have to happen for that to happen. But you have to remember, going against the other teams that are sitting in those top 4 spots and not doing too well is never a motivating factor.
I mean, it's also about confidence, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think KC has kind of had a hype train going all season right now with a 6-0 start, and I think maybe the hype train has stopped at the first station right now. That is this G2 best of 3, because it seems like they finally met their match. As we are into draft fully, we do see the same bans as KC did game 1 with the Nautilus and Jarvan, still kind of trying to set up themselves to play these Enchanter range supports. Don't really want to deal with Nautilus, don't really want to deal with a Jarvan. So
you just can't ban Seraphine now. If you want an Enchanter, that's who you've got left, dude.
Yeah.
You've got Seraphine, Melio. Those are your 2 options. Nico falls in this weird, like, she's an engaged support, but she's ranged.
Inara, Lulu. There's been
Lulu,
some
I guess, as
Sorakas in our
well,
league. I think if you want to play Enchanters, you can.
Yeah.
You can always force them if you dig that deep in your pool. It will be the Nivea ban, kind of setting themselves up for an early rise, I would assume, unless Labrov has been drinking the Kool-Aid in solo queue and been spamming that stuff support, which is entirely possible.
It's possible, but unlikely. I'm going to put that one into the ether over there.
Okay.
Varus is the final ban from G2. They don't want Kana getting his hands on anything too easy. Ash is going to be the pick. G2 obviously would have read that this would be either Ash Seraphine, so likely to see them either pick up Yanara Lulu or look for one of those two.
Also, Caitlyn Bard has been quite good
Caitlyn
into
Bard,
the Ash Seraphine.
Okay.
I think Vitality plays a lot of Caitlyn Bard into Ash Seraphine. I think also Ansam has had 1 or 2 Caitlyn games this split, so does seem in his wheelhouse. I know he likes to play the lane, dominant AD carries, and Labrov on Bard has been a growing playmaker for G2.
Yeah.
I think his Bard has really grown into a good player, playmaking player.
He's a playmaking player.
He's a show-making, playmaking maker, but it will be the Bard lock in here for
cool.
Labrov. So I do like this early 1-2 from G2. Once again, not conceding any bot lane prior. They know that the enemy team wants to draft strong bot lanes, and they are matching them in that regard.
And they did that entirely in game 1 as well. We didn't see any lead really come out of Calispucio, even after they got that tower dive. Like, they got 2 kills on the Jhin, and then they weren't really able to extend that lead past 400-500 gold. Hansama eked it back, obviously helped by the fact that the rest of his team was doing so well. But there is the rise from the Anivia ban we were talking about earlier. Ash Seraphine, this is much more KC when you look at it so far.
It's very KC and also very telegraphed. You ban the Jarvan and the Nautilus for the Ash Seraphine, and you ban the Anivia for the Rise. So G2 knew this was coming, and I want to assume that they have something planned into this Rise pick, because usually you don't see it getting handed over for free, and looks like it might be an Annie lock-in for Caps, which has a lot of CC, but it's not really good into the Rise 1v1. But what she does have is great setup for a skirmish-heavy jungler to come and take a little visit to the mid lane and maybe pick up a free kill or 2 on the Rise.
So we're looking at things like Vi, Xin Zhao, Nocturne if you really want.
Potentially. I think these are all very good shoutouts.
We'll see
New
where-
Skewmon, he does like to play a lot of champions, so might have something else in the tank. Now will be the Jace ban, and I assume this is because the Sion is out of the pool after game 1, and that is the main tank answer into the Jace, unless you want to go for something funky, which I think is a clever ban by G2.
G2, I'm wondering if they do need to go for a tank top, right? If you get enough damage from jungle, you can just tank, you play an Ornn, right? And then Ornn Annie has incredible potential later on in the game. Caitlyn there to put traps down alongside it. You can also look for some damage towards that top lane. Yasuo ban here from KC really implies they're looking towards the Gnar.
Really does signal the Gnar heavily. So this is the question now, G2. Do you have other answers into the Gnar, or are you just going to take it out of the rotation? Because you can play tanks into Gnar. It's not very fun, but you can potentially just like pick a tank, play Cassante, suffer all laning phase and go somewhat even. Not something I would recommend.
How does Shen do into Gnar?
Shen is horrible into Gnar.
Okay.
Every single time he wants to taunt on you, you just jump away and then you run him down with the boomerang.
You
So
got the little hop
it's
having
historically one of the best Gnar counters we have ever seen. I do think if you want to play a tank into Gnar, something that we haven't seen so much yet is a good old Malphite.
Sure.
Have good poke on the Gnar, and the moment he goes mini, you can just threaten Unstoppable Force all in and take either his life or a really big chunk. So
and then you have a low mobility AD carry, a low mobility mid laner, and a low mobility support. Like you have the only problem with a Malphite here is if you ult and you don't catch the Seraphine, she ults on top of you and it goes through your entire team, right?
Absolutely,
so a little bit of a threat. Vayne, the final ban from KC. Nocturne taken away by G2.
So you could take the Gnar here if you want yourself.
You go jungle, no?
Yeah, I mean, but like if you think that fact that the Yasuo, Vayne, Varus are all out, Jace out as well, you could in theory take the Gnar here on 4 if you're willing to take like the Renekton match. I mean, I don't know what kind of will play into the Gnar, probably. Actually, I don't know, but will actually be the Gnar lock in here from BB. So I think that's a clever move. You saw the Vayne ban, you saw the Yasuo ban, Jace is out, Sion is out, Rumble is out, so you just take the Gnar yourself here. Rooster had a great showing on the Akali into Gnar. I think Kana would also be the person to pull it off.
Irelia.
Irelia here?
Irelia for Kana.
I mean, I would like it.
Yeah.
I think Akali is more his type. I think we had this conversation every single time a top laner is born. There's coin flips. Either you're playing range
AP
champions.
assassin or AD like damage
exactly.
ruler, I guess,
So they're gonna think a little bit more about it and lock in the Xin Zhao in the meanwhile, which makes perfect sense. Together with the Rise is a great front line with the Ash Seraphine. Like Xin Zhao can just go in, sweep around him, become invulnerable to damage, and then just have a Seraphine ult coming behind him and supporting him. So it's a tried and true combo.
Crescent Guard does so much work in these sorts of situations, especially into things like the Annie, who do just want to get that CC down and then like really burst you out. Aurora is the pick into the Gnar top side.
It is a hard matchup for Gnar early, but I think once it gets Phage and Merc Freds, this game, this Gnar could be a massive issue. Look at the team comp of KC. I think they got caught a little bit off guard by this Gnar on 4 because they now have Ryze, Aurora, Seraphine and Ashe. Now I think we're gonna see a lot of Merc Freds on the side of G2 here, itemizing against all that CC. So it's gonna be about can G2 and BB harness this early weakness of the Gnar and kind of get him to a safe spot, because when Gnar gets Trinity Force and Mercs, he's in a really good spot against Aurora as the Olaf lock-in comes in for Scuman. And we were talking about skirmish heavy junglers now. That man loves skirmishing.
You have enough CC from the rest of your comp that your goal is just to run down the Ashe. Run down whoever you can get on top of. Obviously, you can ignore the Encore as well with your Ragnarok. And when you have the Annie there to set up the initial CC, all you need to do is land an Undertow afterwards. And then the Ryze is either flashing away in mid lane or he's dead.
I mean, he will die. Olaf runs at him, and depends how fast you can proc your Storm Raider search right now. Before it was a bit easier with the Phase Rush. You could just do 3 spells, run away with that slow resistance.
Is it Storm Raiders only now?
I assume he's gonna go Storm Raiders on Ryze. I think there's no other real keystone for him to take unless you want to go for like a spell book, I guess, with Ghost. But yeah, you're gonna see Storm Raiders on Ryze most likely. And I mean, if he can't get that initial burst onto Olaf to get that little burst of movement speed, it might suffer, but I think he will have enough damage. It won't really be an issue for him. It's going to be a bigger issue for the Ashe Seraphine, because Olaf just runs straight through them, straight into the backline. And if there's an Annie on the flank or a Gnar on the flank, it's a very hard situation to live through if you're an Ashe. That much is for certain.
Yes. The problem for Skumond is if he doesn't get ahead, he does die pretty quickly when he runs in, right? Like, there's enough damage on the enemy team. There's a Xin Zhao as well to separate you from your own bodyguards, from your own teammates. It becomes pretty hard for you to actually get that damage down. And alongside that, there's this kind of the balancing act that has to be struck generally between these two team comps. It's like, if I Tibbers first, is that just going to get met by an arrow? If I Crescent Guard first, is that going to get matched by a Ragnarok? If I Tempered Fate first, the Bardo, is that going to get matched by an Encore as soon as they come out of it? There's this ebb and flow that really... Sometimes I think that the team that goes first here, if they don't burst someone down, might actually just be losing. As we see the Ghost coming out from Kalista and the heal from Busio, heal from Han Summer, as you say. Labrov down to a 3rd HP, and he's going to have to pop through those potions. We'll get level 2, and the Caretaker Shrine will help him a little bit, but not the best. Also bad for Caps in mid, as he left that lane for a while.
Caps wanted to move down here and actually secure the bot lane push for G2. But not only that, they kind of bait Labrov into taking a really bad trade, he was now late on mid wave as well. Will of course get the XP, but now Yehu having a lot of free reign in this lane. He does actually start to E on Annie. He procs it with the shield, which is quite funny. I've never seen that before.
You do it for trading patterns.
Yeah.
You use Molten Shield in, you can walk further forward, and
the
if someone attacks you, they take damage.
I'm gonna be honest.
But he took Electrocute back from it, dude. It kind of works. Is that Deathfire Grasp?
They look the same to me.
I think it's Deathfire Grasp on
Deathfire's touch on the Ryze.
So not Grasp, yeah, Deathfire touch.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also an old head medic. I do miss DFG, but I think that's the Deathfire's touch.
I'm pretty sure it's touch.
It is, yes, because the Storm Raiders looks like the old Rogue icon.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Rogue. So Yehu's securing himself a lot of early push right now in this matchup. Will probably have very nice time. Does not have the TP though, so Caps can always kind of bail himself out with 1 recall, should he need it.
Yeah, also placed a ward down towards the bottom side of his lane just to make sure there wasn't a level 3 gank from Skumond. Yike could look for a bit of an invade here on towards the red, but a ward out from Skumond will spot the fact this is happening. And the problem for Yike is, well, his bot lane can't move. Busio's already hit, so he's going to have to go across and start up the Krugs instead. Now has to back off because there's a ward over the wall, and when becomes lightning, will dispel his downfall. Above there with a sweeper, though, will allow these Krugs to go over to his jungler, just as Busio tries to steal it with a beat drop.
I mean, we saw last game, it was actually G2 that had pushed in almost every single lane. This time it's KC, and Yike now going for his invade is very well and proactively timed, because he actually now denies one of the buffs from Olaf. And suddenly, while Olaf does win the river all-in against Xin Zhao, I think without red buff, he might actually not do that anymore, just because how strong those raw combat stats are in a full all-in. So Yike will try to secure at least 1 crab here.
Yeah, who goes in for Caps? Beat drop as well. There's a high note, Busio. Comes towards mid lane, gets the kill. Skumond looking for the chase here. Yehu holding on to his flash, and Skumond won't land the second undertow.
I'm gonna show this clip next time my supporters tell me in solo queue that they can't roam on Seraphine, because Busio obviously disagrees. Finds a fantastic roam, shuts down Caps, and this is a different KC altogether. They have so much early push in every single lane. Yike is using that push to invade. Busio is using that push to set up Yehu, and suddenly now it is G2 starting the game on the back foot. 500, 600 gold down now to start this game, so very well played by the KC bot side.
I'm sorry to break it to you like this, Finn, but your support in solo queue is not Busio.
Soon it might
and
be.
your top laner is not Kana. And I'm afraid, unfortunately, the roams don't work out this well usually in solo queue. Busio, the great move, does burn his flash, so is it a bit of a risk if he gets caught out by Cosmic Binding, but already has that Ruby Crystal and the cloth boots for the extra movement speed here, making it much harder for Labrov to actually get his mitts on the enemy support.
See a little bit of trading in mid. See already a healthy goal lead being attained top, and that's
Oh,
a bad
no!
portal!
The magical journey! It's a journey to nowhere! Labrov killed off by Kalist. And the Ashe Seraphine combination coming up. Jumps once again as Caps has to flash away. Yehu's still holding on to his flash. Skumond looking for the chase, and will find it with the reckless swing.
I swear when I see Caps play, I don't know if he's predicting or seeing all these little health bars happen in real time, as now it is Yike going on to Caps, and that was personal.
Skumond's
flash.
chasing though. Can he get in range for an undertow? I don't think so.
Ooh, I think he can, I think he can.
Yike doesn't have the movement speed from the Scuttle Crab. He's got his top laner moving down, misses the one becomes lightning. Undertow goes wide.
Oh, don't chase
Skumond, doesn't really want to chase too much further. Look at the kill before that. Yike heals up though, and with the Q3, Skumond healed up with the Caretaker's Shrine won't be enough. Yike still low as his enemy jungler has fallen. Broken Blade comes across and picks up the kill and takes himself a buff out of it too. They'll chase onto Kana, magical journey. Kana backed in the right spot to just walk away.
Oh, it's a brawl in the mud this game, Medic, okay? You see, I would love to break this pace down because there's so many things happening right now. But G2 actually fight back once, and BB getting that kill will do him so many favors in the laning phase, accelerating his Mercury Threads purchase now. But Caps is 0-2, starting this game on the back foot, and Yehu has been pushing in him deep. So it starts with this. Yehu almost finds this play on the Caps, but he baits it masterfully and just sets up an easy kill for Skumond. And now you thought the play would end, but Yike sees Caps recalling a little bit too greedily and punishes with winds become lightning and then flash. And here Skumond thinks he can land the undertow, but now when he misses the first one, I think he had to run out because
he's so close,
is coming. And he misses another one, so well played by Yike, showing some fancy feats. Still, Labrov, due to dying, is actually here first.
Yeah.
If he didn't die bottom, he would not be here, and this play would look very differently, but sometimes that's how the game goes.
That gets across in time to help it out, but KC now with leads in every lane but jungle. Only Skumond with a gold lead for G2. Kalist about 200 ahead, Kana the same towards that top lane. You said that Mercury Treads plus Phage would be the angle for Broken Blade. Well, he's close. He's already got those Merc Treads. Phage on its way as Yehu here is just going to Realm Warp out. And Labrov once again just moving away from that bot lane. Still level 3 on the Bard with how much he's been out on the map. Now level 4.
Just hit level 4 now, but now Hansama is left completely alone due to that rotation.
I know, cleanses away the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Meanwhile on the top side, Broken Blade looks for the wall-up into the house, needs another or 2 autos and doesn't get the second on the bot side. It's a high note and drops Hansama as Kalist and Busio very easily just dive that. Busio gets the second kill of the game.
This game is a very sharp contrast to game 1. That was a very slow early game. Not a lot of kills happening. Now there's fights in every single lane. KC punishes the Labrov roam to mid by just diving Hansama straight up. I guess he thought that Labrov thought that Hansama would not be able to get over here on just one wave, but Kalist tips over to level 6, and with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow was just an easy pickup here. As Hansama tries to cleanse it and tries to kind of play under his tower. But you see how well KC are reading the turret aggro. They actually wait for the tower acceleration damage to fall off, and then they re-engage. If they just kept committing to that dive in one turn, I don't think they have enough damage to kill Hansama before they die to the accelerated tower damage.
Very much agreed, and now KC are going to get the first Drake of the game. They were unable to pick up one in game 1. The Hawk Shot spots Skumond as well. And KC with these pushing lanes have just been able to get advantages all over the map. And a lot of it sitting in that bot side. A 1.2k total gold lead for Kalist and Busio right now. Busio already has his World Atlas upgraded, whereas Labrov is still waiting on his. It's a level 4 support to almost a level 6 on Busio.
I think Busio's just holding the level up timer here, and they might look for a flash ult. Because remember, Hansama's no cleanse.
I know. Not quite able to get close enough.
I think he just needs his cannon minion to level up to level 6, but Kana eats forward.
Broken Blade goes in with the Gnar, gets the stun against the wall, Wallop there for the follow-up, chucks a house at his back. Yike is on his way across, BB needs to hit, this doesn't. Kana with a good fancy feet to dodge to the side. But yeah, Kana jumping forward there was a little bit brave. Baiting for Yike, you could say.
I think a little bit of a fast finger there by Kana. Did not intend to jump straight into the Mega Gnar, but you see BB this game looking very comfortable on the Gnar. It's the moment he gets that Mercs, the matchup just shifts because all Aurora's damage is so loaded into these skill shots.
Yeah.
And the moment you have fleet movement speed, you have Mercury threads, and eventually Phage as well, you can have round up another.
There's the encore follow-up, Busio with the beat drop, a magical journey there for Hansama, and he doesn't get out in time. Busio goes on a killing spree. He's picked up 3. That's one more than G2 in their entirety.
And he predicted the board portal with his double Q. So actually picks up Hansama while he thought he was taking the bus out of town. He ends up perishing in the portal that Labrov put down for him. What a beautiful predict by Busio. And his Seraphine is just something magical. This is not something you see from every Seraphine. He just looks so dominant already. 3, 0, and 1 on this pick.
That's the largest gold lead in the game on support too. Like, Busio absolutely popping up in this game.
This beautiful play that Busio pulls off. You see the arrow comes out and it looks quite easy. You see the CC chain, but here he sees the portal being taken and he picks up Hansama mid-journey. Oh my goodness gracious. That's a fighting top again, because why not?
Yeah, I think the thing for G2 now is you are quite far in the hole on the bottom side of the map. Like, yeah, Caps and Yahoo are relatively even. 150 gold is you know, you can sniff at that. Where it doesn't really matter. It's negligible. The top side is in their favor. Again, the difference between Broken Blade and Kana is negligible, but Broken Blade's in a position where he can actually fight back now. But you look at bot lane, and it's like KC are so gargantuanly far ahead that how do you mitigate this? How do you actually stop them from managing to have such a massive advantage? Yahoo here caught out with a magical journey. The chase comes in from Skumon. Busio here to try and help out. Ace in the whole magical journey taken away, and as you say,
that's not home.
He took a one-way ticket trip to hell. Got there in the end, dude. I'm tripping over the words. He's taking a trip to the fountain.
I mean, you asked what G2 could do, and when everything else fails for G2, you look to Caps to kind of pull it all together. So they're trying to set him up by attacking Yahoo. Labrov has been roaming a lot this game, and this one finally pays its due dividends and secures a nice kill. But look at Busio's confidence. He's just stepping up with 1v2.
That's Flash and Mikhails. Like, what are you going to do against him? Like, the only thing that CCs him now is a tempered fate. Apart from that, you have no recourse. You have no way of stopping this Seraphine from doing whatever she wants on the map. Does mean that she burns the heal and the Mikhail, so you get the summoners out at least. Skumon wasted a little bit of time around there, but he's still got his Krugs up, so he can go and clear those out.
But look, Kalist forced Hansama cleanse once again with Enchanted Crystal Arrow. There's now 3 more minutes where Hansama cannot step up due to the risk of that CC chain combo by KC. So not a great catch there by Kalist will secure them so much pressure in the coming 3 minutes, as now maybe he's caught off guard here. You don't want to go into the jungle there, man.
Ghost and he has Splash, but can he get away from the rampaging Olaf? The answer is a decided no. As Skumon taking matters into his own hands.
Medic.
That's the only way you can CC him. A Cosmic Binding finds him. Still through the flash. The overthrow encore gets the double charm. A double beat drop for the double root as well, but with an ace in the hole here for the follow-up. Seraphine's song is sung.
Rice is coming in as well.
Something.
It doesn't stop. Okay, it stops there. He decided not to take the Realm Warp there, but this is what G2 needs to do as there's another bounce. Gnar.
Kana will walk out of this one. It's going to hurt just trying to harass him.
It's going to hurt a little bit. Wow. G2 looked dire on the map.
That's another good one. He's going to go mini.
Really playing his matchup well. Having Kana under his tower constantly. Super, super nice to see, but wow, that was a fever dream and a half, that play, because Skumon just went across the entirety of KC's bot lane.
Yeah.
He went from straight to finish. A little world tour there. And he will be quite happy with that pickup. Now Olaf is a big threat.
And Hans was 800 gold behind Callist. And now he's... Okay, now he's 500. Is that a Cull just getting... Because he was 250 when I started my sentence. And I even checked the roll quest. And I was like, it's even. But yeah, Callist then does get 600 gold. But still, he's cut it by 200. He will be second Drake of the game for KC as well.
But that's the thing with the grubs, right? If you have one good play like that, suddenly the punish becomes so much larger. Yeah. While they were diving tier 2, Hansama was just trucking away at their bot side tower with free grubs, with Caitlyn passive, just gaining an abnormal amount of gold. So a lot of solace for the G2 bot lane.
Do you think I got baited by Cashback? Because also AD carries run it now. We can't see the secondary tree for Ashe.
That is
but
true.
It did just get the Kraken Slayer.
I probably got a lot of extra gold there. Cashback is fantastic.
It's such a good... when you're building 6 completed items and you have Cashback, it's like, yes, please. Feed me, Boris. Yes. Take all of that gold back.
I think it's Boris's funds he gets back, I guess so.
I mean, he's the guy you're paying, right? Yeah. Like, the thing is, Boris sells you all these magical items that aren't that magical because you can buy them again in the next game. They're not as unique as they seem, I'm going to say.
Also, there's multiple of them.
Probably mass-produced somewhere in Bilgewater. and then he gives them to you, and it's like, hey, give me all your money. I'll invest it in my minion mines as Temper Fate doesn't find Busio. Scheme on there for the chase as well. They're just trying to open Hans Summer up on the map. They're just trying to take this tower down, and they'll do exactly that. Hans Summer can get more gold into his pocket, as you say, with the 3 grubs. Takes this tower down pretty quickly. Not quite going to get it off this push, with Yike coming across and with the Realm Warp possibility from Yahoo. They want to back away. The Realm Warp not up right now. And you never know if G2 have tracked that timer perfectly. And they do just back away as soon as Yahoo goes into the fog of war around mid.
I love how Skumon is playing around his bot lane. You saw it game 1 as well, where Who's is acting as the bouncer. He goes a little bit wide here. It's actually
Cosmic binding into the stun. Yahoo able to walk away from the Tibbers though, and a Ragnarok comes out. The flash from Yike gets the knockback under the tower, and even with the Ragnarok, you can't survive those. Skumon taken out. Kana here as well, as you say, to secure that kill. LeBron has to flash, otherwise he will not see the light of day. The chasing from Kansas, Yikes oversteps. Yahoo still going in. Tibbers trying to get in the way of the overload. The Room Prison finds him, and an auto's enough. Tibbers gets angry, but Yahoo gets paid.
Oh, Yike was really cheeky there. He was trying to put a pink ward on the blast cone to deny Caps from taking it, but he's just like, wait, you wanna fight me? I'll fight you, bro. Yeah. Still, Yahoo picks up the kill in the end, but nice run by Kana. I think really using the fact that he wants to impact the map a little bit more. Broken was just pushing the wave by himself, and he meanwhile moves down. So we watch this fight just a little bit. So it starts with the arrow going quite wide. Yahoo actually steps up to try to bait Caps to walk back into the arrow. But it ends up him being having to flash out. And here I was really surprised that Yike moved in.
Oh, that flash
his Caps into his tower. But with Kana moving here from behind, he just knows he has the numbers. And he knows he has the follow-up damage with his boys there behind him. And this is where he puts down the pink ward. Caps calmly sidesteps, the wind becomes lightning, and just trade kills here. So volatile fighting is the name of the game, Medic. A lot of things happening so far, but still, Skumon is really growing into a big threat. I think he's going for the ultimatum Hextech thingy.
Yes.
As his last
experimental Hexplate, that's the one.
Experimental Hexplate, that's the word.
Yeah.
All these new items, I can't keep track.
Cleanse away from arrow. Yeah, the Callista is just sending them.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, if I get the cleanse out, that's all well and good. If we get more, perfect. As Broken Blade tries to chase down Kana, it's about to go Mega Gnar. Kana has to flash away because the threat of a Gnar was too great.
Between Worlds was down there, so he couldn't really use that to escape or buffer the big Gnar coming up from DB, so...
Okay, Finn. Currently we sit 17 minutes into the game. Gold lead, 400 gold in totality between these two teams. Obviously Skumon is skewing that very heavily towards the G2 side, whereas Callist and Busio are the majority of the lead for KC as they perhaps look for a dive. They're not going to go for it. You've got 2 Drakes to 3 Grubs. If you were in this situation, what are you looking at? What are you saying, hey, we got another Dragon up in a minute's time. How are you setting up for the next couple of minutes of play?
I mean, I think for sure Hansama needs to be hovered by this Olaf Bard combo, because every single time Hansama is left alone on that mid wave, that is just a gaping hole of pressure that the G2 cannot really do anything with. So you need to make sure Olaf, after he's clear, takes a stroll mid and kind of allows Hansama to push a wave or two. And now with that mid wave push, you can actually secure some vision. You see Lebrov is putting a little bit of vision down, but I don't think this is going to be very permanent. I imagine Casey is going to clear this vision quite soon, because that dragon is spawning. And I would actually give the strength to G2 right now if a dragon fight would break out, just due to how strong Skumon is. You see, he has 2 items now, and KC's comp is very ill-equipped to deal with an Olaf running after carries.
I get that.
You see Caps already hovering around there as well. KC wants to push his mid and then walk in, but I don't think it's going to be that easy for them.
Kana gets a move from the bottom
BB
side.
needs to
He
TP
jumps
now,
in.
though.
Skewman, there's a TP from BB. Hansama on the backline has to flash away from the weirding. BB TP's in. Ace
Here's
the hold
Mega.
from Hansama. BB has the Mega, lands the wall up onto Yike. Mikhails cleanses it away, but with enough follow-up in the 10, but Fate G2 find one. Ragnarok out from the Olaf. Good cosmic binding. LeBron has the Mikhails himself out. Broken Blade getting absolutely rattled down, and Kana finds a double. A good cosmic binding from LeBron will keep him alive for now, but KC turn it around, take 3 out of the fight.
And I'm surprised Caps didn't find a good ult there because it looked so good for G2. You find the initial pick onto Yike, and suddenly there's no jungle. You can just run back into the river, but when BB TP's in, they kind of feel compelled to fight. But an excellent disengage from KC kind of allows him to play. So look at his fight once again. Kana finds a good chunk and forces Hansama's flash. And BB TP's in Meganar, which KC did not expect. So here, Skewman runs rampant, and this is where you have to back.
Kalist, dude.
You have to back now because Kalist is free hitting. You don't have Olaf ult, you don't have Bard ult, and you don't have Gnar ult, and you have no more threats to kind of reach Kalist, and he's still super strong on this Ashe. So G2 overreaching a little bit after their cooldowns wore out. And this will be the soul point for KC now coming into the next Dragon.
It will be. Caps, congratulations. 4,000 assists in the LEC. The 4th player in history to hit that milestone after Mickey, Hilly, and Yankos all managed to do it before him. One player we still see in the league, one who's become a co-streamer now. He's retired. And obviously Hilly as well, the mad scientist as he was known in his heyday.
I don't think anyone is breaking Hilly's death record, so I think he has that on lock.
As locked down for the next millennium.
But you know, like, that's what you thought about Kadim in the NBA as well, and no one break his points record, but then LeBron kind of did that. But I don't think we're going to see another Hilly coming anytime soon, as G2 is pushing a little bit of pressure here onto the top side here, wants to get this tower down. Labrov will use the magical journey to escape.
I'm just saying, if any pro team wants to hire me for the next year or so, I can break that record.
In a year?
100%, man. You don't know how good
I
how
think
well
that
I
would
can
be breaking some sort of competitive integrity, Medic. I'm not sure if you want to break Hillesang's death record in a year.
I'll try my hardest, but these guys are that much better than I am.
I'm sure you would.
And Chagas from Kalist. Mikhails was available here for Labrov, and he didn't preemptively use it. He dies for that mistake. And KC find their 12th. Now with Rift Tower being put down in the mid lane, Skewman just looking to get the charge. And won't be able to do so. KC will take it down before he gets the charge of the turret. So no extra plates for G2.
And Kalist has had a monster game so far on this Ashe. Constant pressure over into the bot lane. Fantastic arrows back to back to back. And just in the last team fight, just saw what happens when he gets the off attack freely. Now,
Yike just on the chase here. Realmore coming out as well. This is the Ragnarok. It has to be burned because there's too many people surrounding him. He doesn't have pressure in any of his lanes. KC, and from minute 1 in this game, have done a really good job of punishing the fact that they have prio. At any moment, they can walk into your jungle. They stole that red early doors, and then since then, like, although Skewman has been able to find ways back in, it's mostly been through playing in a lane rather than through pushing into the enemy jungle.
Absolutely. It really has been a very stark contrast to game 1 by KC. I think they have snowballed fantastically. It has been a very messy game from both sides, but it feels like KC always had a firm grip on the situation. They always knew what was going to happen, and they always planned for it accordingly. So we'll just now be Yike. Labrov is walking up here. He's quite alone, but he's Bard. He'll probably be fine.
Should have the magical journey. Skewman waiting around the corner to see if he can find anyone.
Ragnarok is still down though. So
Skewman needs to get out here. Labrov unable to help him. A beat drop there, stun for the follow-up. Skewman lands the undertow. Hansama standing, waiting in the wings. Good cosmic binding, but not really too much Labrov can do in this situation. Has to be scared of Yahoo. Baron an option for KC. But with 5 members still on the enemy team, they can't go for it. Mikhails onto Yike as the Tippers came down for the stun. Does give a little bit of a heal, and Yike is able to use the blast cone to get himself out of that situation.
I mean, that's one of those plays where you feel really good. Because you walk into the enemy jungle, and you're pushing him out, and you're like, yeah, this is my jungle now, I own this stuff. You didn't get any camps.
Yeah, you also didn't get any vision that's stuck, yeah.
You kind of just wasted a minute of pressure just because you wanted to go in and flex your muscles onto the enemy jungler. So, will still be a minute of solace here for G2. Everything is going to come down to the next dragon, though, because let's take a little look at the flashes here. Kalist flash will be up. And if you look at G2, no one has really fought since that last dragon. So all flashes will be up and available for this coming dragon fight.
Yeah.
So big eyes on Kalist. Because if Kalist can free hit like it did last fight, I think there's 0% chance for G2 to actually win that fight. So they need to pay attention to him.
Big eyes on his inventory as well. Phantom Darts are Kraken and Hex Optics already complete for Kalist as they look to try and shut him down before the fight can start. Encore out cleanse. Cleanse from Hansama in the chase. With the Ragnarok from Skewmod, big eyes on Kalist. G2 follow that mantra to a T. An ace in the hole means that Busio flashes away, but the flash undertow sends Seraphine to the depths. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Broken Blade dashes out of the Temper Fate and still gets the kill on Takano in a 2v1. The Gnar well and truly online now. And the DSL connection that KC seems to be playing with is intermittent. G2 take 4 off the map in a matter of seconds. And for KC, it's all falling apart.
And G2 pulled the map back from absolutely nothing. A great pick onto Kalist on mid. Just Sky opens the map completely widely, and it will also be a free dragon for them now. 4 plates on that bot lane tier 2. Skewmon will start his dragon, but I'm not sure if he can. Looks like everyone is moving out, but yeah, it will just be the dragon take here from G2. And
Arrow onto Caps,
many
shield.
mechanical plays happen in that fight. And I don't know how G2 does it, but you can never count them out in these situations.
We'll have another look at it from the mid lane play. Skewmon chasing in here. They have a control ward. KC know now, obviously, that Skewmon's there. And this encore is good, but you can't stop the Ragnarok, and Kalista has no flash to escape.
Yeah, and here, Busio actually walks up into the auto-attack range. And now Hansama says, my ult. And then as he flashes out, Skewmon says, oh, and my axe. And just collects him at the back end here as BB puts on an absolute show here. Jumps out of the Bard ult, picks up Kana, runs away, and as Yike goes in, flashes the Crescent Guard, allowing Caps to just come in and lock Yike down for an easy pickup. It's just hands gap. A fantastic display of individual micro by G2 pulls them back into this game.
G2 fans in the audience very happy about that one, and now the pendulum swings. It was so heavily KC for the majority of this game, but it was because of scraps. It was because of skirmishes, and then when G2 start winning the skirmishes, when they start winning these smaller 2v2, 3v2 fights, it becomes much harder for KC to still control the game. They are still on soul point, RKC. They do still have 3 items on their AD carry. They are still strong. And you have to remember, Yehu was not a participant in any of those previous battles. But now G2 have the gold lead. And Skewmon in particular has a Stride Breaker, an Experimental Hexplate, and a 3,000 gold advantage on his own shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes harder and harder now. As you say, Yehu has really been absent in a lot of these fights. He will try to pick up the Actualizer soon, but it's still quite a bit far away. When he gets that item spike, I think he will help a lot with the damage that Skewmon is putting out, and the fact that they need to for diamond now that Tempered Fate comes out onto Yike.
I think it's just an ultimate exchange. G2 don't want to go any further, don't know who's behind it, but that's the Crescent Guard used just because of the threat of the Vikings.
And Hansama was in base. He was
Magical Journey over onto Yike. They're going to chase him down. They'll get the stun. The encore too late. Everyone's left the concert already as Kalist tries to step forward and is met by a Tibbers. Skewmon chasing Yehu. Booster gets his kill across the wall. A Realm War finds you. Only the Underrealms there for Yehu as he's taken out. And G2 kill off the enemy jungler, kill off the enemy mid, and now are looking towards that most ultimate of prizes, both in Riftbound and in League, the Baron buff.
But look, they have all these traps set up here. Kana takes a little bit of a peek, tries to see what happens here, because G2 is a little bit low. It's difficult to start this Baron. I think it might just be a base angle for them and then try to do the exact same thing as they did here. Because while Yike is Swedish, the one going to Valhalla today will be Skewmon, as this initial ult trade by them, Yike thinks this is all there was.
Yeah.
Because now they back out into Fog of War, and Yike says, okay, let's clear a little bit of vision, but Labrov's portal just sends the entire team into Yike, and he doesn't have the Crescent Guard, he doesn't have the flash, and the Encore is not enough to save his life.
Lavrov does go down at the end of this play, but you can see Yehu tries to step forward. Kalist and Busio just forced away. You don't have enough CC to really be standing around that locale anymore. G2 do have to call out the Baron. Well played by KC to force that happening. Kana should be able to get out with it between worlds through the Gnar into the wall. He doesn't have an escape path left. Lebrov here, a magical journey into Temper Fate catches 2. Hansama puts down a trap and the Seraphine will eat it up. Now Kalist has to try and turn his attention to anyone that he can kill before he goes down. But the answer is null point for the Petit Prince.
And it's complete carnage in the favor of G2. They just turned it on these last 4 minutes. They have been finding pick after pick after pick. And it once again comes down to Baron start. And Yike is there, but Cat says, no sir, you are not getting another Baron steal into your montage today. We will mark you and we will defeat you before you even step foot into the pit. And it will be a nice pickup here for G2 Esports as we see Kana here getting caught out.
You just assume he can escape. He's got so much mobility, he's an Aurora, but the CC chain is layered well, and then as soon as Kalist and Busio take this and get into the Temper Fate
by Lebrov just buys so much time, allows all of G2 to just move in here and pick up a little bit of freebies. And it just looks so easy when G2 plays the map. I really gotta give them like a lot of praise because I feel like the way they have been playing the map, not just this game but also game 1, just looks so fluid. They're so aware of everything that needs to happen.
Busio tries to Mikhails and flash away, but still Cap's there with the follow-up damage from the Disintegrate. The stun landing means that now KC have to play without their talisman.
And they have free grub spending. They might just push for the base here.
They've got the Baron buff as well for the next 4 waves. Ace in the hole, blocked by Yike. Broken Blade pushing in mid, but no one can stand in the way of G2 when they set their eyes on this bot lane tier 3. It will be raised, and G2 raising the intensity of the fight at the top of the table, it seems. They continue to push forward, KC. The Aurora isn't here, just got back from the recall from the top side, and G2 begins to back away. Mikhails on Caps, between worlds goes Kana, Caps goes unstoppable, and Kana yo-yos his way back. But he's pinged and he's ponged out in the air by G2. A follow-up from Broken Blade as Kalist is broken up. Oh my god, Legolas, Hansama really has the damage now as Kalist tries to step forward. The Flash Cosmic Binding not enough from Lebrov, and G2 still with 4 strong. Only the bot lane from KC still stands here to put up a blue wall, but G2, they're sending them crumbling down. A Tempered Fate comes out, flashed away by Kalist, but the Nexus is bare, and bare are the hopes of KC of going undefeated. G2 rout them in 2 in this best of 3.
What a showing by G2 today. I think Skumon just woke up and chose violence, and I think it's a repeat of the LEC versus finals where Skumon against this KC just looks completely unleashed. His Skarner performance in the game 1 and now his Olaf to boot in this game 2 just carried so much of the burden that was shouldered on to G2.
You can vote for one of those G2 players in your key player of the series. Vote Broken Blade, Skumon, or Lebrov are your options. I'm going to lay it right up at your feet, lads. It's Skumon.
It's a jungle diff, I'm afraid to say.
Across the series, across the 2 games, it was Skew who was the straight and narrow for G2. It was Skew who in that second game was able to keep himself ahead and then in the end just demolish the backline of KC.
I mean, I want to give a quick little shout out for BB as well. I really like the draft in game 2. The fact that you saw that all the Gnar counters are out and the fact that he realizes that I need to pick Gnar on 4 here because you cannot counter me.
A credit as well to BB. A couple of weeks ago in Story Meet, we were having discussions like, is BB in contention for one of the worst players in our league? Like it was put out there. No one said yes, definitely, but it was a discussion we were having. And now over the last 2 weeks, like he has leveled up dramatically again, or reached his former level, I think is a better way to put it. But also here against Kana, who is second best in our league behind Naka right now, he didn't really have too many problems at all.
Kana looked almost completely invisible this series, and I think BB really needs to get a lot of praise for his performance today.
Agreed.
I really like this Gnar. The fact that he was constantly looking for these all-in timers in lane, putting a lot of pressure onto Kana the moment he got those Merc spreads. And wow, I mean, it's just insane to see that this game looked like it was done and dusted for KC. They were 4k gold up and 2 minutes away from Soul Point, but that's when it all changed as G2 pulled the trigger and just shut their entire map setup down.
It's G2 going into playoffs, man.
It's
just what they do.
You hate to see it, but like it's expected at this point. You know
really
it's
is.
coming.
It really is. We're going to hand it over to the post-match interview. Atheist
Sí,
standing by with Broken
primera
Blade.
derrota de KC, and it's because of G2. The first time KC lost, and it's because of you. Talk to me about the motivation to make sure that they lost their first series today.
I mean, we didn't really put much thought into them, like rather on how we play. Especially after last time, we took a lot of losses here in Madrid. And today, and tomorrow, and the day after, we obviously want to change history a little bit here. So.
I see, you have unfinished business in Madrid, I see it. But tell me a little bit about the second game specifically, right? Because you did give them a lot of false hope. They were very much ahead. Tell me what happened, how you turned it around.
I mean, to be honest, I think they did a little bit too many mistakes. We also did a lot of mistakes, I have to say. But I mean, I was really happy with how Skew was playing the second game. He was very strong. His pick was very good against the enemy champions, and he scaled really well into the game. And he gave us a lot of confidence, especially on the bot side, to like win these fights. So I think that was a very big key of why we won this game.
Okay. Did you see that Genji? They played a Lulu, Kog'Maw, Shen comp, and you know there was talks about how at first stand, of course, they had learned some lessons. How does it feel to be the people that dictate the international meta?
I mean, it feels great, you know what I mean. But for us, we focus on ourselves. Always pick what's best. I mean, for me, you know, like just play what I think is the best. And today it was Nar, you know. Would you say Nar is like Broken Blade champ?
I think every champ is a Broken Blade champ.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say.
Oh.
So you were reading my mind here. Yeah. So thank you very much.
How good was your Kled?
Oh, I love my Kled. Many people love my Kled. You know, I love playing it as well. It's very fun. It's very different, very unique. It kind of like it mirrors how like my personality, I would say. You know. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think so, because you're being so PR, and Kled is a little bit more assertive.
I don't think I'm being very PR right now. I don't know what you guys think. No. So, just me personally, I'm very excited to be here again, back in Madrid. So.
I love the way you say Madrid. Final question. You said it already a little bit, but you have unfinished business, right? So do you have a message for the Spanish teams that you're going to be facing? GX tomorrow, MKOI on Sunday.
Playing against the Spanish team, Spanish crowd, it's always tough. You guys really make sure you guys are loud. Hopefully you will be loud anyways for us as well, a little bit. So yeah, I'm excited.
We are too. Thank you. Broken Blade.
How can he have so much energy and yap so much after what he did in game? I do not know, but I do know we have Skimon. Thank you so much for joining us. Congrats. First loss for KC. How do you reflect on this one? The first game was easy, the second one not so much?
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly like pretty happy with the first game. I think it was like pretty controlled and like smooth. The second game was a bit more spicy, let's say it that way. But in a way, I'm also proud that we were actually able to like actually adapt during the game, even though it was not the easiest one, honestly. Like I started by losing my camps, we were dying on bot, dying on mid, but we found a way to actually get back into it, and I think it was pretty nice to see.
Yeah, let's talk about that early game actually, shall we?
Because that was insane. Like you talk about you're dying on mid and your support side, then KC's dying on mid, then KC dies in river, then you're dying over here. It was bedlam. So how do you try and like keep track of everything that's happening here?
Yeah, I mean honestly, I think the most important thing for us was actually to like track the flashes as much as we can. So it kind of gave us a guiding line on like actually understanding who we can like go into. Like for example, when Arias has no flash, I can maybe like look for a gank mid, or like when jungle has no flash, maybe we can focus him on teamfight, stuff like this. But yeah, honestly, it's just like a lot of like adaptation and instinct, I think, in this kind of games. And yeah, as I mentioned before, I think we had like some good stuff, so I'm really happy with like how we played.
That was great. That was great. I feel like G2 is ramping up. Playoffs is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, the usual.
But I think it is really sick to see, because I think like this really shows that there was so much on either side with both teams trying to just find any sort of leverage that they could. Like KC bringing down Kana a ton, like we saw it a little bit later in some of these fights as well. It really felt like just an arms race as to who could bring as many people as possible into all these fights, and then end up blowing up later on in the game.
I mean, a couple weeks back, we were like, KC is undefeated. Are they the best team in the LEC? And then they played in France, and it was like, ooh, some weaknesses getting exposed here. So what is your read on the team right now that you beat them? And you're the only one who did so.
Because I said this.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, like, honestly, I'm not really sure, like, how to phrase it. I mean, I do believe they're a really good team, like very like top 2 contender, in my opinion. They can for sure like make it to MSI. I do think that, I mean, I'm not really sure. Like when we play against them on scrims, they're always doing like some nice stuff. But when it comes to Sage, maybe they're like undecisive on like what to do, or like maybe the game is like slower pace, so maybe they find it's like maybe harder for them to find like actually openings, how to like get an advantage during the games.
I see.
But yeah, I mean, I do think they're very strong. And yeah, honestly, it's like kind of like split. I think they just have like really strong laners, and usually when they get ahead individually on their 1-on-1 or like 2v2s, that's where they shine the most. But yeah, like when the games are like kind of equal, I think it's like a bit harder for them, in my opinion. Yeah.
I see. And what about you, Skirmon? Because you're the key player of the series today, and I feel like after first turn, he was like, okay, top 2 jungler in the world. He had Canyon's phone number during that series. And then you took a bit of a dip, I want to say. But now you're back. So how do you reflect on your form right now compared to first turn and your peak?
Yeah, I mean, I do believe like the after first turn was like a really hard time for me personally, both inside and outside of the game. And I found myself just like playing way worse. And obviously, like there's like many factors, right? Like first, like probably like the expectations that people have on me and on myself, and I was putting kind of like a lot of pressure on me to like actually play good, and I just ended up playing worse, so it wasn't the greatest. But I mean, as of today, I'm pretty happy with how I played. But my main focus is like how to stay like consistent with these performances on my day-to-day, and yeah, I just hope that I'll be able to keep like this mindset and show my performance.
How do you feel about the jungle meta at the moment? Because you kind of have like the Olaf that you're bringing in a little bit more. We see Skarner on the fringes, but it feels like you're more willing to jump into like picks that aren't Pantheon, Vi, these kind of things.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you have a better understanding and feel like you can play more of these styles, or is it just a team supports you differently than the rest?
I do believe that like most of the champs are like for sure like really strong. I think it's like really like team to team based, in my opinion. Every team has like their own read and like way of playing the game, whether it's like engage champs, tanking champs like Skarner Sejuani, or like maybe like AP junglers, I don't know, maybe there's some people playing this. But I think like in the end what matters the most is like how you play as a team. And I really think it's like there's no like actual like top 1 champion in jungle at least. So I think that's kind of nice to see. Yeah. Like every champion can be played against. Like it's like mostly trades, and you have like some room to be creative. Like for example with the Olaf, but I do believe like there's way more room to play different champs as well. But I think it just depends of like each player individually and as a team. Yeah.
Talking about some champions, I want to ask you about some players and some hot takes that we had at the beginning of the day. The first one is about one of your teammates. Someone said, I'm not going to name them, that Hansama is the most underrated player in the league. Do you agree that he's underrated?
I mean, like I don't know every player, right? So I can't really say. But obviously, like if you look at the top teams and like who we are talking about most of the time, I do believe that even for Labrov, if I may as well, I do believe like our bot lane is like really underrated. People don't really put a lot of respect on like what they are bringing, and I can tell for sure that they are probably like the best bot lane in the league. And yeah, as for Hansama, I do believe like a lot of people like don't praise him as much as he should. I think he's putting like a lot of performances, even in first time, right? Like I know like a lot of people were talking about my performances, but like Hansama just got like Diablo and Ruler back to back, you know, like he just played insane. So I think he for sure deserves like this statement.
He did, and he was showing a lot of confidence also doing so. Another take that we have is our best players are from NA. So we're talking about Buzio and Jojovian here, obviously.
I mean, I do believe they are like two really, really good players. Like, don't get me wrong.
Okay.
I'm not sure like if they're like actually top 2. I don't even know who is top 1 or top 2. Like, I know that a lot of people are talking about us like before first stand and coming to this LEC Spring Split. But honestly, when I look at our regular season, I don't think we're like really good.
Okay.
So I do believe like looking at the regular season of Koi and like KC, I do think these two players are like probably like the most performing of their team individually. So I can see it, right? So yeah, I don't remind.
So Velius say that Jojopian is the best player in the league, but we've also asked people on social media who's the best player in the LEC right now. What is your answer to that, Skirmon? Of course, you're going to say someone from your team, I guess. But
I mean, like, no, you know what? I'll do a challenge. I will not say anyone from my team.
Okay.
And we talk only about the regular season, right, so far?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jojo was playing very good. It like makes sense. Who else? I don't think Village was playing also very good on his team. I think I would say like Jojo or Village, honestly.
The jungle has been really stacked overall, honestly. So yeah, that's going to be something we keep an eye on for playoffs. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup for joining us today. And we're going to take a break now. We'll be back in a couple minutes. It is going to be GX versus MKOI entering the stage.
And the Ash Seraphine combination coming up. Jumps all together. Caps has to flash away. Yehu's still holding on to his flash. Skirmon looking for the chase. And we'll find it with the reckless swing.
We can win. I go. No flash. No jump. Get together, yeah. Don't. You win. Big. Nice. Wait. He's gonna. Okay, it's fine. He's out, I think. Guys. No, he's not out. I don't have damage. Yeah, he's coming in. Ask me. Okay, never mind. Nice, guys. Good jump. I'm hitting. Yeah, GG. We good? We're good. Nice, guys. Very good job. Nice job.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's time for GX versus MCoin. I'm here with the two coaches. I got Giotto and I got Melzet. Can you come in a little bit closer because I have to? My arm is not that long. First up, do you know each other? Yeah, obviously. Do you like each other?
No, I hate this guy. Every time I see him, I cannot stand him. Even doing this interview is already, like, I cannot believe that I'm here. Yeah.
Melzet?
He's fine. He's an oldie, you know, like he wants to protect what his legacy, but sadly we are taking over.
Yeah, you think it's a bit jealousy?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's old. You know.
Oh, what do you think about that?
I mean, old is not the same as jealousy, but no, not jealous at all.
I know.
I mean, on a serious note, I really hate him.
Well, I was gonna ask if there's something that you really like about each other's coaching style. So let me start with you then.
Let me think. Can't think any.
Oh no, that's crazy. And you?
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, the thing that I like about him as a coach, probably his salary. No, I'm joking. I mean, to be fair, I mean, it's always really hard to know what other coaches do. But we did share some players, and it's really easy for me to talk with some of his players. So probably a lot of the methodology that he has, the fact that he believes in something and follows something, is something that I like. Yeah.
See?
I mean, now he's nice.
Yeah.
Now, okay.
You gotta say something nice now.
Yeah. I mean, qualifying for Worlds is nice. He should try it sometimes. But now in a serious note, I think all his teams develops, and it shows that probably there's a really good work behind it. Because even though he says you cannot see what the coach is doing, all his teams I think overperform. So I think that's really good.
I love it. Freely, tell me what you expect from this weekend for your team. What has to be achieved?
I mean, I told them that to me is just a fresh start, because honestly we had 20 days of break, so it's really hard to know how we are looking as a team. But practice has been going a bit worse recently, mainly due to the lack of competition. I think that the players have a harder time on keeping it together. So to me, just using this the same way that we used Madrid last time to change a bit the course of things is to use this weekend to do the same.
Nice. I hope it works out for you. He doesn't, of course, because it's first is his team. So what do you expect from this weekend? What do you need to show as MCoy?
I think we need to show what we are doing in scrims. I think we need to reach that level. So that's the objective. And also it's similar to last spring. We want to start ramping up in order to win playoffs.
Okay. Wonderful. Will you shake hands, actually? I don't know if we get it on camera. There we go. They get along, guys. All right, here we go. Forget about player, bench, or coaches, frenemies is where it's at right now. That was absolutely fire. And honestly, a good premise of what we're going to have on stage, because this is the two Spanish teams we have. We know how things went last year, and we know especially how things went for GX. They found their fire in front of the Madrid crowd last year.
Yeah, I mean, 2-1 in the series. The fact that you end up with MCoy just being able to eke that out was absolutely insane. But I do think, we have started to see a teeny tiny bit of growth from GX. We saw what Isma and Jackie's were doing in the mid lane. We saw in Versus what we could get from Noah and Jun. I'm just hoping that both of those sides can play together at one, and we get an absolute banger series for Giant X.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Jackie's as a player has been stepping up. The ultimate question will be, can he step up to the man in the mid lane?
Yeah.
I have so much confidence in Jojo as a player. We heard it from Nuke last week in the LEC when we asked him, when playing against MCoy, what have you got to think about? And Nuke himself said, well, I feel like that if you can't even fight them in mid lane, then the game already becomes difficult. So that is the man that I'm keeping my eyes on in this matchup. Can Jackie's continue to level up? Because to be fair, he's had a fantastic split.
He has. He has been really, really impressive. I think the fact that we've seen him kind of take on this role as nearly leading from the front. I think about the Ari where he's trying to fish for these charms, where he's trying to set up these plays. I think about him working with Isma, trying to look for these invades. I think it really has kind of seen that growth from Jackie's into starting to be a bit more of a leader alongside Isma and the team. And that, for me, is something that I've been looking for a long time. I'm just hoping, again, that we get to see the team as a whole step up, because as we get the mid and jungle stepping up, we haven't seen that same success from Noah and Jun. And especially, as I said in Versus, that Noah was the focal point. Like, he looked fantastic on things like the Kaisa. He looked like he was able to get these big leads with Jun. Jun looked great on these engaged champions like the Nico, but now that we're shifting that meta away from having a bit more of that brute force in the bottom lane, they haven't found that success.
And I want to remind viewers at home that it's anyone's game when it comes to this.
Yes, you're
where
right.
you position in the standings. If production can bring up that graphic we had in Ready Check to showcase where each of the teams can finish, because it really emphasizes that it really can go any way. And we've already seen what I would describe as the first upset of the weekend. KC, their undefeated streak has now ended. G2 already looking like they're in playoff form. Which team shows up today? Who will end up getting the crowd buff? Who will be able to lock in? Because a single series win can completely change the dynamics and put you in a position to get that top 4 spot and that double elimination bracket.
I do think as well for Movistar Koi, they kind of need a little bit of a lift over the course of the weekend. Like we heard Oyoye, who was on the PGL with us last week, where he was like, look, we are struggling. We have a lot of things that we're trying to figure out. It feels like we don't have that same level of confidence to try and play our game on this stage. And I think you can see it. Like, we're not getting that same link between Oyoye and Alvaro to try and take over in the early stages. We're seeing moments where they get caught out, where they don't look on the same page. And for a team that was so consistent in driving their early game leads to wins, we just haven't seen that same level of threat for them. So for me, I'd love to see Movistar Koi come in and with this crowd behind them, in their home arena, say, no, this is our town, we get to show you who's boss, have strong early games, play in towards those invades, play into what made them such a threat the entire time they've been here.
Yeah. This, in front of their audience, we hear the trumpets behind them, and those trumpets are here for them. But on the other side, we've talked about it, GX found their fire last year. Let's see if they can do it again this time around. Let's send it to the stage.
Pues efectivamente hay un ambientazo espectacular aquí en Madrid. El partido que acabamos de vivir ha sido la bomba. Pero es que Mellado, el partido que viene ahora es una locura.
Ambos juegan delante de su público. Son los dos equipos con más afición en este país. A los dos le gusta jugar en esta casa. Se viene partidazo entre Yayas y Movistar Koi.
Nunca se han enfrentado en territorio español, pero vienen decididos a ganar desde Málaga. ¡Yayas!
En la doble.
¡No! ¡Como jungla!
¡Isma! En la mid lane.
¡Y aquí! ¡Como ADC!
¡No! Como support.
Y como entrenador.
¡Gil Auto! A continuación, juega nuestro equipo, jugamos en casa, nos encanta jugar en casa y vienen con ganas de arrasar este fin de semana. Pónganse en pie, que viene Movistar Koi.
Viene de una última semana espectacular y tiene muchas ganas de padrear en la tablet.
El equipo, la leyenda del League of Legends español, Javier Prades.
Jugador de Europa en estado de forma, el de la sudadera, el guaperas, el chulito y de nombre, Joselito en la meta. ¡Yo!
Viene desde Murcia con ganas de demostrar que es el mejor AD Carry de la LEC. Él es David Martínez. ¡Supa!
Y ahora es el turno de su pareja de baile, de su guardaespaldas, del que siempre está ahí cuando le necesitas como support, Álvaro.
Y por último, pero no por ello menos importante, el alquimista, el líder del estanque, el mejor entrenador de la LEC. ¡Fuerte aplauso! ¡Ruido, ruido, ruido! ¡Madrid! ¡Que se note que jugamos en España! Ibai, tu stream todo vuestro.
And here we go, ready for the second series of the day, starting much earlier than I think a lot of people anticipated, as G2 demolished KC in a quick 2-0. And now Giant X and MCoy get to take the stage in front of the boisterous fans here. And no, really?
There's a lot of trumpets, there's a lot of drums, the ambience is fantastic, and the fans cheer very loudly for the MCoy players, and I think they are the favorites coming in for this match. Fair to say.
I 100% agree with you. I think that the MCoy, not only because they're here in front of their own fans, but also because they've just been slightly better as a team. We talked a lot about GX coming out swinging at the start of the season, and then they began to collapse. After about the 4-game mark, we started to see losses to Na'Vi, we started to see losses to teams around them, and the question became, it moved from how are GX at the top of the table to how do GX become better than just gatekeepers to the top of the table?
I mean, absolutely, and I think GX had the most exponential difficulty curve splits I think I've seen in quite some time. They started with playing the lower teams, and now going into the last 3 games, they have MCoy, G2 and KC ahead of them. So it is, as you say, GX have been better than the bottom 4, but also a lot of the times worse than the top 4 historically. So it's really about elevating themselves and clawing into that top 3 that they really want to.
And it's been 3 weeks since they played.
Yeah.
They've had a lot of time to read this patch.
20 days.
Yeah, it's been almost 3 weeks. Okay, Finn, I'm very sorry. I was 24 hours out, dude. I understand that Betty has taught you that you have to be pedantic with me. Let's get into the draft. MCoy on the blue side. They chose that. Giant X decided second pick was their option for that rider first selection. We have Seraphine, Jinsao, Jarvan Band, Varus, Pantheon, and Orianna taken away.
No Nautilus Band stands out to me. It's one of the most banned champions in the 1-2-3. Mostly because of how popular these range supports are. But when I look at the supports in these two teams, Alvaro and Jun, these two players do not want to be on Enchanters. They are engaged players for their teams. We've had MKOI coach going out talking about they kind of struggle when Alvaro is not the one initiating most of the fights because they're so used to him being the main engaged player. And I think GX in Spring has had kind of a similar journey when the fact that when Jun is not playing the Rels, the Nautiluses, the Rakans, sometimes they do struggle to find concise fights. So I imagine going into this series, we're gonna see a shift away from the Enchanter meta and kind of go back to the roots. And already a bit of vibe pickup here for Elioya and a Nocturne for Isma. These teams want to be diving. They better be diving, and we're gonna see a lot of follow-up drafts now coming out.
Yeah, Giant X looking to shore up their bot side with the Caitlyn. You can pair this up with things like the Karma, but as you said, I'd much prefer to see Jun on something like a Nico here.
And Nico,
right?
to me,
would be
really stands
so
out.
nice in this sort of situation. The Vi already locked in for MKOI. That states their intent, usually, in terms of draft. You can play Vi without full dive, but not always the way that you want to go. Expect to see AD carry support, most likely here for MKOI. You can leave the support. You could go AD mid, I guess, and then use your support on the second round. Especially with engaged supports, it's actually quite a large pool to pick from, so you're not worried about them being banned away.
So I like this Caitlyn pick a little bit. Despite it not really being a dive champion, it kind of shuts down the standard Vi, Kai'Sa, Nico draft that I think MKOI was kind of angling for, because you really want to draft follow-up dive with your Vi. But by picking the Caitlyn, it kind of shuts down a lot of the engaged supports that MKOI would like to go for. So they opt in for the Ezreal Karma, which is objectively a really strong bot lane. But now Alvaro is not on an engaged champion, he is on the Karma, and now suddenly the Nautilus that is usually banned for the Karma blind is free and able to be picked up here for Jun.
I will say, although we talk about Alvaro not being an Enchanted player, has won both the games he played on Karma this
Absolutely,
split. 100% win well on it, still very good player. We just, if you're looking at MKOI, their engine, the pistons that fire together are Elioya and Aldra.
Yes.
And when they can fire at the same time, I don't know if that's how engine works, we're going to pretend it is. When they can fire at the same time, you get this combustion in the middle of a team fight. When they don't, when they're mismatched and I'm pretty sure pistons are meant to be mismatched. When they're mismatched anyway, it doesn't tend to work out as well for them. But Ezreal Karma, as you say, very strong bot lane. Good as well into the Caitlyn in isolation, because you can get pushed in that lane and Ezreal can farm from range. The risk becomes, if you get caught out by a Nautilus early doors, you burn your flash on the Karma, you are then a sitting duck.
Yeah, it's a lot about confidence in this matchup for the Karma. The confidence to be able to step up against the Nautilus, keep your Inspire, I think the E is called, on yourself to be able to sidestep the hook with that extra movement speed. If you do not play like this, then suddenly Caitlyn and Nautilus just get so much free reign, because you are, in the end, playing Karma against a melee support. You need to push him in, and you need to poke him down. And if you're too scared to do it because the threat of a Nautilus hook, suddenly the Karma loses a lot of its value, and Nautilus just gets through lane freely.
Yeah, if you're standing back and only chucking out a Q every now and again, Titan's Wrath, the Nautilus shield, just eats that. He'll also run Second Wind, which makes it so easy for him just to heal up all of that damage that you're putting down. So you need to be consistently in his face. You need to be sending him down to the depths. Rise, LeBlanc, Ornn, and Ari are next set of bans. A heavy mid lane focus from both these teams.
Yeah, eyes on the Rumble right now for potentially MKOI or even GX. You could pick it there if you want. With the Ornn being banned, I think really angling or Rumble into being the best prime blind pick for the situation. Now GX, do you want to take the Rumble and allow yourself to get counterpicked in top, even though there's barely any counters, or do you just pick your mid lane here? Looks like it's gonna be an Akali, and we were talking about dive, we were talking about going in, and finally we see people draft mid lane assassins together with the Nocturne, and Akali on the flank becomes so much more threatening when the lights are turned off. So do like this pickup for Noah, and we'll see where Jojapyun takes this, because suddenly he can counterpick this Akali with whatever champion he wants. We'll still expect the Rumble to come out as the blind pick for Mirwin, as we saw that Ornn banned before. Rumble by very easy combo. Put the cease and desist on the equalizer
on top
and
of
it's a free kill almost always. So that is quite telegraphed.
So now MKOI are going to pick for their mid lane. Jojo has been their star player once again this split. The question is, what are you putting into his hands?
Could even go an AD mid here if you want to, like pick a AD carry mid to punish the Akali. I think anything that just pushes the Akali in will do the job.
Okay.
Will be a Victor lock-in here for Jojo, which is still a very good matchup early into the Akali, but once she gets that perfect execution, can be a little bit tricky, considering there's a paranoia on the enemy team.
Is there any risk of an Akali flex atop here? Akali into Rumble doesn't seem to me like it would be a good matchup, but it's a possibility.
It is a fine matchup.
Okay.
I think actually someone that brought it out early in his career was Mirwin. He played a lot of Akali into Mirwin, into Rumble in general. He went for the Comet and just kind of poked him down slowly in lane. So I do like that as an option, but it will just be the Sion, which is standard, stock standard, Sion into Rumble. You and your laning phase, you have good gank set up for your Nocturne, and you're chilling.
Okay, as we have a moment, Liandry's Sion top lane.
Oh no.
Liandry's Sion top lane, dudes.
I like the innovation, and I think if you play Sion against something like an Ornn, probably not a K'Sante, just due to the damage that K'Sante has.
Sure.
But I do understand where the math is coming from. The thing is, Sion already has a lot of bonus HP in his kit.
Sure.
So if he wants to become tanky, he needs resistances, because the more HP you get...
Doran's helm into Liandry's.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think it's going to be this game you're going to go Liandry Sion.
Nah, I don't think it makes
I'm not
sense.
saying Liandry Sion can never work, but it needs certain circumstances to be very valuable. Most likely we're going to see either a Kaenic Rukern or a Hollow Radiance rush here from Mirwin, because there's double AP in the enemy team, and he will be shilling there.
I mean, Rukern actually would be really nice. You'll see Mirwin, if we're not going to be in game for the tech. Mirwin is going to do the double glowing moat tech here in the base to get himself towards the danger zone, so he has a little bit more damage in the lane. What this means is when you are playing Rumble, you can go double glowing moat, you use 3 E's, I want to say, 3 of those electro harpoons. It gets you into the danger zone. You then sell the double glowing moat or undo the purchase of them and get yourself a Doran's Ring to go back into the lane. Gets you into that danger zone, empowers your skills just a little bit, but doesn't actually do too much. We see like most Rumbles do it these days.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it if you go the CDR shard.
Yeah.
You can do it without the modes to kind of get into the danger zone, but if you want to go the double adaptive, you need the modes to get in there before the minions spawn. So you see Isma is gonna do something really funky. He's gonna flash this wall right now.
Go on, Isma.
Let's see Isma. He's gonna flash this wall and start the enemy red buff.
He's waiting. Now he flashes it and he's in. He is at the enemy red. Take note, says Isma. His creative pathing has actually been something we have seen on display a lot throughout the course of this split. Elioya too, very creative with his pathing, but here he is going to lose his red, might even lose his Razor Beak.
Is he going to level 3 gank bot from MKoi's own
Could be a
red side
mid
here?
gank. Could be a 2 mid gank.
Yeah, but Akali doesn't have the same setup as a
It's
Nautilus.
true.
You have Nautilus into Karma. Karma will be wanting to push up in this matchup. I think Isma is onto something really serious here. You can just do your free top bot side camps here. You do red, you do chicken nuggets, and you do Krugs, and then you just walk behind the Karma and get a free kill.
Wow.
What a pathing coming out from Isma
we
here.
talked about how susceptible Karma is to ganks. Isma might just be 2 ganking. No. Back to the Krugs. The problem is now Elioya is about to move away from his wolves. Isma waiting for the wave to pass. Now goes in with the Dustbringer, so yeah, that whole time he did have to wait, otherwise he would have been seen by these minions. Elioya, though, is about to see he has
the
no
call
chickens.
calls out now. Nocturne is in my jungle. Please
Question mark
help
on
me.
him.
Question mark pings coming out onto the Krugs. Now is Karma gonna be able to move in time, or are they just gonna die to this gank? They are not respecting this Nocturne at all.
Isma looking for super. Dustbringer goes down. There's the heal. The fear. Arcane shift away from it. Now Elioya, what you're gonna do? You're coming down towards the bottom side. Bulk breaker out from him. Heal out from Giant X. They try and escape. Elioya goes into the Tribush, but is going to get forced away. The wave is pushing towards Giant X.
But sure, you have the Karma move, but does Karma really want to face check? And Nautilus that's just standing here as the bouncer. Really good early heal by Alvaro, gets them out of that situation, but now suddenly it's Elioya's turn to have fun. And he's walking into this jungle with Alvaro backing him up.
Shroud of Darkness, there's the Fear Tether as well, will force Elioya away. Focus Resolve from Alvaro into the Mantrid in a flame. Takes Isma down to 200 HP, and now his jungle is forfeit. We have seen this before before, we have seen this from Elioya as well with this aggressive pathing.
Yeah, I mean, the other game against Sheo, Elioya actually started in the enemy jungle, just like Isma did today. So he's no stranger to weird pathings, and he knows how to adapt very well. Now, I want to say that that gank actually would have worked, unless Isma had to wait for the wave to pass.
It was the wave timing.
Because it's a game of inches, and those 5 seconds that he spent waiting for the wave to pass was enough for Elioya to tell his bot lane, he's behind you, you need to back off.
So importantly right now, Elioya has only taken the blue buff away. He's going to take the Gromp. Jun and Noah might try and keep him away from the Wolves. With the TP coming into the mid lane, Jackie's is still going to get pushed in. Jojo's already TP'd back. It will be a 1 camp total benefit to Isma, because he's got his Krugs, he can go and get the topside scuttle, and then he can come back for his Wolves. Depending on how Elioya paths out here, is Elioya going to go straight for Razorbeaks? Or is he going to try and contest the Scuttle Crab?
I don't think you want to contest the Scuttle. Look at Jackie is actually playing this matchup really well, having pushed for this exact timer, knowing that you have a Victor against an Akali. The Akali is way happier to take these fights in the river compared to the Victor early game. So Isma will get the crab, but still, we'll just recall now and probably pick up the same items that Elioya already has.
Double longsword instead of the Ruby Crystal. The delay on the Wolves does cost Isma as well. His camps haven't been cycled as quickly. For Elioya, there's a kind of miscycling as well, because his bot side was dying as he was doing his top side, but he's going to be able to path all the way from Gromp down towards the Krugs and pick all of those up. So actually a struggle now for Isma, because his jungle wasn't being done.
Yes.
None of his camps are up. Do you contest Razors?
But I love this, because suddenly the game becomes very chaotic, and I think in a game where the jungle pathing is this chaotic, it becomes very unconventional.
Yeah.
And I think this is where both these junglers thrive, because it's all going to be about that race for level 6. Because both Vi and Nocturne just wants to get level 6 as soon as possible to start allowing themselves to actually make plays.
And you can see the supports know about it as well. Alvaro there to cover the Razorbeak contest.
Oh, Jun is here though.
Jun is here, Elioya. Well, they don't know where Alvaro is, so it could have been quite quickly a 3v2 without Jackie's ability to join up.
Yeah, I think if Jackie has the perfect execution, he wants to take that fight, but level 5 Akali is not that strong.
Isma is homeless though.
Yeah, he's just walking around.
His Razorbeaks are coming up now, his Krugs will be a while before they're back up. And while all of this is happening, Elioya very happily just farmed top to bot, left his Krugs up, is going to take the Drake, and that race to level 6 has been hit.
I mean, Elioya is definitely winning the race right now. He is Max Verstappen in the jungle matchup. Elioya. Almost has the same ring to it.
I was hoping you would join in, but apparently only I do the songs.
I haven't been in LEC for that long for me to do songs, but it's coming, don't worry about it. As Joji put
Arcane Storm goes down just to make sure Jackies can't really threaten him.
As the trumpets are going wild in the background. Still a 40 CS to 40 CS game. I mean, Elioya is 1 camp up now as he will take his Krugs.
I mean, 40 to 40 CS in the jungle. In the mid lane, it's a 63 to 46 CS. And we had a little look at just how good Jojo is, generally. We made a radar of it. He's nearly the best in a ton of things, guys. Like, his KDA is middling-ish, but his kills and assists at 14. Jackie's looks for the play on him. Jojo flashes away. He's fine. CSD at 14, solo kills, damage per minute. This guy is off the charts in mid.
If you watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, as a really funny reference, this is actually the stat of the Star Platinum stand. He's just the best in every single category.
Flashes in. The root. Jackie's there, first blood, super trying to do the damage. Will Arcane chip forward. Jojo Pyum with a laser, but not too much mana to back it up. Elioya looking for that Vault Breaker back in, but the safe has not been cracked, and then Vault Breaker will not find anyone. They will get the Scuttle Crab, but Alvaro pays with his life.
And this is the reason you usually see these Nautilus bans when you want to play these Enchanters. Suddenly taking River Vision is super scary if you have to go up against the Nautilus that can just hook you and either force your flash or kill you in a single ability cost. So great punish by GX, finding Alvaro alone in the river and gets themselves first blood.
Risky positioning for Noah though, he's having to step up. The wave is going to keep pushing away from him. He needs his support here because Elioya is waiting in that tri-bush. Now Jun is back out on the map. Vault Breaker coming out. Even with the Inspire Shield, they won't go for any more further chase. Isma just hit level 6, so a Paranoia follow-up onto any beginning of a fight down towards that bottom side. Could have been disaster for MCoy. All pretty even between these two teams. Another hook is going to hit onto Alvaro. The aftershock from Jun means that he's pretty tanky as he takes a couple of auto attacks in return.
You see Isma is shadowing here, but it's so difficult to look unless you have a Nautilus flash. You really want to flash, hook the Karma really if you want to look good for this play, but it is difficult with Alvaro playing behind a minion wave as he should, not giving any angles for Jun to land any cheeky hooks. As we look top lane though, I think Lot is doing really well in his matchup. He's completely even with Rumble, and Rumble did not opt in for the first strike, so he's not making any extra money by just existing. So some solid laning here from the Sion, and I will say this Rumble is a very easy kill if Nocturne decides to pay a little visit top, because the Roar of the Slayer into Unstoppable Onslaught just will always force his flash. And then it's just an easy kill for the Nocturne, so Mirwin has to respect it a bit, because this is dangerous.
Especially if Mirwin gets close to the danger zone like this. Like, he's now overheated. If you're paranoiaing in at this point, it's like, you're not going to get the movement speed from Scrap Shield. You don't have flash, assuming it's already been burnt, and it's just very risky for you in that situation.
Absolutely. I mean, saving grace right now is that Lot is very low mana, so can't really look top here. So Isma will instead just take the grubs as Alyona decides to go bot side instead.
Yeah, just doing its full clear once again. It's not going to be a full complement of grubs for Giant X. 2 of them means that you don't get that notification on the screen as well. So it's like, oh, apparently you do. I thought you didn't get it if there was 2.
I'm not sure exactly on the logistics. I think you should only get it once you see.
We might only see that because we're in spectator mode.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. But they're just proving me wrong.
But in the end, he can just look at the enemy laners, right, and see they have 2 grubs. You can see the debuff or buff under them.
That is true.
So Alioya will use his extra timer to invade blue buff, considering Nocturne was spending a lot of time topside. Will be difficult.
In, Paranoia on towards the backline. Blast Cone has been used. Noah there. Cease and desist onto him, and Arcane Storm as well out of from Jojo. Jun is low. Jackie's here to join the party, but Super's here to back it up. Jackie's needs to get out, looking at that dash across with perfect execution. Focus, resolve, not going to find him. R2. Effective there from Jackie's to get out. Noah having to dash out as well as Alioya continues to chase in. True Shot Barrage won't find its mark. And in the end, Giant X are able to escape the clutches of MCoy.
I mean, it's just a good invade by
Jackie's is back, Jackie's is back. Alvaro hit with the shuriken and Jackie's electrocutes him to death.
That's just a greedy base.
Yep.
Surely they can have a ward right there, and you're just basing in front of an Akali that's steeping back, so greedy by Alvaro will pay with his life, as now Mirwin is equalizing the wave top. He's gonna get himself a little recall.
He didn't clear it all out though.
Yeah, so he cancelled his base.
First means he doesn't quite have the damage.
Yeah, you really need the Fated Ashes.
Oh, he hadn't used his triple tonic elixir as well.
I think he's saving it for the all-in here.
Well, it does make sense, gives you damage against champs, right? Adaptive Force, at least that second one.
Yeah.
And now goes back, has a Fated Ashes. Jackie's being shepherded by Jun in the mid lane to make sure that he can get this push in the hard matchup. Alvaro, though, with no flash and with Isma on the flank, not enough CC out of Jun. If he's 6, that is a very dead Karma. She'll find her desserts.
Heal movement speed makes him able to get out of that scary scenario, as we see a swap here coming out from GX, putting the Caitlyn top into the Rumble. I think after we used the equalizer, I think they opened from base. They're like, wait, we can just go top here, no equalizer and Rumble. We can just lane lock him. So he will have his TP though, so he can swap back if he wants to. But the Estral will struggle quite a bit here into the Sion. He might be full MR, but still that HP pool is substantial.
Yeah.
And the Kane Krugen obviously blocking the Essence Flux and the Arcane Shift damage, so...
Oh, flash from Jojo, answered by a flash out from Jackie's. I think Jojo maybe with a Siphon Power auto attack would have had kill threat, but not quite going to have enough. 593 sacks already on Lot, as you say, that health pool getting bigger from his Soul Furnace. And overall, solid early game from both these teams. Giant X with a slight lead, but a Drake over to MCoy is going to equalize that out. A couple of kills over to Jackie's as well, just as we sung Jojo's praises. Like, it's like, well, his enemy laner gets 2 kills, but he is still 30 CS up.
He's still ahead. A little bit surprised with his swap back here from GX. Feels like they're just dropping waves and using their Sion ult just to get 2 range creeps. They didn't really accomplish much with that swap, so... Kind of backtracking here, sending Caitlyn back into the Estral, and seems like these are the lane assignments that they want to. Maybe setting up for Nocturne plays easier when the lane matchups are matched.
Yeah, they got to play onto the Cape, but nothing too much more, as you say. Isma here is on vision, and Leoya has a blast cone if he wants to make his way into the pit.
You have to face check a Nautilus though, that is really tricky.
Nautilus with ult as well. Alvaro is the one to do the face checking, route into the snap trap, into the paranoia, and Alvaro throw goes bye-bye. Flash from Isma looking for the fear tether as well, and we'll find it. An auto attack with the staggering blows enough to lock the buy on the spot. As Giant X are now 4-0 up, they do need to retreat with an Arcane Storm there for the chase. The equalizer down as well. Mirwin burns down Jun, who'll look for more. Jackies dives in onto the backline. Super the ace in the hole will be enough to keep him alive, blocked by his teammates, and the barrier there to boot. Mcoy find 2, and immediately Giant X say, wait a second, we have some questions.
Questions they do have. I want to highlight what an exquisite arcane chip from Asupa dodges the second part of the perfect execution by Jackies there. And Merwin really saved that play because it was looking really dire for Mcoy, as once again Alvaro was one getting caught out by a fantastic hook by Jun and a paranoia to boot, as we'll soon have some more information on what this is all about.
I mean, I think we all know what this is all about. Something in that team fight did not go the way Giant X expected it to. There is some sort of small mechanical thing, perhaps they think the arcane shift shouldn't have been able to get, like, that's hypothetical, but there was something in that team fight that Giant X disagreed with. Absolutely. I think we can all be sure of that.
Or someone spilled water, you know. It is still esports players, you know. We do like to spill waters every now and then, but
I mean, maybe it was a water spillage, maybe. It's just the timing of it. If it's like it happened, I immediately saw Jackies look to the left and be like, pause, and it's like, okay,
I got some water here, buddy, okay.
Oh, yeah. Could be a water spill. You're right. I shouldn't hypothesize.
You're keeping me see soon. In the meanwhile, we are looking at the ambience here in the Mcoy arena. It is very, very high energy still. Every single time Mcoy makes a play, it's a lot of trumpets being played.
Have you seen this new cat that Mcoy have as their mascot?
Isn't there a new cat?
I've seen it around on Twitter. I don't actually know what it is.
I thought they were carps.
This is a little black cat. Oh. And it's actually quite cute. I'm going to put it out there. I have no idea what the association is.
Show me the cat.
Someone had it on their jersey, which is why I was talking about it.
Yeah, I'm looking intently right now for cats.
Yeah. Well,
now, that's a poor with a mustache. That's not a cat.
True.
So we do see some GX fans still. They were very loud last roadshow in Madrid where GX was playing and actually had a great result. So they are really trying to fight the horde of Mcoy fans here with their drums, with their
trumpets.
Energy. And trumpets, yeah.
That's true. You know, have I told you my fish fact?
You have, in fact, not told me your fish fact.
All right, so you know how fish usually travel in schools, like lots of fish together?
Yeah.
Koi tend to travel in packs of 4.
Really? Why?
Right? It's because if a predator comes along, what happens is 3 of the koi will swim one way and 1 of them will swim the other way.
Yeah.
And that's because you have the A koi, the B koi, the C koi, and then you've got the decoy. Anyway, Giant X reported a potential bug with Caitlyn. League officials are investigating currently. We'll see exactly what the potential bug was. There's lots of things that can go wrong with Caitlyn. We do have the arcane antagonist-protagonist.
We do have
the Vi and the Caitlyn.
I thought they were both protagonists, but I guess Caitlyn had that arc in the second season where she kind of went...
Exactly, she kind of went off the deep end. Vi also, you know, she had the arc where she teamed up with the bad guys, according to Jinx at least.
Yeah.
You know? One of those things.
And we do have Victor as well, who's kind of Space Jesus. Or some kind
I mean, it's true, man. Weird hex-tech anomaly thing going on.
So it was a potential bug with
Caitlyn.
I
read that.
Yeah.
I did that while you were head in your hands.
I was very mad about your decoy joke.
It was understandable.
But we are now going to toss it to AD, who hopefully doesn't have any bad decoy jokes.
They've heard it all before.
You had to remind me that he said that. Like, honestly. That was a very British joke of Medic. But, yeah, interesting game so far.
Yeah, it's been bedlam. Like, it's been weird. Well, not bedlam, I suppose, but just strange decisions coming across. Because, like, we've seen a lot of these potential setups that have actually started with Mcoy trying to seek these plays, and then in the end it all falls apart because it ends up going across to Giant X. And we got the play in the Dragon Pit where they try and play off of the bot lane push into trying to make something happen. Jackies gets a kill. Then we get a similar story with going in where it's like, oh, we're going to invade and we're going to make this play happen, and then Jackies gets another kill. And it feels like that's kind of been the story of it so far.
My take is Alvaro on range support. I don't love it. It's kind of been the mantra, I feel, for Mcoy this split.
It's a range support and it's karma.
Yeah, that's true. Is Karma on track to go on an 8-game lose streak? We're going to find out by the end of this game. But what I will say is that one of the things you highlighted at the beginning of the series was how for Koi, it feels like that they don't have that same jungle support synergy that was so prominent in all of their success from last year and even at the beginning of this year. With the shift over towards range supports, we have seen the shift in Alvaro. This game has just been getting caught out. Now, am I going to translate this into all of their splits problems? No.
Yes.
Okay.
But I do really want to highlight how Isma's early pathing was really creative, the fact that GX are being super proactive on the map, and they are willing to punish these mistakes from Koi. So we haven't seen GX in a while, but I do love that off the bat, here in the arena, when they are not the hometown heroes, they are performing and they are stepping up to the plate.
I mean, that's the thing. It was a big risk for me with GX coming in today, the fact that we haven't seen them for 20 days, that they ended their week on 2 losses, the first ones that they got in spring. What face of GX are we going to see? And for me, I'm still surprised when I see junglers and especially teams in general not being ready for the Isma invades, because you know that it's bread and butter for him and you know that's what he's going to be coming for.
But it's also the fact that, like, I feel like kind of the creativity is always there, whether it's been a, hey, we're looking for an invade, or, you know, even he gets invaded on and then suddenly he like ganks top and gets 2 kills. Like, I think Isma has been really incredible in that regard in redefining what he needs to do on the fly in a game, and kind of having that that intuition to figure out what he needs to do on the fly, and I think that's been the most impressive part. So even here where it started to fall apart, like he went for the invade, nearly got caught, had to try and adapt on the fly again. I think that's where Isma has been able to shine, and I think that's why he's been so successful in Giant X. It feels like he started to get that confidence to be like, no, this is what my bread and butter was when I was in the ERLs, when I was playing on Mad Lions, when I was trying to make a name for myself there. Now he's gotten to the LEC, and it feels like he's finding that spark again on Giant X.
Absolutely. But I will say that while GX were kind of leading this game, the pause happened just as Koi was swinging things back in their way, finding that fight on the bot side. If we do have an opportunity to get the replay of that, I would love to watch it again. But it's important to understand that it starts with a GX punish, catching Alvaro out, turning into a numbers advantage, and then the TP in from Mirwin is the thing that makes the biggest difference. The arrival of that top lane, the impact that they're able to find immediately, Jack is then overstays, and it's this play that's happened right now that could be the swing factor to put MKoi back in the driver's seat.
And that's the thing, we've been expecting, especially coming from like the synchronization of all the MKoi players, Mirwin stepping up when he's needed, Supa being able to come back, or like snowball leads. He didn't have a lead here, but for me, coming back when he's needed as well, that's where I'm going to wait for them, because GX had the upper hand in the first place that we've seen. Are these MKoi players going to be able to rally around with their teams and bring back the victory here? That's the question for me.
I think it's a two-way street, right? Because as much as it's, I think MKoi has moments, especially in team fights, and especially around Jojo Pyun, where able to bring things back. What we have seen from Giant X is still that tendency to over-aggress, right? And literally what we're seeing punished to a certain extent on this bottom lane is that over-aggression from Giant X. So I do think there are moments for both teams where MKoi can bring it back, where either it's MKoi playing well in a team fight or Giant X overextending. But I think I'm like feeling confident around the way Giant X have been playing.
Yeah.
Like I think they're doing a good job of like playing off of the lane strengths, playing off of Jun on this Nautilus as well, who has also been a little bit of a victim of this Enchanter meta to a certain extent. So the fact he's managed to get on the Nautilus and find these picks, I think is setting up Giant X well. I think it gives them a tool to try and play around then in team fights as well. And the bot lane for Supa and Alvaro hasn't really got this massive lead. Like, I think they're still doing fine against the Caitlyn. So overall, I think it's in a good spot.
Let's take a look at that last play that we saw before the pause, actually, because this is where things start to shift and swing in MKOI's favor. So, Vedi, talk us through what happened and how they made it happen. We've talked about that TP coming in.
Again, it's Alvaro that's getting caught out to start the fight off. You can see that Jojo's still far away from the fight. So with GX having the numbers advantage, they pounce on this opportunity. The important thing is to keep your eyes on the minimap. As the TP comes through from Mirwin, they're ready to create this collapse. Jojo has now arrived, dishing out a ton of damage. A beautiful equalizer onto 2, sets up for Koi to find a play. The reactions from Supa in this moment were fantastic. The fact that he dodged away from the assassination. The question for me is, I don't understand what the pause was about.
Yeah,
like, watching that replay, there was something that the players experienced that that happened.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is, because to me that looked like a normal team fight. So I'm excited to hear what the outcome ends up being. So.
We don't often see Caitlyn bugs either. So yeah. We'll see about this
She's
one.
been around for a while. So
yeah,
I
that's
don't
the
know.
thing.
Yeah.
It's like the interactions are limited in terms of what could go wrong here. Obviously, waiting for some updates here, but talking a bit more about GX because you were a believer here. And for me, entering this split, something that we've heard from the coaching staff, from the players as well, is that they want to go away from this safe play style, taking a bit too many risks maybe sometimes, but at least creating some action on the map. What are they missing to go from the gatekeepers that they've always been into being that top team that they aspire to be when you look at the gameplay? Because it was often about the bot lane, and then mid-jungle started to step up. Is that what they're missing here?
But I think that's exactly it, right? Like, you're having these, like, incredible performance completely separated, which hasn't been great. And I think having them come together is what you really need.
League officials cannot confirm, the reported bug, so we will continue the gameplay on the Rift in a couple seconds. They're conducting rated checks as we speak. And I did not hear at all what you said, Doug.
I was just saying, you're good. I knew we need to get that in.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the main focus for me is that we haven't seen the two pieces come together as one.
I see.
And I think that's what I really want, is to see them come together as one. But we're going to have to send it over to the caster desk to see if they can come together as one and bring us through this game.
Yeah, we'll come together. We are going to jump back into the action in just a moment's time. Jackies did die at the end of that play. As, yeah, I can see the game playing, guys. I don't care about looking at us, I'm going to be honest. Let's look at the game playing. Jackies died. It was Mirwin who got both the kills out of that play out of MCoy, and the golden now swings in their favor.
Yeah, in the end, no bug was detected, and I think Mirwin with a great TP kind of saved that play in the favor of MCoy. Was really necessary for them because it was looking really dire with Alvaro dying back to back into this Nautilus. I think now at least you have a power point that is his Rumble, and it's gonna be quite scary now to play against this Rumble Vi combo because that does a lot of damage.
Also, it was a while ago, but we're talking about the swap shenanigans from GX. Moving No Engine up to the top lane. Lot used his TP then.
Yes.
So that swap actually had a compounding effect where Mirwin never had to use his TP and now had TP to get here, whereas Lot was stuck in the top lane. Second Drake is well secured for MCoy. Just to give you a review of where we are, Mirwin, the major gold lead alongside Super for MCoy. Gold even between the two teams, but Isma and Jackies do have leads for Giant X to balance that out. We had 2 Grubs to 0, 2 Drakes to 0 in favor of MCoy. And overall, MCoy now seem to be in a solid position again in this game where they were falling behind. Giant X were 4-0 up.
I mean, the kills do favor GX, but in terms of gold, MCoy is still actually, I mean, they're dead even right now, but the fact that they have 2 dragons is such
Jojo.
a boon. And now Cyan with the teleport that he has saved.
Jojo has no flash. And with the paranoia down, there's no escape for Victor. A glorious evolution leads to a rapid death as Jackie tanks the tower and dodges.
Oh, look at it, Yoya, he's coming in here, but maybe won't be in range.
Mega Blast Cone not taken by Jackies. Jun now the target for Elioya. Depth charge down, hook landing as well. Noah there with a snap trap. Jun will go down. Super able to arcane shift his way away. And Elioya and Super extricate themselves from the situation, and Elioya is looking to crack through the vault. A cease and desist, the story told. Noah flashes, barrier out, but Elioya with the denting blows, a flash enough to take the kill. The tower, though, still ramped up. Will make it a 1-for-1.
Elioya finds a crazy angle. That was a 2 versus 5 that he opted into with a quick pick onto Jun and then extending it onto Noah, finding himself 2 kills for 1 death. I still think is a fantastic retaliation considering the fact that Jojo goes down there, but he gets the wave. In the end, it's just a kill. And Jackie's health bar turns out to go so low here, so it is difficult for him to extend it into something. And meanwhile, Moon is just pushing in bot lane, so will be a kill for GX, but not a lot of objectives getting at the back end of this TP.
Yeah, Alvaro does a good job of keeping Lot busy for a while. Super able to arcane shift away. Here, Noah is a bit greedy with how he walks back to the lane. It makes sense. You expect Elioya has left the trap as well, not quite in the right position. Does manage to root Elioya down here, gets the extra auto off.
That was just a solo kill. Super didn't even do anything for that.
Yeah, it is a Vi into a Caitlyn, dude. When you're on top of her, she doesn't really get away.
Yeah, as he said, that is how the matchup goes.
That is exactly how the matchup goes.
And well documentedly.
Yeah.
Now the Herald is spawning. Elyoya will try to pick that up as the Paranoia goes out, and looks like Mirren will be the target here.
Yeah, Mirren no flash. We talked about how susceptible Rumble is to that Paranoia in his little yordle brain. Gets caught out. Giant X now kill off one of the key points of damage, the key lead for MKOI. Jackie's is 4-1.
His little yordle brain has messed up, man.
It's full of anxiety.
Okay.
Haunting him.
Is it like a rabbit where if his pulse goes too high, he like passes out?
Yeah, it's like one of those, you know the sheep that if you scare them, they fall over?
Yeah.
That's yordles, dude.
His tiny yordle brain. I think, to me, Rumble is very qualified. He pilots a very complex mech, so I don't think he has a tiny brain. That's a medic standpoint on it all. That's
sure.
Elyoya picks
I'm
up
a
the red
doctor,
buff.
not a vet, dude.
Yeah.
I can't speak to the biology of yordles.
He made some pretty bold statements.
Coming back to the game at hand, Finn.
Yes.
Jackie's is huge.
He's
4-1 on this
very
Akali.
big, yes.
1.5k gold up, almost has his Shadow Flame complete. And Giant X, they managed to mitigate some of the bits of bleeding that were happening. They found enough bandages, they've slapped them on, and they said, okay, let's get Jackie's into a position where he can truly carry this game. And they're looking for Jojo towards the top side. Who's here with him? It's Jackie's again, the Bolt Breaker. Held from Elyoya. Jojo unable to get there in time, and perfect execution. Perfectly executed by Giant X. They find the hook as well. They won't go forward because there's TP coming in.
Look at the equalizer.
Lot is low on mana. The equalizer will come out, catches Jun, he dredge lines away, flashes as well to try and survive, to fight another day. Lot won't have that luxury as MKOI do manage to fight back. But while this is happening, Kate is going to town on the mid lane.
He's going! Hey, where are you going?
It's ride or die for Elyoya, and it's ride or dive, it seems. A great dodge from Jackie's, but a cease and desist there for the follow-up. Cease and desist, Elyoya, that's too deep. Giant X walk away, and the Rift Herald won't even get a charge. They'll have their time with the tower, but Noah takes a full turret in mid.
I mean, Elyoya just takes the Herald straight to the enemy towers, and you cease to exist right there. As Supa now is looking up to Noah, goes very wide.
Supa has no mana. He has enough for the autos, but you don't
need
mana for
medic.
those. Jojo there for the follow-up as Supa. The True Shot Barrage did not find its mark, but Jojo's there for the cleanup.
Okay, let's all take a deep breath, okay? Because I don't know what Elyoya just did with that Herald, but I want to see it again, and I want to try to decipher what he was thinking going for that play, because now suddenly the game is equalizing a little bit, and it all starts with this pick onto Jojo. Jackie's, as you highlighted, medic, is so strong and powerful, and despite his flash, he just gets obliterated here. But Alvaro manages to save Elyoya with a flash, heal, and inspired. And the moment Jun flash hooks in right now, it looks a little bit dire, because now Rumble TPs in just like last time and lands a massive equalizer. The Nautilus flash to flash, force the flash out. Sion going down, and this is usually where you just drive the Herald into the tier 1 and get a nice tower pickup. But Elyoya decides that the plays lie elsewhere and goes very deep looking for Jackie's. I think he relied on Alvaro to reveal him in the Shroud potentially, and they can maybe find a pick. That's the only explanation I can find for this very wild play.
Yeah, it was greedy, dude. It was really greedy there from Elyoya. It would have been a lot of gold. Like, Jackie's is 6-1. You take that off the map, that's huge. TP away from Jackie's as he might even look for Mirwin on the top side. Has perfect execution and... well, he misses a bit of it. Goes back in with the R2, and Unstoppable Onslaught coming out as they chase in. A lot will cancel it before it hits the tower. Mirwin with a flash away. He'll live to fight later on.
That's still a cheeky play by Jackie's. He was one being collapsed on, and then he ends up TPing top, forcing out Mirwin's flash. So very resourceful teleport by him. Still ends up getting something at least, but will be some alone time for Jojo here in the bot side, getting a tower, getting this deep wave push in, as well as Elyoya getting all of Isma's bot side jungle, and I don't think he can respond in Elyoya's top side, so still a bit of a gold lead increase here for MKOI.
Yeah, MKOI using the fact that someone TP'd away just to push in, right? They invaded that bot side jungle, as you say. A couple of wards go down from Jun towards the MKOI top side, but MKOI have enough time to walk across and guard it well for Elyoya. He does have a small goal lead over Isma right now. Jackie's using the Shuriken there just to dash back to his Twilight Shroud and gets himself even more gold. Super, though, with a sizable chunk of change. 800 gold ahead on this Ezreal, 2 items complete. It's not going to be double tier, unfortunately. Looks like he's just going towards the Spear of Sojourn or an Endless Hunger as his third item. We've
Probably
seen
will be
both.
Endless Hunger.
Yeah.
Because Shoten doesn't build out of 2 longswords.
That is true.
So most likely
Thank
that.
you, Finn.
Sorry, I'm just like Betty's at this point.
No, Betty doesn't know item builds, Betty. Nothing like Betty.
Still will be Endless Hunger, or maybe Cyril does, I can see as well, would
Yeah,
be the
true, into the
itemization. There is a
Scion.
tanky Scion. I will say Super has his work cut out for him. There's going to be an Akali and a Nocturne diving him every single fight. Maybe Jojo can be the decoy you were highlighting before.
Decent assist there for the follow-up. Isma just able to walk away from the fear. The Chaos Ray. Jojo looking for more. Elioya tried to flash forward, but wasn't able to close the gap. Maybe was flashing away from a hook that I didn't quite see on the top side of the screen because Jun was on the collapse. Oh, the dive in from Jackie's goes on to Super and Ace in the hole. He arcane shifts away and has to use the barrier. Mirwin there, not to body block. A true shot barrage goes through. Jun Jackie's dodges to the side of it. But the flash used from Jackie's and a barrier used from Super is the end result of that sequence.
Are we A-ramming right now?
Yes, we are.
Are we just playing A-ram at this point?
It's Mayram in May. Madrid A-Ram in May. It's Mayram. Oh, man, I've made it. That's the new name.
It's mayhem right now on the map. As all 5 players ended up going mid there. I think MKOI really wants to take this mid lane tower. And I think they realize that they can't really contest the river unless they have all the boys there ready for the Nautilus turn. Alvaro has been getting caught a lot in the early game by them, but now has stabilized the map. Hasn't really died to any hooks lately. You see all those crystals, you really want to outside the tower.
Yep.
You really want to get the Q side that doesn't work on the tower, but we'll live to see another minute, potentially.
Right, we'll see if it does. Next Drake up in a minute 30. MKOI have set up around it. True shot barrage there to clear out the wave. Jackie's still looking for that flank position. Doesn't have a Seekers, importantly, on this Akali, so without the flash, he is much more susceptible to death. The paranoia out. Flash away from Alvaro. Flash depth charge on Super. Doesn't go through as he's able to dodge across the wall. Alvaro almost falling to Isma with the fear going down. He will. The equalize on the backline, though, means that Jun's going to die to a Chaos Storm. Elioya on the chase. Super survives. MKOI team fighting for their lives and taking Giant X's. Perfect play by MKOI as they take down 4, and the Drake no longer their target. Instead, the Baron lies ahead.
I mean, it's a great team fight by MKOI. You can see how synchronized they are, falling back at exact moments. And on the other side, why did GX not go in all at the same time? You saw the paranoia come out, you saw the depth charge getting cancelled, and then Isma still decides to go in there as MKOI is looking for the Baron while we break down this fight. So it all starts with this. Jun has no hook right now because he used it on the wall. And you would think they all would commit now, but Isma is so far away, and Jun cannot follow the same target. Alvaro does end up going down, but suddenly you use Paranoia and your perfect execution charge 1 on a Karma.
Yep.
Super ends up staying alive there by outplaying Jojo, and meanwhile it is Mirwin. Jackie's.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it is Mirwin just torching all of GX all together. I think I want to see the damage charts at one point, because I think Mirwin has been torching this game.
Oh, I really think he has. Bloodletter's Curse, Leandries, and another Haunting Guys. Noah takes half his HP from a true shot barrage, and it was the Endless Hunger that you highlighted. And now the problem with the Mayram, the Giant X used to be able to match, is they can't anymore. You've got a Baron buff, all these extra minions pushing in. MKOI crack through that mid lane, and they're going to take the Drake alongside it. A 3,000 gold lead. Jackie's relegated to a side lane. He's trying to get towards his next item. Congratulations to Mirwin with 1,000 assists now in the LEC. And perhaps looking to add one more tally to the W side of his win-loss column. A Paranoia and Ace in the hole there as well for the follow-up. They'll look for the kill on Elioya, but he's just able to go back in. Has the Inspire! The shields, the equalizer on the backline as well, forces Giant X away. A couple of ultimates used, but it doesn't matter too much for MKOI, because even after that play, they can just take a couple of tier 2s and then back away if they so desire. Instead, they continue this relentless march, because Jackie's is still in that side lane. He's still top, does have the TP, but nowhere really to go. A couple of wards behind, perhaps, that he could TP to.
I mean, Jackie is just split pushing, blasting payphone in his ears right now, because he knows he cannot even team fight against MKOI. They cannot fight below these towers. You know, the siege of MKOI is so powerful, and with an Akali, you can't really hold against all this range that MKOI's come past. Whether that's an equalizer, a big true shot barrage, chunks can come out of nowhere, and it is just a fantastic Baron power play in favor of MKOI as they pick up a 2.3k gold.
It's not only about the gold, right? It's about the fact they cracked the tier 3 in the bot lane.
Absolutely.
It's about the fact they took those 2 tier 2s. It opens up the map so much more for them. And when Elioya, who has, although his scoreline betrays him, been on form at finding picks, when he's in this sort of form, and when Super has this much positioning on the map, he does die to Jackie's. I thought he'd survive there, but Jackie's taken down in response. The problem now for Giant X is, yes, you've traded their most fed member with yours, but the rest of your players are still a combined 5k behind.
Yes, but the intimate tension between an AD carry and dying on a mid-wave is sometimes too powerful.
Yeah, it's true.
And you just gotta go for it in the end. Supa does end up dying, gives up a big shutdown to Jackie's, but in the end, now Jackie's is dead. That's 7 of your 11 kills off the map for 23 more seconds. And I wonder if MKOI can try to use this Baron for anything else. No, it will just be the top lane tier 2. As they recall and start setting up the map again, because Dragon is spawning in 245 and Baron is spawning in 250. So
we expect to see, they path out, open up through mid, make sure that wave is pushed in, then move into this blue side jungle, get some deep vision, clear out the vision in that river that has just been placed by Giant X. And for Giant X, it's picks at best. Noah has his rapid fire cannon. He's Super here, he just steps up too far.
I mean, you thought he outplayed it when the perfect execution misses, but the fact that he stays in range for the out attack and the Q is just a little bit greedy now as I rewatch it. I think he didn't expect the one shot to come out from that HP threshold. Still will be a commanding position for the MKOI lineup as Soul is spawning in 2 minutes.
Yeah, there's the mid push. We talked about Mirwin doing that well with Super. They push into this blue side jungle, take away all the camps, make sure you have the vision down, deny any vision for Giant X. There's a single ward in the mid lane bush. I mean, that's a TP possibility. Jackie's and Lot can get behind
I think you
him.
need it at this point. I think you need an Akali on a flank. For GX to win a team fight, they need
they need
Akali
Ismet to get out. He's
shot.
probably going to jump. He doesn't really have many targets here. Could look for Super, but doesn't have the vision on him. Paranoia's onto Alvaro, but your jungle is dead. That was... Like, we praised Isma a lot at the start of this game, but the positioning there, Razorbeak's just getting run down. You shouldn't be there.
I mean, it's a little bit greedy. He does have the flash, could probably just flash out, but tries to outplay it with the Paranoia to kind of save that. Will now be very tricky for GX as they're looking for something on Mirren, but he's really tanky, by the way. He has a null magic mantle as well to boot.
It's also where's the follow-up. Unless Jun is there at the moment you engage.
Yeah, you need Jackie's on a flank as well, to be honest, for those plays to work out. I like Mirren just itemizing into the null magic mantle there, because that's the only way they lose this game, right?
Yeah.
If Jackie's randomly one-shots him before he gets his equalizer, big damage out, I think will be tricky.
It's a Negatron cloak actually, but we can go with a null magic mantle if you want to. You did it to me.
You got me. You got me. You got me.
Don't be boomed today by our co-casters.
I mean, there's a lot of things to boom us from this game. It's been a very volatile game. 12-11 is the kill score, but still MKOI with a commanding 6k goal lead now is putting their eyes or sight towards this Soul that is spawning in 30. So it's all about now denying the potential cross-map of a Baron. You see Alvaro already putting down wards to make sure that a GX Baron start wouldn't come out of nowhere. So they see it coming and can kind of pivot their plans. Elioya holding the bot side jungle here flawlessly, as is another Mayram, as you like to call it.
Lot steps forward. Elioya's going to take that Mega Blast Cone out. The Drake spawning in 4. Elioya can just start it up while the rest of his team keep Giant X at bay.
They're going to use Lot here to walk in. You see Jack is already looking for a flank angle. I think it's the correct play. Lot is still a big meatball. He can go up here and take a lot of space.
His ultimate's back up as well, importantly.
Jojo's trying to mark Jackie's, but he might just end up missing him if he goes to the other side.
He's on vision now. Lot's going to have to mark him. Noah taken down. True Shot Barrage comes out as well.
And this is still a 50-50. Ismet can Paranoia in here, so they need to force the fight right now.
Equalizer down onto Noah, and no one is marking Mirwin. Mirwin finds the kill. He collapses the arc that was meant to carry Giant X to safety. A double for Mirwin, and I'll say it again, Giant X, you knew he was there.
They have all the information in the world, but in the end, who can he send to mark him? Their call is on the other side. Is Lot gonna walk up there and mark the rumble? Suddenly, then they just get went on in their front to back. So Very well played by Mirwin this game, has looked exceptional on this Rumble. TP on the bot lane was the game saver, and I think he deserves a lot of praise for his performance here today.
Agreed. 3 items on him now. They knew he was here, and as you say, like at some point Lot steps up and Mirwin's like, okay, Lot comes back to try and mark. Mirwin just walks away, just waits, and then uses the Scryer's Bloom and steps back forward.
He doesn't even do Flame Spitter, he overheats with the Electro Harpoon, but the damage is just enough to kill Noah. He doesn't need that. Flashes back to safely and turns onto the Sion, so really cheeky play by Mirwin, really finds a crucial avenue for MKOI in this Dragon setup, and now with Soul, and I imagine with a potential Baron, they will be marching on the base of GX.
Giant X not beating the Gatekeeper allegations with this
Definitely
one.
not.
I think the big battle was between them and MKOI to see which team could try and step up this weekend. Na'Vi currently sitting at 6-3 as well. There's a possibility they fall into those 5-6 positions. But with MKOI, a win today, a great start to their weekend here in Madrid. They have KC tomorrow, then G2. And we saw earlier today, at least on current form, at least on the singular best of 3 that we have to work of, G2 are the slightly stronger team.
Absolutely. I will say, Jackis just picked up his Rabadon. He's still 1k gold up, so if there is a comeback fight for GX, it has to come at the back of a fantastic flank by Jackis.
Man, there's so much shielding. Paranoia is in onto Jojo, puts down the gravity field, flashes away, and now you see Isma, even with the GA, is just going to eat up that Arcane Storm. An equalizer there too to try and burn through them. Cease and desist in. Elioya can see the win in his eyes and he's not letting anyone escape. Jackie's tries to get onto the back line, but Elioya's there to clean him up. And even though Jackie's can take out Jojo, Giant X can't kill off MKOI.
It is not enough, sadly, for the GX team as MKOI win the fight and now place their eyes towards the nexus of GX as they're looking for a dominant 1-0 start in this series.
It was a messy affair, but it's on the home soil of Madrid that MKOI go 1-0 up. We'll see if they can continue that form. It was not clean though.
It was very messy. The early game needs a lot of work, and here you also highlight exactly why you need that Nautilus band if you want to play these enchanters. The Karma was really struggling to find vision anyway without getting caught out by Jun on this Nautilus, so thankfully that is gone now, and I would love to see them maybe go into a little bit more of an engage for Alvaro, because I think he didn't look that comfortable on the Karma, at least in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. And continues his 100% win rate though. 3-0 on the Karma so far.
That is very true.
It was difficult for him. I see Afia getting ready to talk to Elioya. We're going to hear from him in just a moment's time. Can't wait to hear what the jungler for MKOI has to say.
What, sorry? Can
you tell me about the comeback?
Was it a comeback?
The early, well, Isma was in your jungle, I'm sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah, I mean, we're used to starting behind. I think at this point it's just our comfort zone. Every game we start behind and we always come back, so yeah, it's just, I think the usual, you know, we want to give intensity to the game, a bit of a heart attack to our fans, and then we always take the win.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a heart attack, but they're all behind you, so can you give them some hope for game 2?
Gonna be a heart attack again, you know, I'm not giving hope. It's just, this one was the easy one, was not that bad. We've been in wars 13k behind, so like this was just not a heart attack, now it's coming.
Okay, nice, you go ahead. Another heart attack then.
I see. Smart from Elioya here. It's not actually that they're struggling in the early game. It's all part of an elaborate plan from MKOI. They just want to give content to their fans.
Didn't know they had a new
Good job.
Didn't know they had a new sponsor coming in health insurance. Yeah. All right, fair. Yeah.
But let's be real, Elioya.
Yes.
We got to talk about these early games, my man. Like, we talked about it during the pause. Isma is a player that likes to attack you early.
Yeah.
And they weren't prepared. I mean, technically they were.
Yeah.
Technically they did ward for it. They just didn't factor in a Nocturne flashing over a Dragon Pit wall in order to then steal your entire bot side. Which, you know what, Elioya, fair enough. You know, I'll forgive you for that one. But I will say that they I think we already heard the casters talking about it. The Nautilus allowing it to get through was such a problem for Alvaro, just in his ability to contest the river, get vision, even walk up to objectives. That big fight that happened in bot lane was because he just tried to ward into the Dragon Pit, and then Jun hook, line, and sinker.
And it's the reason we see the Nautilus is the most banned in LEC at the moment. Like, it is the pick that does so well into these enchanters, and when it's left open, we get to see in a bunch of these early plays that then they're able to take over. But I think it was MKOI's resilience later on that really played a big factor, because even though with this Nautilus Giant X were able to start off a bunch of these plays, it was actually MKOI who then were using the Ezreal and the Karma with the push on mid lane to then access a bunch of these later fights and then extend the fight past it and then set up for a bunch more of these fights. And you can see it on your screens now. The Ezreal and the Karma were consistently able to keep pressure on this mid lane, so even though you're having Giant X fight first in this top side so regularly, it was MKOI responding.
I mean, Vetti's about to have another Nocturne rant, I'm not going to lie, because the thing about this champ is when you use it to attack side lanes, you're seeing on your screens how effective it can be. But once you've committed those resources, you don't have any left. And this is what I think the problem was for me when it came to GX's approach. When they attacked as this like 3 versus 2 style play, how often did it work? So often, right? They were able to find these picks, but in the extended fight, in the long drawn out skirmishes, that's where Koi was coming back. And I think the problem for GX was that in terms of their map play, Koi was just ready to fight them at every opportunity.
Yeah, and again, I think the fact that you have the Karma that can speed you up to follow on these fights, you've got that point-and-click CC that can come through from Ulyoya, even if he's not very good at driving the Rift Heralds. I think that's where you can really find your focus, and I think that's where, for MKOI, they did find that success after.
He lost his license a couple times, but I feel like the rest of MKOI came together, and you guys said it, with the way GX's composition was working, it was kind of hard for them to make the best of those fights, with Nocturne going in the back line, Jackie's following up as well. They were super split, and this is where MKOI was good in rallying around them and getting the better of those fights.
Yeah, earlier you asked what separates GX from the top 4 teams, and truthfully, I think it's their team fighting. I think that the way in which they approach fights just leaves them open to vulnerabilities, and when we get into this fight, I want to show exactly how that happened, because the thing you'll notice is that they've got a comp where half of it wants to dive, and the Caitlyn wants to play back. Multiple times we saw Noah left to the Wolves. And look at how deep GX commits onto the Karma of all people. Meanwhile on the backline, Mirwin with a beautiful ultimate onto 3 members. You've got a 2 versus 3 on the backside for MKOI, which they're winning, while on the other side, they're winning on that skirmish when they've committed all those resources to trying to kill a Karma. And I think the problem for GX is that when they come into a fight, they don't think, what is our goal? What is our win condition? How do we approach this? Instead, it's almost like they're just trying to find any opportunity they can, whereas it does feel like in the 5v5, Koi rallies together, they react quickly, and they outperform just as they did today.
And I also want to give a shout out to both Mirwin and Supa in that fight as well, because they are 2 members that we've kind of been looking at saying, look, we haven't seen them really performing, but Supa really stepped up in that fight with flashing over the wall before Jun can actually get the Nautilus ultimate onto, meant that then he was able to reposition the fight and play aggressive as soon as he was free, and also then Mirwin, as you said, with that great ultimate. But consistently over the course of this game, I think those 2 were the ones that I was keeping my eye on. We saw some great montage plays in the mid lane from Supa, but it was Mirwin for me that was night and day, steps ahead of where he had been before. The TPs were excellent, his team fighting was brilliant, he looked confident on the Rumble.
Yeah, I think it was his early TP into that bot Dragon fight that ultimately allowed them to swing the gold back in their favor. And I think that, as you rightly said, he's a player that we're keeping our eyes on. He was given the Rumble. You need to have those carry performances, and he did just that.
Yeah, shutting up the haters one at a time and one game at a time. And Alvaro breaking the Karma lose streak here. 8 game, no more. Nobody beats Karma 9 times in a row. So Faith restoring the champion, question mark?
No, I mean, it was a bit of a fraudulent win for sure. Yeah. But we also got this replay just to reinforce how good Mirwin was in this game, just because his flank ends up isolating Noah.
Yeah.
And I think that this was one of the difficulties that Noah had with this draft, is that there's really not a lot of peel for him. A lot of the champions want to go forward, and Caitlyn isn't the best at self-survival. She does need that bit of protection. It's why you often see her in these longer range comps. And so credits to Koi for finding those windows, finding those punishes, and ultimately having a strong game 1.
So moving into the second game here, Koi, polish your early gameplay. Maybe that's what we want. And on the side of GX, I know it was the whole goal for them to play fearless, to go for these engages. Maybe taking a step back here is what I want to see from them, or at least know where they should go in together, collectively.
Yeah, I mean, but that is the problem with Giant X, right? And even like the interview that you were referencing earlier, saying that they wanted to play more aggressive, they were saying, look, sometimes we're going to mess it up. And sometimes that's going to happen, right? And I do think there is a little bit of limit testing that has to go on with that kind of style to try and figure it out. I do think it's more of a, hey, when we get towards team fights, as Veddy was saying earlier, like, get your words in, try and figure out where the enemy team is. Like, it feels like it's a little bit gung-ho where you all just jump in at once and hope for the best and no real headspace to try and figure it out. And then on MKOI's side, I think it's try and play more around Jojo. Like, we didn't really get to see much from Jojo in this game. Like,
Well,
I think he was a bit quiet.
Very check.
Okay, he's still my go, all right? He's still 30 minutes in, he was 1k gold down, he was still 2 levels up, and he had 320 CS. I mean, that guy, put him behind, but this game wasn't about him. So I don't want to focus on Jojo. He'll have his time in the sunshine. For me, like, have you guys ever seen Haikyuu?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, the protagonist learned a valuable lesson at some point in the series where when you chuck the volleyball high into the air, it gives everyone room to breathe.
Yes.
And I feel like GX just need that moment. They need to throw the volleyball in the air and have that breathing moment to calm down and take a step back, because sometimes they're a little too tunneled on what happens in the moment, and I think that leads them astray. I think they've got the talent to go toe-to-toe with Koi. I think they've got the potential. I think they can bring us to a 3rd game, but they're only going to do that if they slow the game down and play towards their win conditions.
Strong and wise words. Listen to Veddy. Sometimes it works. Let's see if GX can make it happen in Game 2 so far. MKOI leads the series. We'll come back right after this.
Let's go. Wait, he's low. He missed it over there. Nice. Can you block the kills?
They're going on me now, banana.
Okay, banana.
Coming.
We can play this. I like this fight. Now the flash. Akali? Killing is net, okay?
Look at Kali, guys.
Vamos, David!
Army.
No. She's dead.
Good job.
Go through GA, okay?
Yeah, wait.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Baby, cause I'm crushing.
Whoops.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
No, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna...
It's very hard. There we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
君のことば繰り返し寝ても全てもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
I mean, I'm gonna be playing in front of our home crowd. Also, my mother and my brother is coming, so it's always like a boost of happiness because I am getting to play and I'm also looking at them or I see them before the play, like before I'm playing. And I think it's just also like really pretty to show to the fans because, of course, here in Berlin, we have the stage and it's where we are playing every single day. But I think when we get to do these road shows and we get to do these events, it's just you also connect way more with the people. And also they connect with us more. So I think it's just a really good opportunity and also in my case, I usually step up on the moments that there is pressure.
Hello and welcome back to Madrid where we're here for what could be the final game of the day. It's been a quick one. G2 dismantled KC and now MKOI messily, cleaned up the floor with Giant X. I'm not going to pretend it was a clean game.
There was some odd sweeps here and there, but in the end, the floor is now squeaky clean after the happenings in the game.
Happenings are happenings. True. There were some happenings in that game, Finn. This is what we bring the ex-pro players in to give us,
The linguistical terms here as we see Super walk out. I mean, I want to say that the result was expected, but the journey there was maybe not quite as clean as maybe MKOI would have hoped. I think they came in today with the expectation that they wanted to show a statement against GX, and statement wasn't super well received by the fans. I mean, the fans loved it, but in general, I don't think the gameplay quality was quite there. There was a lot of messy plays happening all over the place.
Yeah, a bit of a disparity between that and the first series, I would say. Although there were some messy plays in the first series as well, not to blow G2 and KC's trumpet too hard. As we'll see if Giant X can bounce back. It is a hard weekend for them. Tomorrow they play G2 and then KC, and currently they're very much looking like the team that will end up at 4 and 5, really, at the end of this weekend, sitting in that 6th spot.
I mean, it is a difficult road ahead for them, and I think even if they lose today, it doesn't mean the weekend is ruined. I still think, as very highlighted on the desk, I think there's a lot of individual talent on this GX roster, and we've seen a lot of really fantastic plays by them, but it's all about just those 15 to 25 minutes. It seems like every game just kind of runs away from them, and they really need to find more discipline in those areas, and as he says, throw the volleyball high and take a deep breath.
Yeah. Speaking of discipline, Vedi has pitched me. If this series ends after this game, we're going to go back to the card shop that we bought cards from this morning. So I'm kind of in MKOI's camp. I'm going to be honest. Like, Unleashed is out, the new Riftbound set. Incredible set, lots of cool legends in it. I need my overnumbered Baron. I need it, man. It's calling to me.
I'm just sad there's no Kled deck yet. I'm waiting
there
for
will
it.
Be a Kled
I have
deck.
theory crafted how they would design the Kled card. I think there's a lot of really cool interactions they could do.
Like, it's kind of ganking ambush, really, isn't it?
No, I'm thinking more assault.
Assault, I can
where
see
he has
assault.
pretty low base stats, but with assault he's quite high, and if he dies, he goes back to base.
He recalls, but then you have to find a way to like re-give him a buff.
Exactly,
or
and
something.
if he conquers, he then gets a lot of stats back. He gets like a +3.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's my idea. At least here we are going into draft.
Yes, back to League of Legends, guys.
And GX has chosen second pick, which is a little bit unconventional. Usually you see the team that loses choose first pick to kind of dictate the draft, but they might have something in mind for their 1-2 rotation or potentially their last pick here. As we see Orianna being banned, Pantheon being banned, nothing really new. Seraphine Shincha have been taken out.
Early, I'd say it's not new. It is one of Isma's favorite picks, but a couple of enchanters coming out from MKOI, they don't tend to want to play enchanters, right? So in terms of those picks, we have Lulu and Milio left. Giant X are likely to go for engage for Jun, and Nico really is beginning to look very strong in this current like draft situation. We'll see where Giant X go with their final ban.
A lot of targeting in the jungle now, with Pantheon being out, Shincha being out, as well as Nocturne. Vi being out does increase Jarvan prio a ton. And it is not too surprising to see a first pick Jarvan, usually one of those 1-2-3 bans as well, is very good against the enchanters, as it will be responded by a Lucian Milio by the GX bot lane. And we've seen a lot of Lucian Milio on the rise lately, especially from the Korean AD carries in our league, and I'm excited to see what Noah can do with his Lucian.
It is the first time we've seen Lucian Milio from them as a bot lane. It was also the first time we'd seen Caitlyn from them this spring, alongside the Nautilus. So a lot of firsts coming out for Giant X. Obviously things they're very comfortable on, things we've seen them on before, but it's been a while since we've seen them play this.
Is there going to be a
MKOI's answer, Kalista Renata, does seem to be that's where they're going.
Oh, I do like that. I think MKOI played it last week as well in their game 3.
Yeah, they didn't win that game though.
Yeah. Oh, they didn't win?
No, they lost.
Okay, well, then I'm not as excited. I just thought it's a great balance between you want to play enchanters because the meta is enchanters, but you also want a little bit of engage in your support, and I think that kind of threads the needle really well by putting Alvaro on the Renata together with Kalista. Fits all of that, but it is a very volatile botlane matchup. You really need to make it work early game. We'll see if he goes for the static shiv, which has been popping up a bit more and more on the Kalista to spread those rend stacks, or if it's going to be a standard on-hit build, as the Skarner now being answered. Yeah, it's quite tricky to play into the Kalista, I think, because she just kind of jumps around like a mosquito, but you are quite tanky, so...
Yeah, the draft, it was game 1 versus Shifters that MKOI lost with a very similar draft to this. Jarvan, Kalista Renata, Azir, and Jace were their picks in that draft. It wasn't to Lucian Milio, and like Super did go 7-1 on the Kalista. Like,
he
had a
looked good. That's
game.
what I reminded. I thought he won that game because it looked so good, but that was the messy kind of base race. Yeah, the Rooster just rage quitting on with Hullbreaker Aurelia.
Man, Rooster's Aurelia, like he's gone like 2-7 and 1-4 and won both the games. Yeah. I don't understand it. Unfortunately, we won't see him anymore this split, as SK have been eliminated. Annie and Vayne, the next 2 bans here from Giant X and MKOI respectively.
So GX did choose second pick, right? Which will allow them to have last pick. So it makes sense for MKOI to take out these kind of counter picks into the blind top laners. So you're angling for a Gnar or a Cassante. Perhaps it's quite difficult to know exactly where it wants to go, but usually those will be the main 2 blinds right now. There is also the Ambessa that has been quite prevalent as a blind pick, but seeing as Sign is out and Rumble is out, it does kind of hinder that top lane blind pick pool just a little bit.
Is there ever an argument to leave mid lane counter for last? I feel like mid lane counter just doesn't get you as much as top lane counter.
I mean, to me, the argument to do that is if a lot of counters being banned out, like right now we have 2 Gnar counters already being out. You could just take the Gnar pick here for GX, secure lot on that Gnar, and just be really happy because there's no Jace, there's no Vayne to kind of counter pick you. Also, Aurora is out. And you're not really doing it for the mid lane counter pick, but you're doing it because that is just the best top lane matchup you can secure for yourself.
But that makes sense, that makes sense. We'll see where Giant X decide to go. Looks like it is going to be a top laner. Renekton picked, and Gnar available to Mirwin if he wants it.
Little bit unconventional, I think, to go for the Renekton here. It is quite popular in the LPL, as it usually is.
It's lots most played this split as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is just a solid blind pick. You guarantee lane pressure with this Renekton pick, and you guarantee to have a matchup where at least you can do something. Seeing as Vayne and Jace are out, those can be quite annoying to deal with. Does make some sense to lock in the Renekton here, and we'll see where Mirwin goes for the counter pick.
Ooh, Shen. Something we haven't seen too often.
Cool counter pick. This matchup is quite tough in the 1v1. But obviously with a bot lane that wants to play this aggressive, I think the Shen makes a little bit more sense. I mean, the 1v1 is difficult for Shen, let's be completely honest here, but especially after 6, Renekton just has a Dominus ticking damage in AoE. It becomes quite hard to take extended fights for the Shen, but this was an answer that came up around 2020, where Renekton was just unbeatable and people just picked Shen with like a Hecarim or a Kali and just decided to win the map elsewhere. As Jojispin has blind picked Anivia.
Okay, so
very bold.
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to say, well, we know you kind of like Ryze. You can't pick Ryze, right? Because Anivia is so good into it. Instead, it's just going to be the Azir. A solid front-to-back comp from Giant X. They have 2 strong damage dealers and then a meat shield in front of it. On the other side, MKOI have a little bit more pick potential with the Jarvan, the Anivia, and with the Shen, who can just jump in with the Stand United. But it's still solid if they do want to front-to-back. I'd say MKOI's damage is more front-loaded in the game. Right, Kalista does fall off a little bit as the game goes on, obviously. And Anivia, I mean, she scales up well as well, but if I look at the other side, Lucian used to fall off pretty heavily. I don't think he really does anymore,
no,
especially when he has Emilio behind him.
Yeah. I think the crucial point for this game is you need your Kalista to be ahead. If this Kalista goes even, MKOI is going to struggle heavily in the team fights. So we need to see them use their pressure into bot lane. We need to see Shen being set up so he can ult bot. Even if the first gank goes top, that is just to set up the Shen to be able to have a lot of push and a lot of freedom to ult bot whenever he wants to. So to me, that is the most important part for MKOI, and obviously for GX. They have Skarner with 3 very strong lanes. Just allowing Isma to be creative. Game 1, he flashed over to Dragon Pit level 1 to Maiden in red buff. Not sure we'll see that again, but I want to see what he can do with these lanes, because Renekton should have pushed top. Bot lane is quite contested, but I do think Azir early game pushes a bit faster than Anivia, so he has a lot of lanes to play around at least.
And let's make our way onto Summoner's Rift. We've also seen Static Shift Kalista. We saw it last week with the Ginsus. Applies those Ren stacks to every target the Static Shift hits. Expect to see Super going that way once again. And Super had a really good game 1. You know, on the Ezreal went 5-1, was positioning well. Did get caught out on the mid wave once by Jackies, but you
got to give him 1.
Yeah, you know, he levels up a little bit. Mirwin, Super, and Alvaro all with 200 games now in the LEC. Have played together for all of those games. Congratulations to them and to MKOI. Although MKOI have had a disappointing spring split, you have to remember, these guys are champs, right? They've tasted the title last year in spring.
Multiple finals as well with this roster, or maybe with a different mid, but still multiple finals reach. So we know the ceiling of this team, but sometimes you don't quite see them go all that way. As see some trading bot lane.
Oh, I mean, Rend will get Noah down a little bit, but Super goes to half HP. The loyalty program shield not getting the damage onto Noah that they really wanted.
Is that the spell name? Loyalty program?
Yeah,
shield?
the Eon Renata's. Well, it's just called loyalty program.
Really rolls off the tongue, right?
Well, you don't say the shield part, because
I was saying
the shield from loyalty program.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
Handshake, bailout, loyalty program, hostile takeover. The ability names for Renata. Just proving I can do it, you know. They will get the push, and because of that, no engine just stepping back a little bit more. Arden Blaze not really finding it.
Jungle pathings are quite mirrored right now.
Yeah.
Both just full clearing towards bots. Top laners looking quite isolated. I imagine Lot is gonna start getting wave control just as he hits level 3, because you really need all those spells to kind of threaten the Shen. It's all about the mind game. If the Shen can block the Ruthless Predator with his W sword, then suddenly the trade becomes really good for him. But if he does not, then that's a big chunk, a big stun, and a big trade win for the Renekton. So a bit of a mind game, similar to the Fiora matchup. As
Jojo goes for the flash rods. He's just an egg.
He's just egg maxing right now.
Oh, Jojo. He's
baiting.
He's baiting.
Wait, he's a genius.
It's a genius egg bait. Jackie.
Wait, he's a genius.
Oh my God, Jojo.
Wait.
I can't believe I doubted you, dude. You don't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs, and Jojo proves that. Health is a resource, as are your passives. Jojo bakes Jackie's to overstep.
I mean, Jackie's tunnel visioning on the protein a little bit too much here, going for the egg scramble, but in the end it's just Jojo taking a trade just to pop his egg to bait Jackies to kind of destroy it. Really unconventional Anivia play. I've never seen anything quite like it, but I love to see it from Jojo. That's also why his creativity is so highlighted.
Isma gonna Ishtar's impact across here. Because Elio took the time to gank mid, he is gonna get double crapped by the Bracken. Jojo also still on the losing side of the trades in mid because it has the soldiers and can just put them out. But he did get his tier and a Ruby Crystal, so already stacking up on that. There's a risk for Mirwin in the top side that he needs to be aware of. Isma is on his way across. He will know because of that Scryer's Bloom and because they saw Isma walk through mid lane. But he can't step too far up. Good Flash Frost into the Frostbite. Takes a bite out of Jackie's HP.
I always love when Olivias do that. When they Q and then W, so the auto-path thing puts them into the Q. I think it's such a cool play. I can never pull it off when I play Anivia. Champion is too difficult for me, but Jojo showing great mastery. I will just say, Jojo, you cannot do the same play again, or you will actually die.
You just got to wait for Rebirth to be back up, man. As soon as that passive's back, good handshake from Aldebro. Heal comes out from Giant X. The stacks building up on both Jun and Noah, means they don't want to go too much further. Noah dashes back in with the Ardent Blaze hitting, and that fire kick. And Noah saw an angle and chipped away at Super with it.
I'm a bit curious where Mirwin will take his itemization this game. Dusk and Dawn is the most common choice for the
Vandal
Shen.
Pipes as well.
Vandal Pipes, Dusk and Dawn. Some people go for the Titanic as well. It's you don't have egg mates. Just
but he's got El Yo-Yo.
Oh, they both start with E.
No egg, just a yo-yo.
Yeah. No yoke, just yo-yo.
Good one.
Yeah,
good one. Here we go. Jackie should just be able to shifting stands out.
Jojo is making me really nervous.
Oh, he goes in. Jojo flashes away.
He's way too good at it. He's just way
too
good. The way he's just playing on Jackie's emotion and bloodlust is unmatched. Look, this is a masterclass in psychology gaming from Jojo in this game. He hasn't been out-handing Jackie's. He's been inflicting him psychological damage time and time again.
It's actually grotesque, man. Jojo has just baited Jackie's twice, and Jackie's, like a good little trout, has nommed it up. Nobbled it up, man. He's nommed up the bait. I don't know what kind of trouts. The trouts nobble all the time, dude. huge nobblers. He's nommed it up and gobbled it down. That's where it's coming from. Gobbled up the bait and nommed. That's where it's come from.
Trouts and decoys, a lot of fish there.
Oh, it's true. So true. Jackie 0-2 now at 600 gold lead for Jojo, a 300 gold lead almost for Elioya. Giant X will use this time to take a Drake. And Elioya is level 6. He can't really flag and drag in here. There's a Milio standing in your way, and a good Milio will knock you back.
I think he used denied the re-entry from Noah Jun, but he actually goes for it.
And drag in the Impale, just gonna pull back Elioya. A bailout, can he kill Jun in time? The answer is no.
Look at Super
though. We'll get him afterwards. A good double flash rods once again, as Super begins to dance on him. A double with the stand united, Noah slowed, and Super won't go any further.
So Isma did a nice play there. He walked into the bush and started channeling his ult. So actually Elioya would not be able to buffer it with his own ult. So I thought this was a really clever play, but Alvaro manages, as we rewatch this fight again. First of all, I didn't think there would be any fight angle here. I thought you were just kind of holding Tribush here and denying the re-entry from GX. But here you see it, Isma challenged the ult on a pink ward, but the fact that Alvaro gets his W over right before he dies buys him so much time that now Super is suddenly left completely untouched. No more threats to deal with him, and Stand United is just a cherry on top. I don't think it was needed, but it was sure as hell pretty.
Yeah, it really was, and you said they wanted to get this Callisto ahead. She is ahead, 2 kills. And Scout Slingshot complete. It is going to be Static Shiv on the Callisto.
He's fucking electrocuted to the wall.
Does 1 damage, I'm pretty sure. Huge lead for Jojo in the mid lane. Like, Callisto, although getting her ahead does give you a lot, like, Jojo has just been running the map this early game. Super's moved up to the top side. Grub's up in 40 seconds. It's going to be answered by Noah and Jun, who in the lane have been solid. But out of the lane, they've been at the mercy of Elioya and Jojo Pyun.
You see Mirwin now. Matchup will get harder and harder for him in the 1v1. Has the early Bramble Vest to kind of stabilize a little bit. Kind of hinder the Renekton from taking extended long trades and doing what he wants. He's right now doing what he wants though by proxying into him.
Yeah, there's not much Mirwin could do here, right?
If you taunt in, it's quite dangerous if Renekton just extends the trade, so... will just be a whack on the forehead on the crocodile and just
yeah, get yourself a
exits.
grasp proc, walk away. Conqueror is available for Lot if you do go for those longer trades. Lot looking towards the mid lane.
And he really wants to use this window where Stand United is down to make an impact on the map, because this is
Jojo
really his
knocked
only
back, Lot
time.
with the dominance, flashes over the Flash Frost, Ruthless Predator there for the stun, and now the egg is going to be swiftly scrambled by Giant X. They use the Impale to make sure they get it. Elioya flashes forward, there's the Cataclysm follow-up. Alvaro with a flash of his own into the handshake and a hostile takeover. Will take over Lot's body, and Koi get their third on Kalista.
And I'm a little bit mad at Jojo as a top laner to know that Renekton has one window where he can make a play, and you end up dying to it. It's a little bit frustrating, but in the end, MKoi was there to back him up. In the end, they were able to trade kill onto Lot, so still Maroon is quite happy. He gets a lot of free time on the plates in bot lane, gets a lot of free waves, but will be the grubs picked up here for GX? Only two of them though, because one was taken by MKoi earlier.
Yeah, just be a couple of grubs for Giant X. We saw a similar thing on the bot lane play where Giant X got the Drake afterwards just because of the reset timings coming out from MKoi. MKoi, though, do have that 1.5k gold lead. Jojo's is slightly smaller than it once was, but Elioya and Super continue to extend, and there's the static shiv that will make the wave clearing even easier for this Kalista.
I struggle to see how Isma is going to have a lot of impact in these fights. There's a lot of things to kind of deny Ziggstal's impact. You can either be Handshook, you can either be the... I don't know the name of that.
Frostbitten? No, Flash Frost.
Flash Frost or something like that, yeah.
It is Flash Frost.
It's quite difficult for him to actually engage on this corner. So it kind of comes down to Noah taking a lot of space, dashing forward on mid waves, just dashing forward to Chunk for GX to actually have space later on in this fight. So we'll see how they navigate those.
It's going to be a tricky one to find enough space in the team fights. MKoi, though, have been messy a couple of times in their team fights, and we'll
the trumpets are back.
A couple of open opportunities. We're getting down with the trumpets. As MKoi are looking to down their opposition.
Ruin does now have Stand United, which I reckon...
Oh, that was cool from Jackie's, but the follow-up from MKoi is already here. Jackie's has to flash away.
Oh, that was so sexy by Jackie's. What a little swoop pick up there on Jojipun. Super nice play there by him. Really catches him off guard. In the end, Stand United will block that. It would probably just be a flash force in an individual 1v1, but still showing off a little bit here in Madrid.
Yeah, it was nice. And really fancy from Jackie. He's still 800 gold behind, so it didn't really change anything, as you said. Does get the Stand United out.
Looks cool while doing it.
Yeah. Next Drake up in 8 seconds time. MKoi a little bit late out on the map. You can see Jojo and Elioya just leaving. Now getting towards this mid lane river. Giant X will start up the Drake immediately. At risk of being pincered here, but you can see Lot has not made his way back towards the top side, instead coming down towards this river fight.
Also no flash shoot on Jackie's. He will struggle heavily to approach this. He does have Lot by him.
Impale from Isma will pull Elioya across, and not in time to get the bailout. Hostile takeover does hit across Giant X. Lot able to slice his way away. Jojo, though, still on the chase. The autos won't do enough, but Mirwin here to follow up. Jojo flashes away from Jackie's, who doesn't have a flash of his own, and with a bailout on his shoulders.
God, he just does it again.
Back to life! Super on the backline just rips them to pieces. A triple for him as MKoi destroy Giant X.
And MKoi is just styling on GX right now. Super gliding in the backline of that team fight. Jojipun once again baiting with his health bar to kind of pull Jackie's in as we rewatch his fight. It starts with Elioya getting stunned into ulted, and now it looks like a somewhat good fight for GX. It's a 1-for-0, and they didn't use that much, but Lots get caught in the Glacial Storm, and Jojipun just postures so aggressively here, and Jackie's tries to punish, but first the bailout here, saved by Super actually
Super
executing Noah
so
in the back
much,
line, and Super just runs rampart in the back line. A 1v3 in the enemy jungle on this Kalista, just showing off now 6-0 with the Vamp Boots, with a static Shiv, and more on the way.
Super has Gluttonous Greaves, and Giant X unfortunately seem to be celiac. They are dying to the gluten. And MKoi 3.5k ahead now. Super on his way to his Ginsus. It's so hard for Giant X to do much. Like, where are you looking? You're looking at Isma. He can't easily get onto a Kalista. You're looking at Lot. Well, if he dashes forward, you're met by a handshake. And then, as you say, Noah needs to take space, but the space is being denied because Elioya jumps on him and Noah has to dash out every time.
I mean, okay, here Lot is getting caught out. Does have the dice and the dice. I think he will be fine.
And for Dominus too, Elioya goes to the flag that was previously laid on the battlefield, and
still kind of blows. You just have to use your ult like that.
Yeah,
it does. Sad
also,
crocodile.
you're losing all these minions and tower plates.
Crocodile tears.
Yep.
Being shed right now.
But I don't think they're fake this time.
No, they're real crocodile tears, sadly. I was gonna say, I think it comes down to two factors right now for GX. I think either a fantastic shuffle by Jackis, or Noah pushing really far forward and finding these aggressive chunks with the milieu behind him. Because I don't think Isma and Lot, as you say, can really engage easily unless they find some fantastic angles. So, see GX now pushing at bot lane, getting a tier 1 tower for Noah, trying to accelerate his second item. I think is crucial if they are to find any good plays now, because it's a 10-3 kill score for MKOI and a 4k brewing gold lead right now. Supa pushing out tier 1 against Renekton, completely untouched. And will just continue to control the pace of this game.
Yeah, we've got a minute before the Riftard if they want to go for that. They took them tier 1 in the mid lane, and we're looking for the tier 1 on top as well in exchange for Noah taking the bot lane turret of their own, but MKOI able to back away from it for now. Giant X, a long road to travel.
It does look like Jojo has 5,336 stacks in his tier,
yeah,
which is really funny.
Like, man, if you cry enough, it's so
Too
many tears of the goddess.
Sadly,
yeah. What we need is the Rod of Ages to be next to it as well. So it's 53,423. That would be quite nice. As Jojo's looking a lot, that tower not long going to survive. And now Jojo has a crystallize, forces Lot the long way around, pops the Dominus once again. The flash was there for the follow-up, and the Frostbite will singe his toes. Another Frostbite there. In the end, he dies to Elura and the minions. Not much Lot can do when you are met by the Arctic Storm. And now MKOI looking for the collapse as well as Mirwin finds a double taunt onto Jun. The Breath of Life impale, but Jun still goes down and Mirwin just walks out! Isma has to Ishtal's impact, but is having none of it as MKOI find another double.
I mean, GX are just crumbling on every single point of the map right now. You see Mirwin going for these flashy plays, catching a top on the Renekton, then flash taunting the milieu before he gets the ult out. I think right now MKOI are just running GX around the map, picking up the Herald now as Jackis is looking to stop Jojo's base, because that is the only positive thing they can kind of accomplish right now.
Have another look at this play around the red buff. Mirwin with the taunt flash double catch. Triple catch, in fact, as he goes through Isma to start it off.
Yeah, and you see Isma tries to actually pull him away from his W, but still ends up blocking a few Lucian autos by with that Spirit Sword shield, or whatever it's called.
Spirit's Refuge.
Spirit's Refuge. Supa picks up 1,000 kills in the LEC. Big congrats to him. A massive milestone, and what a game to do it in. Right now, 8-0-2 on the Kalista, and it is looking so dominant, right?
Yeah, he's 13-1-11 across the two games so far. We've only had 16 minutes of this second game.
Yeah.
He's really come to life here in Madrid, in front of his own crowd. And now MKOI is just looking like you're crossing the T's and dotting the I's at this point. You do everything by the book and
putting your trumpets as well.
Yeah, Giant X won't really have a way to answer, right?
Yeah. So that's gonna be 4 plates taken down. Just for nothing, really. There's no I mean, there is a cross-member series pushing out top here, trying to get wherever he can. Jojo Pune is maybe caught out here. It's a little bit deep.
Does impact onto Jojo. Impale is available here too. Flash blast out, flat from Jojo. The egg is going to get pulled back. Will MKOI over-invest in this? The Stand United bail out. They're trying to bring the egg back. But once it's gone rotten, you can't save it. TP in now. With the Rooter's Predator stun from Lot onto Supa. Supa is deadly low, and an Emperor's Divide puts him in the ground. Alvaro follows suit. MKOI overextend, trying to save their mid. And Giant X bite back. It's 3k gold to swing, and it's going to be more. Mirwin looking for the execute. TP's out, in fact, at the end. So he does manage to survive it, but so much expended by MKOI in lieu of saving a mid that was kind of already dead.
I mean, GX does find the miracle play. This was exactly what they needed to do. They needed something like this to happen, but you gotta give it a little bit of criticism. Jojo, you are winning the game on every single front. You don't need to dive the mid lane tier 2 by yourself. Step up to get that wave. super good by Isma to find that angle and actually punish Jojo's over posturing. But this was not a difficult play to make. He just kind of got it handed to him. So let's rewatch this. The Ixtas impact does a nice loop around here on Jojo and just puts him so far up. And actually saves the ult until the egg is popped. Because now he can just pull him back into the team. So they actually kill the egg before all the shielding comes out. And now MK, you should just leave him. But
you should have
Love is
left him,
already
like,
here and finds a great flash stop.
You should have left him as soon as you see the egg pop.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, there's no need for a stand United. There's no need for Elio to be standing there. You're not trying to bail out an egg, dude. Like, it's not cheaper by the dozen. Just let one crack and you're
bail out
fine.
the egg, does it like start ticking down again, or do you actually?
He came back.
Yeah.
Yeah. He becomes the inhibitor and then it keeps ticking. That's what happened.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
But yeah, it just don't. You know, just don't do that.
So we'll see if MK can focus up now, because the game is not finished yet.
It was a 4K gold swing.
Yeah, that was a huge play by GX. And
MK now slows down Elioya, misses the flag and drag, and just dies immediately. The hostile takeover as Super tries to go in with the face call onto Albro. Super is dancing around this fight, but with Lot there, the Ruthless Predator, even through the bailout, Super's not going to survive. MK! You had it in the palm of your hand, and you have yeeted it into next week. It is destructive from Giant X, and devastating for MK.
MK. What are you doing? This reminds me of that Fnatic final versus G2 where they were just winning every single game and then just throw it away for nothing. They're going deep into the enemy jungle here while Renton does have TP advantage, and Yoya just combos in and finds no one. But for some reason they all commit to it. Here Supa tries to space glide, but there's just a Renekton with a stun. You cannot outplay a target stun. No,
you
there's
don't
no
even
Shenno.
have Stand United.
Don't even have TP on Shen. He's just pushing top right now, crying crocodile tears because his team is just going way too deep. A nice calling by Noah will pick up Jojo at the end of that. And we need to see some refocus now by MK, because the GX fans are eating good in the studio.
They really are. And all credit to Giant X, right? You've got to catch what's thrown at you, and they've done that perfectly.
Absolutely.
The gold is now even between the two teams. Giant X have 2 Drakes to their name. Next one up in 2.5 minutes. But if you're MK, in that moment, you're like, guys, come on. Like, twice in a row we've made dramatic mistakes.
Look at Noah's items. He's in the 3 items.
Yeah.
He almost has IE, SS Reaver, and a Lord Dominic's on Lucian, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage
He's
coming to this fight.
1.3k ahead, dude. Super was 8-0, 8-0-2, and we praised him. He's now died twice in a row. Noah has picked up, I think, 4 kills across the course of those last 2 fights. Like,
I mean, I respect him for dying, because in the end, he's not the one inting. He's just committing to his team's int.
Sure.
So,
Sure.
Usually we have been critical
MK as a whole failed.
Yes, there's a lot of failing going on by MK in these last 2 minutes. Because we were talking as if the game was done and dusted.
It should have been.
It was a really commanding position that MK found themselves in, and they managed to throw it out of the window, and now they're looking at an even game, and they have to do it all over again.
This is not just throwing it out of the window, though. This is throwing it out of the window into a moving garbage truck that is then taking it across the Atlantic and dumped it in a big trash pile somewhere. Like
in Minnesota.
In Minnesota, right? This is as far removed from a single throw as possible. Like, I've seen shorter throws in the discus, you know? MK have got a little bit of leeway in this game.
It was an Olympic level throw.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Yeah. Great right arm there by MK.
Super's finished Terminus. You've got Dusk and Dawn now on Mirwin. Like, you do have 2 items on Jojo as well. His rod is almost fully stacked. Next Drake up in a minute's time, and MK know they have to fight around it. But with 3 LMs on Noah, Jackie's has gone the Rocket Belt Nash's Tooth build, but still has some damage now. And a Protoplasm Harness Bandle Pipes on Isma. Isma's a lot harder to kill now. Right, Super needs some time with those Terminus auto attacks to actually get through the armor that Isma has built.
Especially
the health that Isma
especially
has built.
when Yoya is not hitting him with that Cleaver and the Dragon Strike armor shred. Then Isma is very tanky and definitely needs a lot of time. I will say the Anivia is still very disruptive in these fights.
Very true, yeah.
Like, the amount of disruption that she can put out for the Renekton, like a bad E or just a catch here, like on Jun.
Yeah, all that took was a Glacial Storm to crystallize. Lot and Merwin trading off towards the top side, but Jun now has to use his flash. Jojo, he's had some real highlight moments in this game. You think about the first 2 kills on Jackie's in mid.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolute master.
It's the good, the bad, and the ugly.
It really is. It really is. And sometimes that feels like this is what MKOI's season has been. As they start up the Drake,
So
Giant
GX
X
is
are
going to
playing
give this
for
one
mid tower
sure.
instead. Yeah.
They cannot contest this. There's no chance. Let's see if they actually want to contest here now as they re-enter mid, because Lot is looking for a flash stun here.
Stun onto Isma, still pretty healthy. Has the cozy campfire to heal him up. Flag and drag, Cataclysm, double knock up with the breath of life. Jackie's dodges it. Lot tries to get onto the backline, but with a good hostile takeover. Jackie's stunned up once again. Stand United onto Jojo, keeps him alive, and MKOI managed to find 2 kills for the price of 1. Giant X, they got Noah out. They got Jun and Isma out, but they couldn't.
The question is, do you start Baron here? You
get
have the
Jackie's
Kalista.
out.
It all depends if Jojo can actually keep Isma out of this pit.
You don't have a smite.
Yeah, but you have Kalista.
Yeah, but you still don't have a smite, dude. Like, Kalista smite is very strong. Kalista by
I believe in
herself.
Supra's ability. I think they're using this to bait, but I think that might be a mistake. Look at how much damage you're taking here by the Baron.
Noah
But
has the
Jojo, think of it.
alteration. Mirwin going in, lands the stun onto Isma, who walks away with the cozy campfire. Noah opens up. Isma goes down the banner onto Super, not there in time. Still, though, MKOI with Jojo should be able to kill off Jun. No escape for the Milio as MKOI get the double onto Jojo. And it was a good bait. You would have wanted Super to
as you say,
survive.
but let's rewatch this fight. Lot is looking for something here on the side. He wants to flash on someone, but now he realizes he can't. Uses his E out, and this is where MKOI punish. Suddenly the Renekton can't E flash on your backline if you go in, and Jojo finds a massive flash on the shuffle attempt of Jackie's. Meanwhile, Adioya dies in the backline. It doesn't quite matter, just because all the engage attempts of GX are null and void.
Lot, what are you doing? Just well too far pushed up, and MKOI just sneak behind, double control wards, let them in, and Lot turned to stone by Jojo and Yoya. And that's your top laner down, 40 seconds on him. Still, you could play for the Baron once again, but do you really want to risk it?
I mean, it's all about how you translate this kill. Realistically, this kill should translate into deep vision in the enemy topside jungle. That's what's realistic. Now, they have other ideas. They want to start and force this Baron to force a response, but Elioy is taking a big chunk. But here is Jojo.
Drag out Jojo there, though. Noah dashes across the wall. MKOI turn their attentions over to Jun. Good flash handshake onto Jun. Will take him down the hostile takeover, but Noah has to flash away from it. Jackie's begins to open up, and Emperor's Divide gets the knockback, but MKOI continues to get in. Oh, Lot! Oh no, my dude!
Oh, he's committing to the bit.
That TP sucked! Lot dies, surrounded by 5 of MKOI! And after throw, after throw, after throw, it's Giant X that eat the game away.
I have many opinions on this game, Medic. I have many opinions in this game, but in the end, it is MKOI that clutches victory in the jaws of defeat, in the jaws of victory. Once again, finding themselves pushing down the nexus of GX. Jun, my little friend, you are not strong enough to hold this. It will be a 2-0 by MKOI, but I would not say it was a clean one.
Not how they wanted it to happen, but a 2-0's a 2-0 as Jackie's tries to dive in, but the Nexus cannot be saved. It will fall. Jojo goes on a rampage, and here in Madrid, MKOI win their first series.
The trumpets and the drums maybe was what they needed to find their morale back in. Maybe like an augmenting evoker. They needed the buffs, and in the end they did not want to disappoint their fans, because all of these people in this arena has come to watch them play as they move over for the handshakes. And after a victory, I was about to say well-deserved, but a hard-earned one.
Yeah, well, I will say well-deserved. I think they're a much better team on the day.
Absolutely.
Still not perfect. And when you have KC tomorrow and G2 on Sunday, you need to start striving for perfection. You can vote for one of those MKOI players in your key player of the series. Mirwin, Jojo, or Super are your options. Super had a blinder. Super had an absolute blinder. 5-1-9 on the Ezreal. This game, I think he ended on about 10, 12 kills.
I would also shout out Mirwin. I think he had
true.
a fantastic game one, and I think his
Very
TP
true.
is the play that kind of saved him into the game. And now on the Shen, his ults were good. He had great taunts. I think he had a fantastic series as well.
Hey, he really did. So did Jojo, but we're going to hear from the man in the top lane. Shocks, take it away.
Oh. That's amazing. Oh my God. Mirren, congratulations. You really needed a comeback in this game, right? Maybe not as much in the last one. Tell me a little bit about them coming back, putting your game in danger. And I know Ilyoya said you love to give your fans heart attacks, but it's a little unnecessary.
I mean, I have to say, my team was running down this game. It's not my fault, that's for sure. But I was sure that we're a better team, so we were we won't lose for sure. And I mean, we proved we're a better team. Even though we just ran it down at some point, I think we just play better team fights, and yeah, we just cleared them.
Tell me a little bit about how important this weekend is for MKOI.
I mean, it's really important. We want to do top 4, and of course, playing in front of our crowd. I think playing in front of this is just amazing. As I always say, it's as a player, you don't get to experience many times playing in front of crowds, and I think this is amazing, honestly.
Algunas palabras en español. Hay mucha gente que ahora te critica. ¿Tienes una respuesta por ellos?
A ver, ¿qué decir? Me encanta jugar enfrente de vosotros cada vez que tenemos un road trip, un evento en España, 10 de 10. Gracias por apoyarnos, espero que os haya gustado la partida de hoy. Shen clínico, Rumble clínico y a casa. Y mañana más y mejor.
For our English viewers, really proud to play here. Tomorrow the same thing's going to happen. And sí, mañana Kana, domingo Broken Blade. ¿Qué va a pasar contra ellos?
I will show them.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias, Mirwin.
He will show them. Some strong words coming on the side of Mirwin, but honestly, he deserves it. We were talking shit about him.
Yep.
We had reasons to doubt. I feel like that was the redemption series from him.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
Like, especially the Rumble in Game 1, fantastic. Flank angles, TPs, absolutely incredible. And even here as well, the roams that he had on the Shen set up beautifully for MKOI in the early stages.
I mean, it just goes to show when KOI get an early game lead, they know how to do it. You know what I mean? Like, on the rare occasion when they actually... Well, I mean, like, listen, okay, so when they're behind, they come back. But when they're ahead, they throw a little and then they come back. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, yeah,
So they don't
it's...
have clean games, is what I'm getting here.
Ultimately, like, it was a very solid game from KOI.
Yeah.
And I think that we did get to see what so many have been excited about with this roster for the last 2 years, which is simply that the mechanical ceiling of these players is exceptionally high. One of the things that we're always fishing for and hoping for is that degree of consistency. And this series just proved how inconsistent that they really are, but they do have the mechanical prowess to dig themselves out of troughs and fight their way to success. Their team fighting is something that you just can't afford to underestimate.
Yeah, I do like them bringing back, though, like the Callista and the Renata in that bottom side, though.
Yeah.
I do think it gives them a lot of control, both in, hey, we can play hyper-aggressive in the lane, but also then lends them a lot of strength in the skirmishes where they can still have kind of Alvaro play disengaged to it, but with being chucked in and also then having the ultimate. So I think it just works very well for what MKOI want, and you can see in these fights how strong it is.
You know, sometimes it's not about having the cleanest games, it's about showing that you can be a cat, that you can land on your feet no matter how hard the situation gets. And for me, that's what they keep on showing. At least they have a stronger face leading into playoffs, leading into that top 4, because that's the big discussion we're gonna have this weekend. Where are MKOI gonna land? And after that series today, I'm more optimistic for them.
Absolutely. I mean, tomorrow's series is going to be a very exciting one.
Yes.
I believe they're going up against KC
Yeah.
in the second series of the day. So it's going to be that France versus Spain rivalry that we're so fond of. Last time, in LEC versus, KOI fell short up against KC, but it was still a very close series between the two teams. The question is with Casey looking a little shaky versus G2 and Koi riding the high of their series today, can they use that momentum to get a big win against Casey and really shake up the standings in the top 4?
You don't want to lose against the French again. Not in your house. Not in your house. But yeah, I mean, maybe Madrid is going to be a different story than it was in Barcelona. I do want to check how the battle for top 4 is shaping up after the 2 series that we got, because after this loss from GX, I believe they cannot make top 3 anymore. Well, we have the standings first. That's fine. That's all right. Not much changes from here, though, so far. Besides the fact that KC suffered their first loss. They split.
Yeah, and also Movistar Koi did leapfrog Giant X here. So Giant X now sitting in 6th as well. So, little bit, but yeah, I mean, KC getting their first loss. They can bleed. It's been shown. We'll have to see if they can kind of right the wrongs.
So the happiest people in all of this situation, by the way, is Na'Vi. Basically because everyone has to kind of play everyone. Yeah. Depending on how things pan out, they could just kind of slide into that top 4 as all of the other top dogs are fighting against each other and have an easy access into that double elimination bracket. But as you can see on your screen right now, Casey can fall anywhere between 1st and 5th place.
Yeah.
Whereas for Na'Vi, the highest placement they can get is obviously their 3rd place spot. They can still drop down to 6th place. But for GX, even though they've lost today, it means that top 2 is out of the conversation for them. But 3 through 6th is still up for grabs. So it just goes to show that even after day 1, the standings in the top 4 can really shape up pretty dramatically.
And looking at how they played today, would you say that they have a chance either against G2 or KC? I kind of want to say KC because, again, the boys in blue can lead.
I think it's just that G2 know how to exploit KC a lot more than I'd expect from either of these teams. So I think that's where I'd look at it and go, I think G2 are just a step above still. And I still think that KC belong in like the S tier in the LEC right now. And I'm still waiting to see if MKoi and Giant X can prove it. So personally, I still favored KC coming into those matchups, but who knows? It's on them to show.
Fair enough. Another redemption that we saw on this side of MKoi though, Super.
Yeah, big time.
On that Kalista, we've talked about it, but yeah,
well, even on the Ezreal as well.
Yeah,
I think he overall had a fantastic series. As Dagda did highlight at the end of game 1, these are the 2 players that we were keeping our eyes on, and both Muin and Super really stood out. But with an impressive Kalista performance, it makes sense that he would take away that player of the series vote.
Yeah, I mean, the Ezra was absolutely fantastic. I leaned over to you at one stage and was like, he's starting the montage plays as he got that play in mid lane that he ended up having the support on. And then, as you say, the Kalista, absolutely fantastic. Like, blew No out of the water in the early stages of this game. So, really, I mean, well played, Super, well-deserved player of the series.
Yeah, and on his best day, he wants to show that he's better than Kalista, and he's going to face off against him tomorrow. That's one matchup to be excited about. The first one we're going to have, though, will be the G2 versus GX. And before that, reminder, tomorrow at 12:30 local time, we will have a show match between Team Ibai and Team Kameto. What do we think about this? Well, I'm going to be very biased here. I'm going to go for Kameto, but that's just because otherwise they're going to take my passport. So I kind of feel like I have
to know the rosters, okay? I don't know who's playing. I don't know who's fielding
but that's the thing. I don't think Ibai plays League of Legends still. I know that Kameto is spamming the game, so I don't know.
But that could go against Kameto.
That's true, actually.
Sometimes playing the game does, in fact, make you worse. I've watched Medic. It happens, okay? Like, trust me, the more you play, sometimes it negatively affects you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, catching strays, even if he's not on the desk. Guys, thank you so much for today. It's been a pleasure. And I hope you guys had fun watching at home as well. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place for the LEC games. But 12:30 for the show match. You do not want to miss it. Until then, be nice to each other, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm front of us. I'm on Gina, Yeah, I in 2. Chase. I in 2. I hit. Run, come on the flash. Okay, go ahead.
Finds away from it. Kalista on the backline, just deleted. He lost that joust in a heartbeat, and it's a Knight's Tale for Broken Blade. Yahoo gonna fall as well, and G2 are just ripping them to shreds.
He's not here. It's one shot. I will ult soon. I beam. Okay, no, he's having flash. Okay, just again.
And the Ash Seraphine combination coming up. Jumps once again as Cams has to flash away. Yahoo's still holding on to his flash. Skewmon looking for the chase, and we'll find it with the reckless swing.
We can win. Go. No flash. No jump. Don't. You win. Quick. Nice. Wait. He's gonna. Okay, it's fine. He's out, I think. Guys. No, he's not out. I don't have damage. Yeah. good job. I'm hitting. Yeah, GG. We good. Nice guys. Very good job. Nice. Let's go. He's low. He missed it over there. Nice. Can you block the kills?
They're going on me now, banana.
Okay, banana. Coming. We can play this. I like this. Now to land the flash. Akali. Killing is net, okay?
Look at Kali, guys.
Army. Yeah, she's dead.
Good job.
Don't throw no GA, okay?
Yeah, we.
He doesn't have a plateau of his own with a band on his shoulder.
He just does it again.
Back to the line. Super on the back line just rips them to pieces. A triple for him as MCoy. Jackie begins to open up and Emperor's Divide gets the knockback, but MCoy continues to get in. Oh, lots. Oh no, my dude.
Oh, he's committing to the bit.
That TP sucks. Lot dies surrounded by 5 of MCoy. G2, the perfect team fight!